Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Manifests Ulquiorra like Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya is a 14-year-old powerless boy living in a world where the extraordinary is ordinary and the normal is unnatural. For as long as he could remember, he's always wanted to be a hero. However, he had to come to terms with a few facts of his life. The first, not all men are created equal. The way that he was treated like glass by his mother and like trash by his peers and teachers is proof of that. The second, he'll have to work 10 times harder than anyone else if he wants to get anywhere in life, much less be a hero. And the third, never forget who you are and what you want out of life, because it's the only thing you'll ever truly have in life. However, his hero, his idol, the #1 hero and symbol of peace had left him on a rooftop alone after telling him that no, he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. The way that All Might said it left no room for question or argument and was said with such finality that Izuku's hopes and dreams shattered in an instant from the moment those words left his lips. So, here Izuku stands at the top of the building where he was left with nothing but his pain and despair. What's the point in living if nothing I ever do will ever be good enough for the people around me? What's the point in trying if I'm always going to be treated like trash? What's the point in continuing any further if I'll never be happy, much less content with my life? No sobs escape his lips despite the never-ending tears that flow like a trickling fountain from his eyes. Izuku realizes that this is simply how his life is and it isn't going to change for the better. He could become a villain, but causing pain was never what he wanted, and all it would do is hurt him even more than he already is. He thinks about his mother, and despite her not being supportive of his dream, he knew that she was doing her best, and that she just wanted him to be safe. But aside from his dream, she was all he had, considering how much stress he causes her in her age, not to mention the dangers of the world they live in as well as his own luck. Izuku places his bets that his mom will die long before he will, leaving him alone in a world that has never cared for him. He understands that if anything were to happen to him, it would cause his mom great pain. But perhaps without the burden of his existence, she may be able to find peace and happiness. Maybe she'll find someone whom she can fall in love with and have a child with them, or perhaps they could adopt. It's at that moment that Izuku makes his choice. These thoughts have plagued his mind ever since he was 10 years old, but he never acted on them because of his hope, his dream, and his love for his mother. Now all he has is his mother, and she would be better off without him. So Izuku climbs over the railing of the building and looks down at the alleyway below him, where he sees trash littering the sides of the walls. If he were to fall from this height, he likely won't survive, but that's the point. It's the only way to end his pain, his torment, his suffering. I'm sorry, Mom, but I just can't do it anymore. I wish I was half as strong as you, but I'm not. I know that you'll be better off without me, and I know it'll hurt, but you don't have to worry about me anymore. You need to find your own happiness just like how I know you can. I'm sorry, goodbye, and I love you. Izuku leans forward until he's falling down into the alleyway. His body hits the concrete, but in that moment black and green energy envelopes him and bursts from the alleyway, much to the bypassers' shock and surprise. The civilians run away in fear of it being a villain attack. But when the energy subsides, Izuku is lying on the ground. Izuku opens his eyes and realizes that he's still alive, but he isn't in any kind of pain, so he pushes himself up and notices there isn't any blood on the pavement. Izuku asks aloud in a cold and detached tone, "What happened? That fall should have killed me, but somehow I'm still alive." He raises a hand to feel his head to see if there's any blood, but pulls back to find himself completely fine. Izuku stands up completely as he continues looking at his hand. "I should at the very least be somewhat injured from a fall of that height." It's then that he notices his speech is different. There's no stutter, no anxiousness, no energy whatsoever. In fact, he doesn't feel anything, no pain, no despair, no suffering, nothing. Izuku wonders what happened to him before he hears an explosion in the distance that catches his attention, so either by habit or curiosity he heads in the direction of the explosion. When he arrives, he sees an alleyway engulfed in flames with the same sludge villain that attacked him earlier with another hostage. Izuku knows that he should be feeling fear or guilt for distracting All Might and letting the villain get away. But he doesn't feel anything and isn't even disturbed by that, just indifferent. He hears the heroes constantly make excuses for why they can't save the hostage. But Izuku has already thought of 3 different ways they could use their quirks to save the hostage in a matter of seconds. Death Arms says aloud, "We need to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up." Izuku comments to himself in the same cold tone, "Fools." Izuku suddenly appears before the sludge villain. He's not sure how exactly he got there, but he doesn't really care, because if those heroes aren't going to do anything, then he might as well do something. The sludge villain jumps back in surprise. "You again. What the hell are you doing here? What the hell happened to your eyes?" Izuku thinks to himself, "My eyes." Izuku doesn't notice how the hostage's eyes widen in shock along with All Might, who is in the crowd. The sludge villain raises a tendril to attack Izuku. "It doesn't matter. I've already got a hostage, so I'll just kill you." The villain swings the tendril downward, but to Izuku it's almost as though he's moving in slow motion before he raises his left hand and chops through the tendril with such speed and finesse that the sludge splatters against the wall. To the civilians it looked as though the villain's tendril had just exploded before they noticed that Izuku had moved his arm. Izuku should feel surprised and shocked by the power he suddenly possesses. But he doesn't and instead focuses on the task at hand, saving the hostage. The villain stares in shock and fear before Izuku asks, "You'll kill me?" Izuku gazes into the villain's eyes. "I've already tried killing myself, so what makes you think you could do any better?" The sludge villain backs away as fear begins to consume him. "What the hell is this kid? It's like he's a completely different person." Izuku then demands as he lowers his arm, "Release the hostage now or else I'll have to use my newfound power against you." Death Arms yells out behind him, "Get out of there, kid. That villain will kill you." Izuku ignores Death Arms and the other heroes as his eyes bore into the villain. The villain, overcome with fear, turns to flee down the alleyway, but just as he turns, Izuku appears before him again with the same detached expression. Izuku then says, "If you won't surrender them peacefully, then I'll just have to force you to release them." In an instant, Izuku flashes in front of the villain and grabs his left eye before ripping it out and crushing it in his hand, causing the villain to scream in agonizing pain and subsequently release the hostage, who falls to the ground coughing out sludge. It's at that moment Izuku realizes as he looks down that the hostage is Katsuki Bakugo, the person who made it his mission to make Izuku's life a living hell, but still Izuku feels nothing. After Bakugo regains his bearing, he looks up to glare at Izuku. But he quickly notices that Izuku has changed. He notices that Izuku's hair is completely black instead of its usual green. His pupils are slit like a cat's, his skin is pale white, and he has green tear tracks running down his face from his eyes. But what uneases him most is the cold, unfeeling eyes staring down at him as though he were an insect. The sludge villain, now completely enraged, yells out as he raises a tendril at Izuku, "You bastard, I'll kill you." Izuku's eyes glances upwards at the villain and readies himself to defend. But before he has the chance, All Might swoops in his hero form, who defends Izuku and Bakugo from the attack. "I really am pathetic. I told you what it took to be a great hero, but I see now that I wasn't living up to my own ideals." Izuku thought that he should feel inspired or perhaps frustrated. But he doesn't, so he looks on with emotional detachment as All Might yells out, "Detroit Smash!" Bakugo, the heroes, and the civilians all cover themselves from the gust of wind that destroyed the sludge villain's body, but Izuku stands still, completely unmoved and unfazed by the attack. After the battle is over, Izuku looks at his right hand as he thinks to himself, "What's wrong with me? Where did this sudden power come from? Why don't I feel anything? Is this a quirk? Is this my quirk?" Izuku looks up as he hears Death Arms yell out as he stomps towards him with Kamui Woods following behind him. "What the hell were you thinking back there, kid? Do you have any idea how dangerous it was to run into a situation you couldn't handle?" Izuku replies as he stares at the hero before him. "It's a hero's job to save and protect others, whether or not if they think they can handle the situation." Death Arms and Kamui's eyes widen in shock at such a quick yet cold reply. "Besides, if I recall correctly, you said that you had to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up. You didn't specify a hero. So, would you have preferred for me to stand idly by like you and the other heroes were doing while Bakugo was suffocating?" Death Arms answers, shaken by Izuku's words, "You're just a kid and completely untrained. You could have gotten the hostage killed or even became a hostage yourself, or gotten yourself killed." Izuku calmly retorts, "But I didn't." Death Arms looks at Izuku in shock as he explains, "I've been studying quirks since I was 4. Their strengths, weaknesses, applications, as well as combinations with other quirks. I've also studied heroes as well, including yourself and Kamui Woods." Death Arms takes a step back as he and Kamui Woods stare in shock as Izuku continues, "Any hero here could have taken this villain down if you had simply gone for the eyes like I did. Or for Kamui, he could have simply reached in with his wood and pulled Bakugo out. Or Backdraft could have used his water to dilute the villain's body. Even Mount Lady could have simply reached down and plucked Bakugo from the villain, yet none of you did anything." Death Arms and Kamui Woods take a step back in fear as they were dissected by this 14-year-old boy. Izuku then asks, "So then, should I have just stood by while you all were willing to let a child die by the hands of a villain?" Death Arms and Kamui Woods both begin to tremble in fear. Who the hell is this kid and why am I so afraid of him? What really unnerves them is the fact that Izuku hasn't changed expressions once and hasn't even blinked since the battle ended. It's like he's staring into their souls. Both heroes back away as they feel a vast difference in power between themselves and the boy that stands before them. But they're shaken out of the stupor as Izuku closes his eyes and walks past them without a second thought. All Might watches Izuku leave out of the corner of his eye as the crowd split apart to let Izuku pass. As Izuku walks home, he thinks about what had happened and how he got his quirk. "It seems that when I tried to kill myself, my quirk had manifested. It kind of reminds me of hysterical strength, where a person suddenly becomes immensely powerful during a stressful situation. That would explain my quirk's sudden manifestation. However, I still don't understand why I don't feel anything. Is it due to the shock of my suicide attempt, or does it have to do with my quirk? Will this be permanent, or will my emotions suddenly return to me over time? Izuku is broken out of his thoughts when he suddenly hears a familiar voice call out Deku. Izuku stops before he turns to look at Bakugo, who is standing a few feet away from him trying to catch his breath. Bakugo then asks with a glare, "What the fuck happened to you?" Izuku then replies, "What do you mean?" Bakugo yells, "Don't bullshit me. What the fuck happened to you? How did you suddenly get a quirk? Have you been lying to me this entire time and laughing at me behind my back?" Izuku answers completely unfazed, "I have never lied to you, Bakugo." Izuku's answer shocks Bakugo more than he thought it would. "I have also never laughed at you behind your back because there was nothing to ever really laugh about. As for how I got my quirk, I'm fairly certain I got it when I tried to kill myself." Bakugo's eyes widen in shock as he quietly asks, "What?" Izuku explains, "Before you were attacked, I had met a famous hero. At the time I was of course quirkless, so I asked him if I could become a hero even without a quirk. Of course, the answer was no." Bakugo is completely overtaken at how calm Izuku is. "After that I realized just how painful my future would be, as well as the fact my mom would be better off without me. So, with nothing else to live for, I fell off the top of a building." Bakugo starts trembling at Izuku's explanation of his own suicide attempt. Izuku continues, "I never felt any pain. I'm guessing that at the point of impact my quirk had manifested and likely prevented my death. From what I can tell, my quirk has enhanced my speed, strength, and perception, but for some reason I no longer feel any emotions. I'm guessing that has something to do with my quirk, or perhaps I'm still in shock from my suicide attempt or the attack. I'm not sure when or if my emotions will come back, and to be honest, I don't want them to return." Bakugo asks in shock, "Why?" Izuku answers as he looks Bakugo straight in the eyes, "Because emotions are useless." Bakugo falls to his knees at Izuku's statement. "All they had done was cause me pain and suffering. They drove me to my suicide attempt just as much as the rest of the world did. So, I'd rather not have emotions if it means that I won't have to deal with that kind of pain ever again." Bakugo's lips tremble as he holds back his tears in frustration. He caused this. It's his fault that Izuku tried to kill himself. He's the one who suggested it. What kind of hero tells someone to kill themselves? Izuku breaks Bakugo from his thoughts as he asks, "I'm curious though, why do you care?" Bakugo looks up at Izuku in surprise as Izuku continues to look down at him with those same cold eyes, waiting for his response. Bakugo opens his mouth and closes it before he answers, I don't know why. I hated you. Ever since we were kids, I hated you. I always felt like you were looking down on me, that you thought you were better than me because you tried to help me when no one else did." Izuku waits as Bakugo explains, "Back when I had fallen into that river, no one else had come down to check on me. I was supposed to be the best. I shouldn't have needed anyone's help. Then you came down and tried to help me like I was some sort of weakling." Bakugo glares at Izuku, "I didn't need your help then, and I don't need your help now." Izuku stares down at Bakugo before he comments, "I think I understand now. You hated me because you didn't understand me." Bakugo's eyes widen in surprise as Izuku continues, "I was the weakest one of all, so to see me trying to help you, you thought that I was somehow looking down on you. However, that wasn't the case. The reason why I went to help you was because you were my friend." Bakugo stares in shock at Izuku's words, as if the very thought that Izuku cared about him had never crossed his mind. Bakugo then asks, almost begging, "Then why? Why did you save me back there?" Izuku answers, "Simply because saving people is what heroes do." Bakugo's entire world shatters from Izuku's words. "I didn't save you because you were my friend, because we haven't been friends for a very long time, and I didn't save you for any personal reason either. The villain had a hostage, the heroes on the scene weren't doing anything, and I knew that whoever was being held captive wouldn't last much longer without a breath of air. So, since no one else did anything at the time, I did." Bakugo lowers his head, closes his eyes as tears force their way through, clenches his fists, and punches the ground as he yells out, "Damn it." Bakugo continues, "Punching the ground even when you're fucking broken. You're still trying to be a hero. Even after trying to kill yourself, you still try to save someone else." Bakugo looks up at Izuku as he yells, "What the hell's wrong with you?" Izuku waits for a moment for Bakugo to catch his breath before he answers, "I don't know." Bakugo looks at Izuku in shock. "All I've ever wanted to do was help people. That's all there is to it." Bakugo realizes in that moment that even when Izuku is so damaged to the point he no longer has any emotions, to be put through so much pain that he would try to kill himself, to finally manifest a quirk after so many years of pain. Izuku is still and always has been more of a hero than he has been. No matter how powerful Bakugo was, Izuku was always more of a hero than him, because heroes don't just win for the sake of beating villains, they win to save, protect, and help others. Bakugo may have been stronger than Izuku, but it was always Izuku's heroic spirit that surpassed him no matter what. Yet still, after everything Izuku has gone through, despite how broken he is, he's still better than him. Izuku then says, "I'm not going to tell anyone." Bakugo looks up at Izuku in surprise as he quietly asks what. Izuku answers, I'm not going to tell anyone what you did, because if I did it would only cause more problems than it would solve. If you still want to be a hero, then that's up to you. If you want to be something else, then that's also up to you. I'm not going to stand in your way. However, I won't let you hurt anyone else like how you hurt me ever again. Bakugo swallows tightly as he stands up with blood on his knuckles. I'm never going to give up on being a hero. I'm still going to be the #1 hero, and I will beat you even with your newfound quirk. Izuku replies with a nod. I look forward to it. Even though Bakugo knows that Izuku no longer has emotions, he feels as though for the first time in a long time he managed to make a connection with him. As Izuku and Bakugo part ways, All Might appears out of an alleyway. I am here. Izuku blinks before he asks, what do you want, All Might? All Might coughs before he deflates into his civilian form. I came to find you to apologize. All Might says as he looks Izuku in the eyes. I'm sorry for what I said to you back on that rooftop. I see now that you had more than enough potential to be a great hero. Izuku replies, it's fine. I understand that you meant well. All Might then says with a small smile, thank you, young man. But there was another reason why I wanted to come looking for you. Izuku states, it's about my sudden quirk, right? All Might replies, caught off guard air, right. Izuku answers, it appeared shortly after you had left. At the time I was drowning in my pain and despair, so I guess after all the stress I've collected over the years my quirk had finally manifested. All Might asks, what do you mean? Izuku answers as he looks All Might in the eyes, it isn't a secret as to how quirkless people are treated. I'm sure you've heard or read enough horror stories to have an idea of what it's like for quirkless people. All Might understands what Izuku means. It had been hard when he was still quirkless, and he had read online of the disturbing things quirkless people had to endure as well as the suicide rates. Suddenly it clicks. All Might then asks as his chest tightens, young man, you didn't. Izuku answers before All Might finishes his question, it doesn't matter what I did or didn't do. I have a quirk now, which means I won't be treated like I'm quirkless anymore. All Might immediately realizes that Izuku hadn't answered his question, which means that what he thought Izuku did had actually happened. Izuku says, it's getting late. I'm sure my mom's worried, especially if she's seen the news, so goodbye, All Might. Izuku leaves All Might, who is still standing there, realizing what he had done to the innocent, hopeful, young boy he had met earlier that day and how different he was to the cold and detached young man he just spoke with. As Izuku opens the door to his apartment, he calls out, I'm home. His mom crashes into him as she pulls him into a tight hug. Izuku, why would you run in like that? Do you know how worried I was? I thought I was going to lose you. Even though Izuku doesn't feel guilty, he still apologizes. I'm sorry, Mom, but I couldn't just stand by and do nothing while someone needed help. Inko pulls away as she finally takes in Izuku's appearance. Izuku, what happened to you? Izuku answers simply, my quirk finally manifested. Inko's eyes widen in shock. She doesn't know whether to be happy, shocked, or frightened of the idea that Izuku somehow manifested his quirk. Inko asks how did it manifest? What happened? Izuku considers to tell her the truth, but recalls how emotional she was and the thought that he would try to kill himself would no doubt destroy her. So he says, I don't know, it just happened. To be fair, Izuku only assumed that his quirk manifested due to the stress of his suicide attempt, so there's no real way for him to know for certain if that is the case. Inko concedes as she lets go of Izuku. Alright then, tomorrow we'll go see a quirk specialist and get it registered. Why don't you go get cleaned up while I get supper ready? Okay. Izuku replies with a nod, okay, Mom. Inko heads into the kitchen while Izuku grabs a clean pair of clothes and heads to the bathroom to take a shower. Izuku locks the door behind him and starts by taking off his shirt. When he does, he glances at the mirror and notices his new appearance. However, what really catches his attention is the gaping hole in his chest. He should be frightened and panicking, but instead he feels nothing, just like before. During Izuku's visit to the doctor, Inko sees the gaping hole in his chest and can't help but cry over the implications of what that means, paired with Izuku's lack of emotion. However, the doctor, who is different from the one from his childhood, writes down what Izuku currently knows and what they found out during their tests. Izuku has incredibly enhanced speed, strength, perception, and durability after they tried to take a blood sample. Eventually, they are able to get a sample of Izuku's blood with his help, which is when they find out about his enhanced healing factor. The doctor comments after the analysis is completed, it looks as though your quirk is an incredibly powerful enhancer quirk. Recent studies have shown that late bloomers and those who manifested quirks after something traumatic are significantly more powerful than those who manifested their quirks at the age of 4. So, there's no doubt in my mind that your quirk will become even stronger in the coming years. Inko asks as she wipes away her tears, so, do you think Izuku can become a hero? The doctor smiles kindly as she answers with a nod, yes, I know he can. Inko cries tears of joy for Izuku, who is finally able to achieve his dream after so long. The doctor then asks as she looks at Izuku, so young Midoriya, what are you going to call your quirk now that it's registered? Izuku looks down thoughtfully before he answers, looking her in the eyes hollow. The doctor's eyes widen slightly before she asks curiously, do you mind if I ask why? Izuku answers because my quirk didn't manifest until I lost my emotions. Or perhaps my emotions were lost when my quirk manifested. I'm not really sure as to which one is the truth. However, the fact remains that I feel nothing. Even though I'm still Izuku, there's no doubt that my emotions is what made me who I was. So without those emotions, I'm just hollow. The doctor comments as she taps her pen against her chin. That's very poetic. But if you're sure, I'll write it down. Just make sure you don't forget who you used to be. Izuku looks at the doctor curiously as she explains psychology isn't really my specialty, but losing one's emotions usually isn't a good thing. However, since the circumstance is a bit different for you, I hope that you'll remember who you used to be and at least make sure to not worry your mother. Izuku nods as he replies, I understand. I was actually already planning on doing that, ever since I lost my emotions. I've been thinking about how I would have reacted, and even though I don't feel guilt, I still remembered what it was like to be in emotional pain. So, I'll try to make sure not to hurt my mom unintentionally. Inko hugs Izuku as she cries, my baby boy. Izuku simply returns the hug since that's what the old him would have done. The doctor can't help but smile at the scene in front of her. Shortly afterwards, Izuku is given a slip from the doctor to excuse him for being late for class. When he enters, the classroom goes dead quiet as the students take in his new appearance. Izuku walks up to the teacher and hands them the excuse paper. The teacher asks, still surprised by Izuku's appearance, what's this? Izuku answers, it's the excuse the quirk specialist told me to give you to excuse my tardiness. The class bursts with questions. You actually got a quirk. What's your quirk? What does your quirk do? How strong is your quirk? Is your quirk cool? The teacher claps their hands to quieten the class before he looks at Izuku. I think we would all like to hear about your quirk since you didn't have one before. Izuku knows that the students and teachers don't really care about him, but perhaps he can get a little bit of justice for his old self. Izuku answers, my quirk is an enhancer type. Due to the fact that it manifested so late, the specialist claims that it's far more powerful than most other quirks. I have enhanced strength, speed, perception, durability, and healing. As for how cool my quirk is and what it's called. Izuku unbuttons his uniform before pulling his white button-up shirt apart to reveal the hole in his chest as everyone in the room gasps in shock. A wave of fear and guilt washes over the classroom. It's no secret that they treated Izuku like crap, but now he actually has the power to hurt them. The teacher says nervously as Izuku starts buttoning up his shirt. Yes, well, why don't you take your seat so that we can finish class? Okay, Midoriya. Izuku walks to his seat as his classmates stare at him in fear. While Bakugo had been told how Izuku got his quirk, he never thought he'd see the horrific sight of Izuku with a hole in his chest. Not to mention that if Izuku really wanted to, he could end his entire career. And after seeing how the class changed their tune after finding out Izuku manifested a quirk, how quickly would it be for them to turn on him? The rest of the year goes by uneventfully. Bakugo and his cronies leave Izuku alone for obvious reason. Izuku's grades suddenly surpass Bakugo's for some reason, and Izuku starts training at a beach that had become an illegal dumping ground by cleaning it up. In about a month, Izuku had managed to clean the entire beach due to his newfound strength and speed, after which he started testing out his quirk to see what all he could do. He mostly tested his quirk at night, which was when he found out that he had night vision so that no one was around to see or hear him working. 10 months have passed since Izuku's quirk manifested, and it's now time for the UA entrance exams. Izuku stands before the building gazing up at it. Izuku thinks about how excited and elated he would be if he still had his emotions, but doesn't linger on it too long. The written test was a breeze for Izuku. Now all that was left was the physical exam. While Izuku is changing in his group's designated changing room, a lot of people stare uncomfortably at the hole in his chest which they see from his back. However, Izuku doesn't realize they're staring and heads out towards the bus once he's done. The drive from the school to the grounds where they'll be testing goes by with most of the participants chatting around him. But he simply sits with his eyes closed and arms crossed as he waits for their arrival. When they arrive, Izuku waits for the beginning of the test before he hears President Michael go. He disappears instantly and reappears far ahead of his fellow contestants, then proceeds to start tearing the robots apart with his bare hands. He tears through the robots like they're made of paper and snaps the arms, necks, and joints like toothpicks. Izuku asks aloud, when all the robots in his area are destroyed, have I really become this strong in such a short amount of time, or are these robots just weak? Izuku hears some more fighting not too far from him and decides to check it out. Izuku uses Sunito, which is what he calls the move he has that makes himself disappear and reappear in an instant. It's not teleportation, but merely just his speed. Izuku appears on the roof of a building as he looks down to see his fellow examinees fighting against the robots as they call out their points, which are significantly lower than his. Izuku comments to himself, well, that answers that question. Izuku already has more than enough to pass, but he's not going to stand idly by when someone needs help. That's not what the old him would do. When Izuku sees someone getting overwhelmed, he appears out of nowhere and destroys the robots before disappearing again. The exam lasts a few more minutes before the ground quakes beneath Izuku's feet, which catches his attention before he sees the giant zero-pointer looming further in the city. Izuku notices how the other examinees are running away from the behemoth while it wreaks havoc on the city. Izuku thinks to himself this robot needs to be destroyed before it can cause any more damage. However, before Izuku has the chance to move, he hears a female voice cry out help. Izuku looks ahead to see a brown-haired girl with her hand outstretched. "Someone please help me." Something sparks inside of Izuku before he uses his Sunito to appear before the girl, who is caught by surprise from his sudden appearance. "Don't worry, I won't let you die." The girl's eyes widen before Izuku looks up at the robot, which is making its way towards him and the girl. Izuku raises his right index finger pointing at the robot as a small green orb of energy appears before his finger. Then the small orb becomes a blast of green energy that completely erases the top half of the robot's body before it falls backwards with a crash. The girl's eyes widen even more from the amount of destruction Izuku had done before she notices the piece of rubble that was pinning her being lifted and tossed aside like it's just another rock. The girl looks back at Izuku in awe before they hear Present Mike call out, "Time's up." Izuku asks as he crouches down to the girl, "Are you hurt?" The girl blushes, realizing she was staring at him before she answers, "I am. I think my ankle might be sprained. Plus I have a few scrapes and bruises, but nothing I can't handle." Izuku nods as he replies, "I see. However, it would be painful for you to walk on a sprained ankle." The girl asks in confusion, "Wait, what?" Before the girl has the chance to decline, Izuku picks her up and carries her bridal style, which only causes her entire face to turn red as she covers her face with her hands while her pinkies are outstretched. When Izuku sees Recovery Girl, he walks over as she's checking up on other examinees. "Excuse me, Recovery Girl, but this girl has a sprained ankle and some scrapes and bruises." Recovery Girl looks the girl over as Izuku places her on the ground. "Let's get a look here, dearie." After Recovery Girl has healed the brown-haired girl, she looks behind herself as she says thanks for saving. She realizes that Izuku's gone before she looks around. Where'd he go? Izuku is already changed as he leaves the UA campus. His job was done, so there was no need to stay any longer than he needed to. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the teachers chatter amongst themselves. "That kid was amazing. Did you see what he did to that zero-pointer?" Midnight replies, "He destroyed the entire upper half of its body in one shot." Cementos comments, "Plus he managed to save the girl before the exam was over." As the teachers continue talking amongst themselves and awarding rescue points, Aizawa can't help but scowl. That kid could have destroyed all those robots in an instant if he wanted to, yet didn't. If he thinks that he'll be able to get by without using his full power, then he's sorely mistaken. Aizawa asks as he looks at Nedzu, "Can I see that kid's file?" Nedzu replies as he hands Aizawa Izuku's folder, "Of course." As Aizawa opens the folder, he notices a few things. The first is the date that it was updated, which was about a month ago. The second was that Izuku's quirk hadn't manifested until 10 months ago, which caught Aizawa by surprise for a moment before he continued reading. After Aizawa was finished, he thinks to himself, this kid only manifested his quirk 10 months ago. Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't change the fact that if he wants to stay here, he'll have to prove himself. If he doesn't give his all during the apprehension test, then I'll expel him right then and there. As Izuku opens the door to his apartment, he calls out, "I'm home." Inko, who has lost some weight after Izuku started training, waits at the door for Izuku with a bright smile on her face. "Welcome home, sweetie. How was the test?" Izuku answers as he takes off his backpack. "It was fine. Based on everyone else's scores that I overheard, I'm fairly certain I made it in all right." Inko replies as she claps her hands together, "That's great, sweetie. Tonight I'll be making katsudon." Izuku says as he hugs Inko, "Thanks, Mom." Izuku still doesn't feel anything, but he knows that that would be what he would do if he still had emotions. Izuku heads into his room and changes his clothes. As he does, he thinks of what he had felt during the entrance exam. When he saw that girl with her hand outstretched, he had felt something. But he's not sure what it was. It's been so long since Izuku has felt anything. It felt more like instinct than anything else, but it was different from when he saved Bakugo. When Izuku saw the desperation in the girl's eyes, he had felt something. Perhaps that's what it was. Izuku thinks to himself, did seeing that girl cry out for help so desperately make me feel the same emotions she felt? Or was it simply an echo from when I still had emotions? If it's the former, then that would mean that there's a way for me to regain my emotions. But if it's the latter, then it would just be another dead end. If Izuku were honest, he would say that he has considered doing things he wouldn't normally do before. But the only reason why he restrains himself is because he doesn't want to hurt Inko, and from the fact that he still remembers how pain felt when he still had emotions. So he doesn't want to do that either. After Izuku has changed, he heads out to continue training. After all, he still needs to gain more control over his quirk due to how powerful it is and can't always limit himself as he's been doing. Plus, if he's going to be a hero, then he needs to be in top form no matter what. When Izuku receives his letter, he doesn't even bother with the metallic disc. He just looks at which class he'll be in the map of the school. Izuku says to himself, so, Class 1A, I wonder if Bakugo will be there. Knowing him, he will be. On the first day of school, Izuku walks through the halls as he had memorized the mat beforehand. Once he sees the giant door with "Wanna" written on it, he comments to himself, well, that's convenient. As Izuku opens the door, he immediately hears Bakugo arguing with a student wearing glasses. The boy says as he chops his hands, you shouldn't put your feet on your desk. It's disrespectful to your fellow students as well as to those who came before us. Bakugo replies, shut it, 4 eyes. You're not the teacher and you're certainly not the boss of me. Izuku thinks to himself, somewhat impressed. It seems Bakugo has managed to tone down his anger over the past few months. The boy with glasses pauses before he says, I'm sorry. It seems we've gotten off on the wrong foot. The boy extends his hand. My name is Tenya Ida. I'm from Salme Junior High. Bakugo replies, TCH, Katsuki Bakugo, Aldera Junior High. Ida drops his hand when he realizes Bakugo won't shake it. I'm sorry if I came off as demanding, but I still think you shouldn't have your feet on that desk. Bakugo puts his feet down as he looks away. Whatever. It's at that moment Ida notices Izuku in the doorway, who had been watching the exchange. Ida walks towards Izuku as he introduces himself. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida from Salme Junior High. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku thinks to himself, he's pretty intense. Izuku replies as he shakes Ida's hand, my name's Izuku Midoriya from Aldera Junior High. Ida comments, I must say I was quite impressed by the fact that you discovered that there was another point system. Izuku asks with a tilt of his head, another point system? Ida answers in mild surprise, yes, the rescue points. Izuku asks, there were rescue points? Ida's eyes widen in shock as he asks, you mean you didn't realize there were rescue points until just now? Izuku answers, apparently. Ida's jaw drops before he asks, then why did you destroy the 0-pointer? This catches everyone's attention in the classroom before Izuku answers, because that girl needed help. Ida's eyes widen even more, if that's possible, before he says, I don't know what to say to that. You are clearly the best example of a hero student here. Izuku replies, that remains to be seen as of yet. After all, you still don't know what our other classmates can do. Before Ida can say anything else, they hear a cheerful voice say from behind Izuku, hey, it's you with the curly hair. Izuku turns to the side to see the girl he had saved during the entrance exam. I never got to thank you for saving me, so thanks for that. Izuku replies with a nod, it's fine. I just did what I thought was right. They then hear a gruff voice say, if you're here to make friends, then leave now. The girl, Ida, and Izuku all see Aizawa laying on the floor in his yellow sleeping bag before they all head to their desks. Aizawa steps out of his sleeping bag before he holds out a gym uniform. Put these on and head out to the training grounds. In the changing room, most of the guys chat amongst themselves until one of them says, dude, what the fuck happened to your chest? All eyes turn to Izuku, who has yet to put his gym shirt on. The guys are all staring in horror at the hole in the center of his chest. Izuku answers simply, it's a mutation of my quirk. The student with blonde hair and a black lightning bolt asks, does it hurt? Izuku answers with a shake of his head, no, it doesn't hurt. Izuku then continues putting his gym uniform on while some of his classmates' eyes still linger on him with worry. Bakugo comments from behind Izuku, you might want to say that in a better way. Izuku asks as he looks at Bakugo, why's that? Bakugo answers, because they're still fucking freaked out about it. Izuku replies, it's no different from a person with any other mutation quirk. Bakugo counters, yeah, but most people don't have a fucking hole in their chest. Izuku hums thoughtfully before he says, I'll try to think of a better explanation. Once they're all outside, Aizawa states, today you're all going to be taking a quirk apprehension test. This will measure the full capacity of your quirks, so that way we can gauge where you're at, so that way we have a better idea on how to make you into proper heroes. Aizawa tosses a softball to Izuku, who catches it with ease. Midoriya, you got first place in the entrance exam. I want you to go to the center of that circle and throw the ball as far as you can using your quirk. Izuku nods in understanding before he walks to the circle. Izuku pulls his arm back before he throws the ball using only 25% of his power. Izuku then looks at Aizawa, who looks at the phone that says 10 kilometers. When Aizawa shows the students, he says, this is what's expected of you here at UA. If you want to stay here, you're going to have to give it 110%, plus ultra style. The students excitedly talk amongst themselves when one of them says how fun it would be. Aizawa then asks, you think this is fun? Huh. Aizawa glares at the students before he states, all right then. Whoever gets last place will be expelled from UA High. The girl Izuku had saved comments, that's not fair. We all worked so hard to get here. Before Aizawa says anything, Izuku replies, there are many things in life that aren't fair. Everyone looks at Izuku as he explains war, terror, disease, death, destruction, poverty, discrimination. The list of unfairnesses in the world is endless. However, it's a human's job to prevent and counter that unfairness. For heroes even more so. If you aren't willing to fight that unfairness, then perhaps you should consider a different career. Everyone stares at Izuku in shock at just how cold and emotionless he spoke, but the guys believe that it might be due to his quirk, or more specifically the hole in his chest. The girls, however, think that while Izuku is right, The way he said it was almost cruel and that he didn't even show a shred of emotion. Aizawa thinks to himself, the kid's right. But that doesn't mean that I'll let him skate by without using his full power. It's obvious he could have done more to get the ball to travel farther. Regardless, if he doesn't show his full power, then I'll expel him no matter which place he takes. In the 50-meter dash, Izuku uses Sunito, which causes the machine to say error, meaning he traveled too fast for the machine to comprehend. Izuku then crushed the machine for the grip strength test, as well as caused the machine to say error again for the side steps, and he managed to clear the entire field for the standing long jump. Throughout all the tests, Aizawa was getting frustrated with Izuku because of all the potential he had, yet he wasn't even bothering to show his full power. Aizawa tosses the soft ball to Izuku again. Midoriya, I want you to throw the ball again. Izuku looks at Aizawa before he asks, may I ask why? Aizawa answers with a glare, because throughout the entire test you haven't even been trying. You keep getting top scores, but I can tell that we haven't even seen more than 10% of your full power. The students whisper amongst themselves before Izuku counters, with all due respect, Eraserhead. This catches Aizawa by surprise, since there aren't many who know his hero name, much less recognize him. If I were to use my full power, there won't be a school left to teach. Izuku's statement makes all the students' eyes go wide in shock as he continues, the reason I've been using so little of my power is because it isn't necessary. I've been matching, if not setting the bar for each test except for the softball throw every time. Yet you want me to use my full power even at the cost of everyone's lives. That isn't to say that I don't have control over my quirk, but rather my quirk is far too dangerous to be unleashed over a simple apprehension test. However, I am confused as to why you're singling me out among the entire class. The students look at each other in confusion. Todoroki has only been using half of his power, yet for some reason you seem to focus solely on me when talking about full power. Aizawa's eyes widen slightly at being caught before Izuku says, there's nothing my eyes can't see, so it wasn't hard to see how you were focusing on me so intensely. If you are going to force me to use my full power, then the same will have to apply to Todoroki. That's not mentioning the fact that I'll need a lot of space so as to ensure that I don't accidentally hurt someone. Todoroki glares at Izuku for dragging him into the situation before Aizawa comments, the reason why I'm not asking Todoroki is obvious. Even though Aizawa didn't say it, everyone knew it had to do with the scar on Todoroki's face. Izuku then says, oh, well then in that case. Izuku unzips his jacket before pulling up his shirt to reveal the hole in his chest. I suppose this will suffice. The girls all gasp and cover their mouths in horror at the sight, while Aizawa's eyes widen in shock as he thinks that wasn't in his file. The guys, of course, are still disturbed by the sight even after seeing it in the changing room. Izuku continues as he lets go of his shirt. However, if that's not enough for you, then how about this? About a year ago I lived my life completely quirkless. Everyone except Bakugo's eyes widen in shock. Bakugo, however, looks away uncomfortably. I was beaten, bullied, neglected, and abused by my teachers and peers. All I ever wanted to be in life was a hero, because I believed that saving and helping others was the most amazing thing a person could do. But according to some of my former bullies, I didn't know my place. Everyone reels back in disgust of the behavior Izuku had to endure. However, if you wish to hear an example, before I got my quirk, I was told by one of my bullies, if you want to be a hero so badly, there might just be another way. Pray for a quirk in your next life, then take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Once the words leave Izuku's mouth, Aizawa and the students step back in horror at the words they had just heard. Izuku then says, however, that's not the worst part. Not too long afterwards I had met a top-ranking hero and I asked him if it were possible to become a hero even without a quirk. The hero told me that it's okay to dream, but that I had to be realistic and that he didn't think anyone without a quirk could become a hero. Aizawa clenches his fist in righteous anger. At the time I was overcome by so much pain, despair, and hopelessness. My entire life I was told that I was worthless and useless, that I was nothing but a burden to everyone around me. So, I took the dive. Aizawa's heart shatters when he hears the words, while the students, including Todoroki, look like they want to vomit while also feeling disturbed over Izuku's emotionless retelling of his life. Izuku looks down as he places his hand over the hole in his chest. Once I hit the ground, my quirk had manifested. I'm not sure if it manifested in order to preserve my life, or if it manifested due to the stress, or if it would have only manifested if I had done what I did. However, Izuku looks back at the crowd when it manifested. I lost all of my emotions. Even right now I feel nothing. I don't even feel any anger or hatred towards the ones who had hurt me. I don't even blame them or the hero for what happened to me. Izuku then says, the only reason why I'm here and trying to be a hero is because it's all I've ever wanted in life when I still had emotions. I still want to be a hero because I remember how it felt to be hurt, to be lost, to be left out in the cold, dark, unfeeling world. I want to ensure that no one ever has to feel like I had for all those years when I was quirkless. That's why I'm here. Aizawa stands there still in shock as he's trying to comprehend everything he had just been told before he pulls himself together. Very well then, I won't make you retake the test. Izuku replies, "Oh no, I didn't tell you that because I didn't want to retake the test. Not that I want anything anyway, but because I didn't want you to expel me over not using my full power." Aizawa blinks owlishly as he thinks he said all that just so that way I wouldn't expel him. Once Aizawa saw the hole in Izuku's chest, that was enough to not push him to use his full power. After hearing Izuku's story, Aizawa wanted nothing more than to beat every person who had hurt Izuku before, while also kicking himself for being so cruel. Izuku goes to the center of the circle as he says, "You all might want to stand about 10 meters back behind some cover and cover your ears with soundproof earmuffs." Aizawa and the students all run back behind cover while Yaoyorozu creates soundproof earmuffs for everyone. After Izuku sees Aizawa give the go-ahead, he throws the ball just as he did before, but then fires the energy blast which he used before, which he calls Zero. A ball gets sent flying out of the stratosphere thanks to the Zero pushing it upward. Aizawa reveals to the class that Izuku got the same score as Uraraka, Infinity. The rest of the tests go by without any more interruptions. The entire class eyes Izuku worriedly after revealing his past as he did. However, Izuku feels nothing and pays no mind to the eyes that are on him. All that matters is passing the test, nothing more. Once the test is finished, Aizawa reveals the scores. Izuku is at the top while someone by the name of Minta Minoru is at the bottom. A kid with purple balls on his head cries out, "No, this can't be happening. I haven't even got to touch any boobs yet." Izuku asks with quirked eyebrow, "That's why you're crying." Aizawa says, "Minta, pack your things, you're expelled." Aizawa looks at the rest of the class. "Everyone else, your syllabi are on your desks. Make sure you don't waste time tomorrow." The class gulps as they realize Aizawa made good on his threat. Before Aizawa looks at Izuku Midoriya, "I want you to come with me for a moment." Izuku follows Aizawa to the side of the building before Aizawa says, "I want to apologize for what I said earlier. I had assumed that you simply weren't using your power because you thought you could get by without it. I see now that I was wrong. I'm sorry for making my assumption as well as bringing up bad memories." Izuku shrugs as he replies, "It's fine. I understand why you would think that, so there's no harm done. As for those bad memories, since I have no emotions, I felt nothing while recollecting those memories." Aizawa looks at Izuku with a pained expression before Izuku asks, "Is there something wrong?" Aizawa answers, "You shouldn't have had to have gone through all that, especially at your age." Izuku counters, "There are many things outside of our control. That's why we must focus on the things we can control, so that way we can improve society as a whole." Aizawa huffs with a smile before he says as he places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, "You'd make a great hero, kid, with or without a quirk." Izuku's eyes widen slightly before he replies with a nod, "Thank you, sensei. I appreciate the sentiment." Aizawa then says as he retracts his hand, "You're welcome. You're good to go now, kid." Izuku bows to Aizawa before he heads to class. When he's leaving the school, he notices Uraraka leaning against the gate as if she's waiting. Uraraka notices Izuku walking towards her before she stands up and faces him. Izuku stops before her as she hesitantly says, I want to properly thank you for saving me and apologize." Izuku hums curiously as he tilts his head to the side. Uraraka explains, "Back during the entrance exam I was so scared. When I saw the 0-pointer coming towards me I thought I was going to die. I thought about how I wouldn't be able to become a hero, how I wouldn't be able to help my parents, how they would be devastated if they had found out I died." Uraraka continues, "But then, you saved me and I didn't get to thank you for it." Uraraka smiles brightly, "So thank you for saving me." Izuku's sure if he still had emotions, he'd be a blushing, stuttering mess. Uraraka's expression turns sad. "However, I want to apologize. When you had said that the world wasn't fair, I had felt a little angry at you. You were right, but I still felt like it was too extreme, especially for the first day of class. It wasn't until you told us what happened to you that I understood why you said what you did. You weren't talking about just being a hero, but also about being a good person, so I'm sorry for getting angry at you." Izuku replies dismissively, "It's all right. I'm sure you weren't the only one. Besides, I'm fairly certain I may have come off as a bit cold. As I said before, I don't have emotions, so not knowing that beforehand certainly didn't help you or the rest of our classmates." Uraraka looks down guiltily. However, Uraraka looks up at Izuku in surprise. "It's probably a good thing that you did get angry. After all, it means you're human." Uraraka wants to ask what Izuku means, but decides against it as she shakes her head before she smiles. "So, would you like to head to the station together?" Izuku replies as he walks beside Uraraka, "I don't see why not." Throughout their walk, Uraraka tells Izuku about herself, her parents, along with her likes and dislikes. Even though Izuku doesn't talk much, the atmosphere isn't uncomfortable. And despite Izuku's lack of emotions, he still understands Uraraka's opinions and perspectives while also giving his own and others. The following day goes by like a normal school would, except the students are being taught by heroes. However, at the beginning of the last class of the day, the students are all wondering which teacher would be teaching them for heroics until I am coming through the door like a normal person. The students gasp in shock and surprise as they excitedly chatter amongst themselves about being taught by All Might. Today we'll be starting with. All Might reveals a card that says Battle Trial on it, a battle trial exercise. However, first you'll need All Might pulls out a remote before clicking a button, causing parts of the wall to extend, reveals suitcases, your hero costumes. The students all hurriedly grab their suitcases before heading to the changing rooms. Izuku's design was fairly simple. His costume wasn't meant for protection since his quirk did that for him. His costume was mostly for aesthetic purposes. Izuku's costume is a white jacket with a high collar as well as long coattails, a black sash, a white hakama, along with white samurai-like sandals with black socks. Once Izuku was done changing, he began walking towards the designated city with his footsteps echoing throughout the hallway. When his classmates see him, it's as though he's exuding an air of superiority and intimidation, as if his very presence was the definition of power, much like how All Might was considered by most as the definition of strength. Uraraka, however, doesn't feel intimidated by him as she walks up to him with a smile on her face. Wow, Midoriya, your costume looks really cool and fancy. Izuku nods as he replies, thank you, Uraraka. Your costume looks good on you as well. Uraraka blushes as she laughs nervously while rubbing the back of her head. Yeah, it's not exactly how I wanted it to look. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. Izuku comments, you could always send in a request now that you know what you don't like or want in your costume. All Might interrupts as he explains the exercise that they'll be doing. Ada then asks as he raises his hand, sir, wouldn't it be best for us to team up with those of us who complement each other? Izuku answers, in most cases you won't get a choice as to who your teammates might be. This method will help simulate the idea of working with people you wouldn't normally work with or with those who don't work well together. It's a means of overcoming our limitations and forcing us to become creative while under pressure so that we don't fail during real-life situations like these. Ada lowers his hand nervously. Oh, very well, carry on then. The first match is Bakugo and Ada as the heroes versus Izuku and Uraraka as the villains. As Izuku and Uraraka walk into the building, they begin discussing their plan. Outside, Ada asks as he looks at Bakugo, Bakugo, you and Midoriya went to the same middle school, correct? Do you have any idea what he might be planning? Bakugo answers as he grits his teeth in frustration, the Midoriya I knew was weak and cowardly. He wouldn't fight us head on, instead he'd come up with some kind of plan to counter our quirks. The nerd has spent over 10 years of his life analyzing quirks, thinking that it'd help him become a hero, and there's no doubt that he's already figured out how my quirk works. But now that he doesn't feel anything and has a quirk, I don't know what he'll do. Ada hums thoughtfully, so then. The odds are stacked against us. Do you know anything about his quirk? Bakugo shakes his head no. The nerd didn't talk much after he lost his emotions. He didn't even mutter like he used to. It was creepy when he'd do it. But not hearing it was even creepier, especially when he'd look at you with those eyes. It was like he was dissecting you every time he looked at someone. He's become strong, maybe too strong. Ada then says while chopping his hands, then we need to face him together as a team and figure out his weakness. Bakugo yells as he snaps at Ada, you idiot. If we tried taking him on together, then the time will run out. I'll take him on myself. I know more about the nerd than you do, so it'll be easier for me to figure out how to beat him while you look for the bomb. Ada nods before a thought occurs. How do you know that he'll be coming after us and not Uraraka? Bakugo answers as he looks away, that nerd's too powerful to put himself anywhere near the bomb. Meanwhile, in the observation room, All Might can't stop the stabbing pain of guilt that he got when he saw Midoriya during the entrance exam, as well as during the quirk apprehension test. How can I possibly make up for what I did to him? He lost his emotions because of me. He was pushed to the point of committing suicide and I just turned away without a second thought. I need to make it up to him, but how? Yaoyorozu speaks up. All Might. All Might looks at Yaoyorozu as she points out their time is up. All Might embarrassedly says, oh, right. All Might then says into the microphone, begin. Ada and Bakugo walk through the halls of the building, scanning the area to make sure there aren't any traps or that they aren't caught by surprise. As they walk up to the third floor, Ada comments, I'm surprised neither Midoriya or Uraraka hasn't done anything yet or even laid out any traps. Bakugo replies with a nod, yeah, I don't like it. The entire place is practically cleared out. They both stop in their tracks when they hear footsteps echoing from the stairwell to the fourth floor ahead of them. They see Izuku slowly walking down the stairs with his hands in his pockets. Izuku stops a few feet in front of them. Despite not having done anything, his very presence seems to overpower them before Bakugo bites out 4 eyes. You run ahead and get the bomb while I take care of Midoriya. Ada replies with a hesitant nod, right. Izuku allows Ada to run right past him without even glancing at him. Bakugo then gets into a fighting position, but Izuku continues to stand there unfazed. Bakugo grits his teeth in anger before rushing towards Izuku before he delivers a right hook. But Izuku slowly raises his left arm to block it with ease. Bakugo's eyes widen at just how easily Izuku blocked his attack. But what scares him most is how Izuku is looking down on him before he jumps back. Bakugo's heart begins pounding as he thinks, what the hell was that? Izuku then asks, are you afraid? That snaps Bakugo to attention before he realizes what Izuku had just asked. TCH, you think I'm afraid of you just because you've got some creepy ass stare and a fucking quirk? Izuku counters, then tell me, why did you jump away? Bakugo's feet freeze to the ground at Izuku's question, the Bakugo that I knew would have easily followed up with that right hook. And yet you chose to back away. Why? If not for fear, then why would you retreat from me? Bakugo clenches his fists before he yells out, why the hell would I ever be afraid of you? Izuku answers just as calmly as he always has, I'm not sure. However, there's no doubt that you hold some level of fear for me. Bakugo for the first time in his life wants to run. He wants to get away from Izuku as fast as he can, and he's not sure why. Izuku continues, perhaps it's because I'm so much different to how I was before. Perhaps it's because I have a quirk now. Perhaps it's because of how powerful my quirk is. Or perhaps it's because... Izuku makes direct eye contact with Bakugo. You simply can't comprehend what you're seeing. Bakugo can't move as his whole body trembles and thinks, is that what this is? Is this what it feels like ... to be afraid? Izuku slowly walks towards Bakugo as he says, it's obvious from yesterday's test that I'm significantly more powerful than you. So it must be quite frightening to see someone who used to be nothing suddenly become so powerful in less than a year. Izuku stops directly in front of Bakugo. I wonder ... how powerful do you think I'll become a year from now? As the words leave Izuku's mouth, the very thought completely overwhelms Bakugo. If this is how strong Izuku became after only a year, then when will it stop? Will his power double or even triple? How much power will Izuku amass before they even graduate? What's more, how much of a difference is there between their powers? Can Bakugo even put a scratch on Izuku after what he saw yesterday? Bakugo jumps away from Izuku, which surprises him even if his expression doesn't change. Bakugo says through gritted teeth, it doesn't matter how strong you are or how strong you become. Bakugo glares at Izuku as he feels a new resolve fill his chest. I will beat you. Izuku replies after a moment, you're a fool to try. Bakugo raises his gauntlet as he counters, you think that just because you blocked my first attack that means you're invincible. Bakugo grabs the pin as he yells, let's see how you take this. All Might yells out, young Bakugo, stop, you'll kill him. Bakugo replies just before he pulls the pin, he'll be alright as long as he dodges. Izuku raises his left hand as the explosion engulfs him and ends up destroying the stairwell along with part of the building. Bakugo chuckles as he says, you may be strong, but I doubt you could block that. However, with a wave of Izuku's hand, the smoke disperses, revealing steam coming from his left hand with his clothes barely singed while his face still holds the same emotionless expression. Bakugo's eyes widen with fear. Izuku had taken a fully loaded gauntlet explosion and didn't even flinch. What the fuck are you? Izuku answers as Bakugo falls to his knees, overcome with fear. I am. Hello, Ada says over Bakugo's comm. Bakugo, are you and Midoriya alright? I heard the explosion. Bakugo doesn't answer, but simply stares up in helplessness as Izuku walks towards him with that same calm yet fear-inducing stride. Izuku then says as he looks down at Bakugo, this fight is over. All Might and the students stare at the screen slack-jawed as they had just saw Izuku get engulfed in flames and came out unscathed if you don't account for the damage done to his costume. Kaminari comments in shock, holy shit. Hagakure asks, did he seriously just shrug off an explosion that was aimed directly at him? Kirishima says, I don't think Manly could even cover that. Todoroki thinks to himself, just how powerful are you, Midoriya? All Might just stands there thinking about how powerful Izuku has become in such a short amount of time and is grateful that Izuku has decided to become a hero. If Izuku had decided to become a villain as he is now, I'm not sure if I could beat him with as little time as I have left if he ever decided to become a villain. All Might focuses on Izuku's cold, emotionless expression. He would make a terrifying villain. Ada stands outside the door that he's been trying to get into for the past couple of minutes, curses. Bakugo won't answer and this door won't open. It feels like there's a cement wall preventing the door from at that moment. Ada recalls how the entire building was completely empty. At the time he had thought that the staff simply hadn't filled the building with any supplies or furniture. However, a thought occurred to him. What if the building did have supplies and furniture, but Izuku and Uraraka simply used them to blockade the door to prevent anyone from entering? Realization dawns upon him as he realizes why Izuku had let him through. It wasn't because he didn't think he wasn't a threat, it was because he knew he wouldn't be able to reach the bomb. Ada grits his teeth in frustration before he shakes his head. No, my brother wouldn't give up and neither will I. Moments later, Izuku, Uraraka, Ada, and Bakugo stand before the class. Now then, would anyone like to explain what went wrong here? Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to the battle. Midoriya and Uraraka managed to gather all the items in the building to barricade the door so that Ada couldn't enter. Bakugo may have been able to blow the door down, but that could have ended up damaging the bomb, which would be a total failure on the hero's part. However, Midoriya shouldn't have allowed Ada to reach the room, especially considering how powerful he is. Aside from barricading the door, Uraraka didn't do much throughout the match, mainly due to her being the one to defend the bomb. Bakugo was also reckless to the point of allowing his emotions to get the better of him and use such a dangerous weapon indoors which could have damaged the structural integrity. The only one who did well was Ada. He managed to reach the room and did everything in his power to try and break down the door even though the odds were stacked against him. Izuku remains emotionless while the others look down with varying levels of shame. Uraraka comments, "I know that I didn't really do much, but Izuku was right, this was the best plan for us to win. It may not have been very climactic, but I'm pretty sure most villains wouldn't leave something like this up to chance." Ada adds, "While appreciate your praise, I still don't feel as though I deserve it since I wasn't even able to retrieve the bomb no matter how hard I tried." All Might replies as he looks at Uraraka, "That's all right, you two. You're right, young Uraraka, that any intelligent villain would have stalled the heroes long enough in order to fulfill their plan. Just because you didn't show off your quirk or your abilities doesn't mean that you should be ashamed of that. This was to simulate a real-life heroes versus villain scenario, and you did just as what was expected of you." All Might turns to Ada, "As for you, youngie, while you may have lost the battle, you still didn't give up when all hope seemed lost. That's a trait that isn't taught in a school, but one that is a part of you, so be proud of that." Uraraka smiles while Ada bows, "Thank you, All Might Sensei." All Might then looks at Bakugo, "As for you, young Bakugo." Bakugo flinches at his name. "I'm sure you understand why I'm not pleased with your actions." Bakugo looks away as tears prick at his eyes. "I told you not to use your gauntlet against young Midoriya, yet you did so anyway. So unfortunately, I will have to report this. I understand that sometimes tensions can run high, but when I say no, I mean no." All Might then looks at Midoriya, but every time he sees the cold, emotionless expression, guilt shoots through his core. He did this. However, he pushes it aside before says, "Young Midoriya." Izuku's eyes remain focused on All Might as he patiently waits. "I understand that you're quite powerful, but taking an attack like that was very dangerous. You could have gotten killed. I'm not upset with you, but I am worried. I know how fast you are, so I don't understand why you wouldn't dodge young Bakugo's attack." Izuku answers, "The reason why I didn't dodge was because I wanted to show him the difference between our powers." All the students feel a chill go up their spine from Izuku's answer. Izuku explains, "I knew Bakugo wouldn't stop until the match either ended or until I had knocked him unconscious." Bakugo's entire being is focused on his determination and drive of becoming a hero and winning, so I knew he wouldn't stop no matter how much damage I could have caused him. However, though his greatest strength may be his determination, that also means that it's his greatest weakness." All Might looks at Izuku curiously. Bakugo was confident in his quirk, weapons, and abilities. He wasn't going to give up just because I could dodge his attack or that I could hurt him more than he could hurt me. That's why I blocked rather than dodged the attack. Because that blast was his trump card, so to see me so effortlessly block the attack with little to no damage done to myself, I thoroughly crushed his resolve without having to lay a finger on him. Everyone stares in shock of Izuku's explanation, mainly because none of them had thought about that. Even Yaoyorozu hadn't considered crushing the opponent's resolve in order to win the match. The thought of it was cruel to her. All Might of course thought similarly. The way Izuku had spoken was far too similar to how All for One would fight, to break a person's spirit so completely that they couldn't bring themselves to continue fighting anymore. Kirishima comments, "Dude, that's so unmanly." Izuku replies as he looks at Kirishima, "Whether or not if it's manly is besides the point. A villain will exploit any weakness they're given. A villain will take anyone hostage, man, woman, child, anyone. A villain won't hesitate to kill if backed into a corner. A villain won't hesitate to strike you down if you let them. When you defend, you don't let them cut you. When you protect someone, you don't let them die. And when you attack," Izuku's eyes suddenly seem sharper, "you kill. The villains won't show you any mercy, so it's only fair if you return the favor, though that doesn't mean that murder is the answer. You must still be prepared to make the choice between the life of a villain and the life of a mother, father, or child." Though Izuku's words were cold and harsh, the class understood what he meant. Being a hero wasn't about fame and glory, but being prepared to make decisions they may not want to make in order to save and protect others. It's at that point that they realize that there may come a time when they might not have a choice and it may cost someone's life, theirs or the victim's. It's at that moment that all the students nod as a new feeling of determination burns within them, to become strong enough so that they don't have to make those choices. Izuku doesn't realize what exactly he's done to inspire his classmates to not only do better, but become the best of the best. The next few rounds of the battle trial go by surprisingly well, with everyone taking them seriously and actually getting into character. They come up with creative ways of trapping or stalling their opponents, as well as discover reasons as to why they might have become villains if they had chosen that path. Kirishima as a villain talks about how chivalry is dead, how people are only out for themselves, and how weak society has become. Yaoyorozu lays the entire building out with traps as she speaks through the speaker system of the building to offset the heroes. She talks down to her opponents about how society is so focused on using their quirks specifically for heroism that it isn't even considered for other jobs, as well as how society has treated those with weaker or different quirks. The heroes throughout the exercise take what the villains say and use it to drive themselves forward so that way they can create a better society rather than tear it down. Needless to say, the exercise was a resounding success, which surprised All Might with just how seriously the students took it and the reasons they came up with for becoming villains. Izuku expected a lot of things from being a student at UA. Being harassed by reporters was not one of them. As he's being bombarded by their questions about All Might, he asks, "Do none of you have anything better to do other than prey upon high school students?" The reporters flinch from his question before a brown-haired woman answers, "It's our job to report the truth and facts. The faculty won't let us, and so we're having to do the next best thing. If you can just give us some information on All Might, then we'll get out of your hair as quickly as possible." Izuku then asks rhetorically as he tilts his head to the side while keeping his same emotionless expression, "Do you honestly expect me to believe that?" The way Izuku looks at the reporters unnerves them as he explains, "I know people like you. No means yes, and yes means do whatever you want. If I were to give you an inch, then you'll take a mile. If I answered one question about All Might, then you'll already be asking me two more. Neither the faculty, students, or myself have time to deal with your pointless questions." The reporters start to back away, but the brown-haired woman remains even though her legs are trembling. Izuku then states, "Besides, do you honestly think that UA and All Might should take time out of their busy schedules to answer every little question you have? In case if you haven't noticed, but the faculty are busy trying to run a school to train future heroes and teach future business leaders as well as support engineers. Yet, you want them to put everything down just for you. I don't know if you're naive or arrogant with that kind of thought process." In either case, Izuku narrows his gaze back off. Izuku walks through the gates, not bothering to look back at the frightened reporters who are standing just a bit further away. Some of them even leave after what Izuku had said, although the more stubborn and determined ones were scared straight. After Izuku's talk with them, they don't press for answers from the students, but gratefully accept any answer they get, even if it wasn't useful or insightful. Izuku and his classmates wait in homeroom for Aizawa to arrive. The students all chat amongst themselves over the exercise they had done the day before and how awesome it was. If Izuku hadn't done what he did during his exercise, they might have not taken it seriously and made plenty of mistakes. However, for them it's hard to approach someone who is so closed off like he is. Not that it's his fault that he lost his emotions, but how does someone just start a conversation with someone like that? Uraraka walks up to Izuku with a smile. "Hey Midoriya, yesterday's exercise was pretty cool, wasn't it?" Izuku looks at Uraraka, who's standing before his desk, before he nods. "Yeah, I guess so." Uraraka replies thoughtfully, "I wonder if that's how our classes will be throughout our entire high school career, or if it'll be like that only a few times." Izuku says, "I'd imagine that it wouldn't be like that constantly. I'm sure there'll be some parts of it that are more enjoyable than others." Kirishima chimes in, I know I said yesterday that what you did wasn't very manly, but I got to say you'd make a really scary villain." Izuku looks over with a quirked eyebrow as he replies, "Thanks." Yaoyorozu says from her desk, "The way that you portrayed yourself and how you act regularly really gives off an overwhelming pressure. Not to mention your way of speaking definitely helps with shaking a person's resolve. It's as though you're talking about facts of life, which isn't too far off from what you actually talk about. It's just so amazing yet terrifying how you see things so much differently from the rest of us." Izuku replies as he looks at Yaoyorozu, "I'd say that comes with how I was treated before I got my quirk and lost my emotions. However, I'm still not quite sure if losing my emotions caused me to manifest my quirk or if manifesting my quirk caused me to lose my emotions." Ada comments as he hums thoughtfully with his hand on his chin, "Yes, that does sound peculiar." Ashido adds, "It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Izuku looks at Ashido for a moment, which makes her nervous before he says, "I guess you're right. I never thought about it like that." Aizawa then walks in as soon as the bell rings. "All right everyone, to your seats." Everyone quickly rushes to their seats before Aizawa stands in front of the class with a stack of papers. "Now then, we'll be going over the exercise you all had done yesterday, and I have to say, Aizawa lets the anticipation build in his students. I was impressed with most of you." The students let out a sigh of relief, however. That doesn't mean there aren't more things to improve on, so that's what we'll be going over this morning. Aizawa looks over Bakugo. Bakugo's back visibly straightens as his name is called out. "I'm sure that by now you've realized just how reckless and dangerous what you did actually was. Had that have been a real mission, you could have gotten yourself and other people killed. But I also understand that Midoriya was able to get under your skin. However, most villains will try to do that, to get into your head and manipulate your thoughts and feelings. So next time, try to hold on to your drive and determination without going overboard. Understand?" Bakugo nods understanding as he replies, "Yes, sir." Aizawa then says Midoriya, "Well, you did win in an obvious one-sided match. Perhaps next time you should allow your teammate to show what they can do. Your strategy may have been foolproof, but the point of you and your fellow students being here is to learn, and they can't exactly do that if you're fighting their battles for them." Izuku nods as he replies, "I understand." Throughout the rest of homeroom, Aizawa goes through each individual student while giving them a bit of praise and also letting them know what they could have done better. After it's over, he says, "Now that that's over, it's time to make a decision that may decide the rest of your high school career." The students wait nervously. "You're going to have to choose your class representatives." Immediately, hands shoot into the air as they all start calling out to pick them for class president. Aizawa, however, says over the chatter, "I don't care how you choose. Just come to a decision before the end of class." Izuku doesn't participate in shouting to become class president. Instead, he reads through his quirk analysis and makes corrections to them. Ada then shouts out above everyone else, "Enough." Ada continues, "Once all eyes are on him, it's obvious that we won't come to a decision like this, so I suggest that we vote." Isui then asks, "But how do we know who to choose since we barely know each other?" Kaminari adds, "Yeah, won't everybody just vote for themselves?" Ada answers as he chops his hands, "That's why whoever has earned the most votes will be the most deserving for the position. We won't all vote for ourselves, otherwise we won't get anywhere, and shouting out our names won't do any good either. That's why this is the most quick and efficient way of choosing our representative." Jiru comments as she twirls her jacks. He makes a good point. Kirishima adds with a grin, "Yeah, I'm down with it." By the end of it, Yaoyorozu ends up as class president with Izuku as vice representative. Izuku thinks to himself, "How did I become vice president?" Aizawa says, "Beside Yaoyorozu and Izuku, all right. Yaoyorozu will be your class president and Midoriya will be your vice president." Yaoyorozu bows, "Thank you for putting your faith and trust in me. I won't let you down." Izuku then bows after her without saying anything. After class, Yaoyorozu walks towards Izuku feeling nervous, "So, it seems we'll be working together from now on." Izuku replies with a nod as he looks at her, "So it would seem." Yaoyorozu comments, "I know we haven't really talked much, but I hope that we're able to make this a great partnership." Izuku looks at Yaoyorozu in confusion before she explains somewhat nervously, "You see, before I thought you were kind of scary, even now I'm kind of intimidated. But in order to be the best class president I can be, you and I need to work together. Which means that I have to overcome my fears no matter how small they may be." Izuku replies, "If speaking to me is so difficult, then I can just hand the position to someone else." Yaoyorozu waves her hands as she tries to backtrack. No, I don't mean it like that. I mean, I still want to talk with you and get to know you as a classmate. It's just your demeanor is sort of off-putting. Not that I mean any offense to that. It's just how I feel." Izuku says, "I understand." Izuku extends his hand, which catches Yaoyorozu by surprise. "I look forward to working with you. If you ever need something, let me know." Suddenly, all the tension Yaoyorozu had before speaking to Izuku disappears before she shakes his hand with a smile likewise. As Yaoyorozu walks back to her desk, she can't help but wonder why she was so afraid of Izuku. He hadn't done or said anything threatening. Yet for some reason she was afraid of him, as if one wrong move could destroy her. However, as she looks back at Izuku's form sitting at his desk, she recalls what he had said during the apprehension test. Seeing Izuku sitting there writing in his notebook, she thinks to herself with a sad expression, "It must have been so hard and lonely for him before." During lunch, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru all sat with Izuku. Uraraka comments, "Congratulations on becoming class president, Yaoyorozu." Yaoyorozu nods with a graceful smile, "Thank you, Uraraka. I hope that I'm able to live up to everyone's expectations." Izuku adds with his eyes focused on his food, "You will. Your analysis of yesterday's fight was impressive to say the least. Being so detailed-oriented will definitely help with being class president." Uraraka says with a bright smile as she pats Izuku on the back, "Yeah. Plus I'm sure Midoriya here will help you if you ever need it." Jiru then says, "By the way, something's been bothering me since our first day." Uraraka and Yaoyorozu look at Jiru as she looks at Izuku. "Your quirk seems to be an enhancement type, yet for some reason you can shoot out bursts of energy." Izuku looks up before he swallows his food to answer, "It's actually an energy-based quirk that enhances everything about me. The energy that I possess allows me to move at incredible speed, grant me enormous strength, enhance my perception, as well as significantly increase my durability, as well as allow me to have high-speed regeneration. Even though I haven't had my quirk for very long, I've learned a lot about it, likely due to the fact that quirks of themselves have always been fascinating to me." Jiru then asks curiously, "How much power did you use during the ball throw test?" Uraraka and Yaoyorozu look at Izuku also with curiosity before he answers, 25%. The three girls yell out in unison, "What?" Their outburst draws attention, but none of them realize it as Jiru asks, "That was only 25%. Izuku nods before he says, "If I were to try to use any more, then I would be forced to use my first transformation." Yaoyorozu asks as all the girls sit down and some people nearby listen in transformation. Izuku nods as he explains 25% is the most I can do in my base form, 50% is what I can do in my first form, and my second form is when I use 100%. When I was experimenting with my quirk a few months ago, I actually had to leave Japan in order to actually test it. I had to go to an isolated island thanks to the quirk specialist's request for testing. No one has actually seen my second form due to it being too dangerous. The data that the quirk specialist got was from my own observations. Uraraka then asks, do you think it's possible to go into your second form without it being so destructive? Izuku answers as he looks at her, I technically can, but being at 100% essentially means that any move I make could prove fatal to those around me. I could go into my second form without ever actually doing anything, but that would be pointless. Jiro asks, are there any drawbacks to these transformations? Izuku thinks for a moment before he answers, none that I can think of. But I've never been in combat with anyone while in that form to truly know the full extent of it. However, considering how powerful I am in my base and first form, I doubt I'll ever find someone who could challenge me aside from All Might. As soon as Izuku is finished speaking, the alarm system goes off, sending the students into a panic. Uraraka asks, what's that? What's going on? A third year who's passing by answers, it's a level 3 alarm. That means someone has broken in on campus. As they all go to get up, they see how congested the hallway is with all the students pushing and shoving in a panic. Izuku comments, we need to get their attention and calm them down. If this continues any further, then someone is going to get hurt. Yaoyorozu then gets an idea as she says, looking at Uraraka, I want you and Jiro to cover me while I create something. Uraraka and Jiro both nod as they follow after Yaoyorozu while Izuku stands guard. Yaoyorozu undoes her shirt facing a wall while Uraraka and Jiro both look outwards while blocking anyone's view of her. Yaoyorozu creates a loudspeaker before she buttons up her shirt and walks towards the students in the hallway. Everyone calm down. The students all turn to look at Yaoyorozu. We are UA students. This is no time to panic. I want everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion. If you see anyone who's injured, please help them to safety until Recovery Girl arrives. The students then begin to evacuate in a calm manner before Yaoyorozu lowers the loudspeaker with a sigh. Izuku comments, looks like we know who broke in. The girls all look to Izuku, who is pointing outside the window to reveal the press that tried to interview them from earlier that morning. Jiro asks incredulously, really? Do these guys not have anything better to do than hound UA about All Might? Uraraka replies, apparently not. It didn't take long before the press was escorted off the premises with a warning from UA. It was the 4th day of UA. The students had a pretty good idea as to how most days would play out. General studies at the beginning of the day and hero studies towards the end. Izuku theorizes that it was done this way so that the students weren't exhausted during their general studies classes, which made sense. During the last class of the day, Aizawa says at the front of the class, all right everyone, today we'll be going to a facility for you all to train at. You can wear either your hero costume or your gym uniform. The bus leaves in 15 minutes, so get moving. The students all rush to grab their cases and get changed. Izuku takes out his repaired costume, which now has the addition to being made out of more durable material as well as being flame retardant. As they sit on the bus, most of the students are chatting amongst themselves while Izuku has his eyes closed, not interacting with anyone until midori. Izuku cracks open an eye as he looks to his left to see Asui, who's sitting beside him. I tend to say whatever is on my mind. Izuku wonders why she felt the need to say that before she says, your quirk reminds me a lot of All Might's. The entire bus goes silent as they listen to their conversation. Izuku replies, I can see how you could interpret that since both of us have super strength and super speed, but as far as pure strength goes, All Might has me beat. However, I think we'd be evenly matched in terms of speed, but my power is far more deadly than his, and any kind of attack he lands on me I'll either be able to withstand or regenerate from. Kaminari asks incredulously, did you just imply that you could beat All Might? Izuku answers as he looks at Kaminari, I can neither confirm or deny that I could beat All Might, both because we haven't fought each other and we haven't seen him use his full strength. Kirishima comments thoughtfully, honestly, I can kind of see how you two could be evenly matched. Everyone looks at Kirishima. I mean, we all saw what he did on our first day, and I can't imagine anyone other than All Might doing that. Ashido replies, Kiri's got a point. Kaminari adds, yeah, but I mean, I can't imagine All Might losing to anyone either. Izuku counters, All Might is just as human as anyone else and has weaknesses just the same. Whereas my only major weakness would only serve to change my goal entirely. Asui asks as she looks at Izuku, what do you mean change your goal? Izuku answers as he looks at her, my moral compass is purely based on my weakness. If someone were to try to use that weakness or try to exploit it, then I'll do whatever it takes to protect it, no matter how brutal or cruel I have to be. Ida states as he chops his arms, that's no way for a hero to act. Izuku counters as he looks at Ida, maybe so, but if someone takes my weakness then I won't be a hero anymore. Uraraka asks curiously, what is your weakness, Midoriya? Izuku looks at Uraraka for a moment, contemplating whether if he should answer or not before he finally decides, my mom. Everyone looks at Izuku in surprise as he explains she was always there for me growing up. She was the only one who cared about me. And even though she didn't think I could become a hero, she still did everything in her power to make sure I was happy and healthy, even if I was hiding my pain and despair from her. She's my moral compass. She's one of the only reasons why I'm still trying to be a hero despite how this society has treated me. She's the only thing I have left. And I won't hesitate to destroy anyone who tries to take her from me. Izuku's classmates look at him with sympathy. Even though what Izuku said was mildly scary, they still understood. If someone hurt their moms, they'd probably do the same thing. Aizawa stands up as he says, "We're here." The students all step off the bus before they walk into the dome-looking facility. Inside they see 13. Uraraka bounces on the heels of her feet excitedly as she says, "I can't believe 13's here. She's so cool." Izuku is reminded of how he used to be before he got his quirk when he'd see a new hero or quirk. 13 spreads out her arms as she says, "Welcome students to my rescue training facility. This entire building was made by my own design. We have the flood zone, the conflagration zone, rock slide zone, and downpour zone, just to name a few. Today we'll be teaching you all how to properly use your quirks in order to protect and rescue civilians. I call this facility the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short." The students all think to themselves, it's like Universal Studio of Japan. 13 then says as she raises her index finger, "However, there's a point that I'd like to make before we begin." All the students listen intently to 13. "As you well know, my quirk, Black Hole, can help with removing rubble or other debris in order to rescue people." Uraraka nods excitedly. "However, my quirk can also just as easily be used to hurt if used improperly. That is why I want all of you to think about your quirks when going through these simulations so as to gain a better perspective on your quirks and what it means to be a hero." 13 bows as she says, "Thank you for listening." Aizawa then walks up to 13 as they talk in hushed voices. "Wasn't All Might supposed to be here?" 13 answers as she raises 3 fingers. "Yes, but unfortunately he seemed to have used up his 3 hours earlier this morning." Aizawa sighs in frustration before he comments that man is the height of irrationality. Aizawa then turns towards the students. "All right, everyone, I hope you're all ready because..." Aizawa suddenly feels the air shift before he turns around to see a purple mist in front of the water fountain as the lights flicker off. The mist then expands as a large group of people exit through the portal. Kirishima asks as he steps forward, "What's going on?" Aizawa holds out his arm as he yells, "Stay back. Those are villains." Hagakure asks worriedly, "Wait, villains? How did they get in here?" Aizawa looks at Kaminari. "Kaminari, see if you can try and get in contact with the school." 13 evacuate the students and call for assistance. Before Aizawa can jump down the stairs to fight the villains, a hand grabs him by the arm. Aizawa looks back to see Izuku looking at him. "Your specialty is sneak attacks. You can't possibly take this many villains on all at once." Aizawa replies as he fails to pull out of Izuku's grasp, "You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony." Izuku counters, "If you go down there by yourself, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive." Aizawa explains it's a hero's job to risk their lives to protect others. Izuku replies, "Risking your life unnecessarily isn't the job of a hero." Aizawa looks at Izuku questioningly before Izuku explains that Mist Villain warped all those villains in here. If he manages to warp the students away, then that will put them in great danger. You're the only one who can prevent the students from being scattered. That's why you and 13 need to evacuate the students before the villains get up here. Aizawa replies with a scowl, "The villains will just follow us then." Izuku then says, "That's why I'll take them on." Aizawa's eyes widen in surprise before he looks at Izuku in frustration. "I'm not letting you go down there and face all those villains by yourself. You're just a kid and my student." Izuku counters, "It's the only option we've got. I'm the only one who has the chance of taking them all on, and we need to minimize the risk of the rest of the students as much as possible." Aizawa yells, "I'm not letting you risk your life just to end up getting yourself hurt if not killed." Izuku then rhetorically asks in a dark tone, "What is one life compared to 18 others?" Aizawa looks at Izuku as if he had just been slapped in the face before Izuku lets him go and walks past him. "Take the students and leave. Call the police and some backup. I'm sure we'll have plenty of arrests on our hands." Aizawa watches Izuku descend down the stairs as he clenches his fists in frustration before looking at 13. 13, we need to evacuate the students now. Yaoyorozu then asks worriedly, "What about Midoriya?" Uraraka adds with a worried expression, "We can't just leave him here." Aizawa replies as he looks at them, "We'll just have to put our faith in him." The villains all see Izuku calmly walk down the stairs with his hands in his pockets as his footsteps echo throughout the facility. A lot of the villains grin maliciously as they think Izuku's just an arrogant brat, while a few of them suddenly feel an underlying amount of fear well within them. They know that there's something not right about Izuku with the way he's calmly walking down the stairs as well as the emotionless expression he has. Just before Izuku reaches ground level, he asks as he looks at the sea of villains, "May I ask what you're all doing here?" One of the villains answers, "We're here to put an end to the symbol of peace." Izuku looks at the villain from a few steps above them with an uninterested expression as he asks, "Is that so?" Izuku then says, "Unfortunately, All Might isn't here right now, so I guess I'll be the one you'll be entertaining today. The villain's grins turn into angry growls as one of them says big words from a UA brat. Think you can back it up? Izuku counters as he looks at the villain who just spoke. Why should I be intimidated by a bunch of trash? Izuku's response causes a few villains with gun-like quirks to aim their barrels towards him before shooting. However, Izuku is able to see every bullet flying towards him and proceeds to catch each one that comes towards him. Once the villains are done shooting, they stare at Izuku in shock as Izuku holds out fistfuls of bullets before dropping them to the floor. Izuku then says, "My turn." Izuku uses Sunito to suddenly appear in front of the villain directly in front of him before punching him in the gut so hard that it sends him crashing into the villains behind him. He then looks to his left where the second villain who shot at him is staring in shell shock before he appears in front of her and kicks her in the stomach, sending her flying into a tree. The last villain who shot at Izuku raises his barrel again to take a shot at Izuku before he suddenly disappears from his sight. Izuku appears in the air behind him before delivering an axe kick to his shoulder, completely breaking it while sending him crashing face first into the concrete. Izuku looks down at the villain he just kicked before looking towards the rest of the villains before he asks who's next. The few smarter villains take that as their warning to stand down while the other villains charge forth with their quirks and fists at the ready, only to be taken down each with a single attack. Those who haven't attacked yet soon realize just how strong Izuku is and begin to feel their legs tremble in fear. Aizawa leads the students towards the exit while 13 covers the rear when the warp villain suddenly appears before them. Aizawa holds out his arms, signaling the students to stop. The villain states in a formal tone apologies for trespassing onto this property of heroes. However, we were under the impression that All Might would be here so as to finally rid the world of the symbol of peace once and for all. But it seems as though he isn't here at the moment. None of you would happen to know where he might be, would you? Aizawa asks as he grasps his capture gear. You don't honestly think you could beat All Might even with the number of thugs you've brought, can you? The villain answers, those thugs are merely there to keep the heroes busy. But it seems as though you've decided to run while a child does your job for you. Kirishima counters with a glare. Midoriya was the one who figured out that you would come here and try to scatter us across the facility, leaving us unprotected. The villain hums, I see. That child is quite impressive if it took him only a few seconds to figure out our plan. However, it makes no difference. You'll all be scattered in the wind soon enough. As the villain's form begins to grow, Aizawa uses his quirk to prevent his students from being warped away before using his capture weapon to bind the villain. Aizawa orders 13, get the students out of here now. I'll hold him off. 13 nods in understanding as she says, everyone run towards the exit, don't stop for anything. The students all do as 13 says before they run past Aizawa and the villain. The villain comments, so, you're a racerhead then, I've heard quite a bit about you. However, there's no way you could hold this up for long. Once all the students have left the facility, Aizawa allows himself a chance to blink. But when he opens his eyes, the villain is gone. Aizawa grits his teeth, damn it, he got away. A villain with a mutation quirk punches Izuku in the face, who doesn't flinch or show any signs of pain before he asks, is that all? Izuku then delivers a punch to the villain's stomach which sends him sprawling across the floor in pain. The villains are finally starting to realize just how outmatched they are. The warp villain appears beside the ringleader before the leader asks, so, were you able to take care of them, Kurogiri? Kurogiri answers, I'm sorry, Shigaraki, but unfortunately the students managed to escape. They had a racerhead with them. Shigaraki scratches at his neck before he asks irritably, were you at least able to find out where All Might is? Kurogiri replies, I asked, but did not receive an answer. It seems as though he isn't here right now. Shigaraki growls in frustration due to his plan flopping before it even got started before. He finally sighs, oh well, the least we can do is take care of the miniboss while we're here. Shigaraki notices how the remaining villains are hesitating to attack Izuku, who simply stares at Shigaraki before Shigaraki yells out, why are you hesitating? He's just one brat. One of the villains counters, this brat just took out half of our guys without even breaking a sweat. Shigaraki growls in frustration before Izuku interjects, it's not their fault that your plan has failed so pathetically. Your plan was weak to begin with. You had shown that you had someone with a warp quirk from the very beginning, which made it easy to guess that you would try to scatter the students across the facility while the heroes were distracted fighting the villains here. However, if the heroes had decided to evacuate the students rather than fight the villains first, then your plan would have failed without me interfering. Besides, how can anyone follow a leader who's sitting behind them relaxing? The remaining villains look at Shigaraki, who hasn't moved since he arrived, before Shigaraki counters, a strategist works best from afar. Izuku replies with a tilt of his head, perhaps. But you clearly aren't a strategist if it is so easy to foil your plan or even have a backup plan for when your first plan fails. Which means you aren't a strategist and are just an arrogant insect trying to face down a predator you can't possibly overpower. Shigaraki grits his teeth in anger before he gets an idea. Shigaraki acts calm as he says, you heroes are all the same. All you do is try to solve violence with more violence. Why is it that when a villain does it, it's considered evil, but when heroes do it, it's considered heroic? Heroes are nothing more than glorified attack dogs. Izuku says you're not entirely wrong. Shigaraki is surprised by Izuku's response before he counters, however. The reason heroes get violent is because there usually isn't any other way to subdue the villains. Izuku then asks as he narrows his eyes at Shigaraki, if I were to ask you to turn yourselves over without fighting, would you do it? Shigaraki grits his teeth as he clenches his fists in frustration. No, you wouldn't, because you don't gain anything from it. While it is fair to say that some heroes should be less violent, the fact remains that in order to subdue villains they have to fight. It's violence out of necessity to keep the peace. Shigaraki growls before he starts scratching at his neck. Damn it. Izuku then comments as his eyes seem to sharpen. My eyes see everything. There's nothing you can hide from me. Your attempt at making it seem as though you have some moral high ground failed long before the conversation even started. If your goal was to kill All Might, why attack UA, a school filled with children? Clearly you don't care about who you hurt or what happens to them. However, Izuku's gaze shifts to Kurogiri. I also know that you're all nothing more than puppets for your master. Shigaraki stops scratching his neck as his and Kurogiri's eyes widen in shock. Izuku then states as he gestures to the fallen villains, it's obvious that someone with so little charisma couldn't have possibly amassed this many followers, which means someone else is behind you pulling the strings. Whoever they are must have wealth, knowledge, or power in order to convince these ants to consider killing a hero like All Might. Kurogiri stares at Izuku as he starts to feel fear creeping up his body as he thinks, this child. Just who is he? Do his eyes really see everything? Shigaraki commands as he points at Izuku. Nomu, kill this brat now. Nomu disappears before reappearing behind Izuku ready to bring down his fist. But Izuku is able to block the incoming fist with the palm of his hand as he turns to face the Nomu. The attack sends out a shockwave as Izuku's arm starts to tremble from the amount of pressure the Nomu is exerting on him. Izuku comments, I'm impressed. I may actually have to use both hands to beat you. The remaining villains just look at Izuku in abject horror from the fact that he managed to not only withstand an attack from Nomu, but block it completely with one hand. The Nomu raises its other fist in preparation to attack, but Izuku uses Sunito to appear behind it and kick it in the side, sending the Nomu skidding across the concrete. Shigaraki's eyes widen in shock. He actually managed to push Nomu back. Izuku says to himself, so you have super strength, super speed, and shock absorption. I think I understand why it is that you follow orders from someone who is clearly weaker than you. The Nomu rushes towards Izuku again, but Izuku simply takes a step back, dodging the Nomu's punch as it's buried into the ground. You don't actually have a mind of your own, do you? The Nomu's empty gaze locks onto Izuku before it pulls out its fist. Izuku then comments, I wonder which of us will win, the mindless monster or the heartless monster. Nomu and Izuku continue to fight against each other, with Izuku either dodging or blocking Nomu's attacks before countering with his own, which the Nomu tanks. Their blows send out gusts of wind and shockwaves, which forces the remaining villains to either find cover or stay on the ground with their hands over their heads. Eventually Izuku decides enough. When Izuku blocks one of the Nomu's attacks with his left hand, he points his right index finger at the Nomu's arm at an upward angle 0. A giant burst of energy shoots from Izuku's finger, completely destroying the Nomu's arm. One of the villains asks in complete fear, what the hell was that? Even Shigaraki is surprised by the blast and at how Izuku has managed to hold his own against Nomu. However, what really shocks them to their core isn't the fact that Izuku managed to completely destroy Nomu's arm, but the amount of damage it did to the roof of the USJ with the giant gaping hole. One thought crosses all their minds, this kid could have killed us all in one shot if he wanted to. The Nomu tries to attack Izuku again, but he jumps away to gain some distance. It's over, you can't beat me. Shortly after Izuku says this, the Nomu's arm regenerates, which causes Izuku's eyes to widen slightly in mild surprise. Shigaraki asks hesitantly, did you really think super strength, speed, and shock absorption were Nomu's only quirks? Izuku looks at Shigaraki from the corner of his eyes, noticing the trembling of his legs. You say that as though it makes a difference. The Nomu takes this moment to attack Izuku again. But as Nomu goes to attack, Izuku uses Sunito to appear in front of him before kicking him into the air. Izuku then appears in the air beside Nomu as it reaches the peak of its height before Izuku kicks him again to the side. Finally, Izuku appears above the Nomu before he delivers an axe kick to the Nomu's back, causing the Nomu to fall on the fountain with the metal pipe piercing through its abdomen. Blood starts coming out of the fountain as the Nomu struggles to free itself. Izuku then looks at Shigaraki as he lands a few feet away from him before Izuku says with finality, it's over. Shigaraki stares at Izuku, completely overtaken with fear as he thinks this kid didn't just beat Nomu, he completely overpowered him, something that Master created to beat All Might. Nomu had all the quirks needed to kill him, and yet this brat took him down like it was nothing. Shigaraki thinks about Izuku's Zero, this kid could have killed us no problem, yet he decided to take them all down individually. He doesn't even see us as a threat. What the fuck kind of monster is he? As Shigaraki starts hyperventilating, Izuku says as he faces him, surrender now, it's obvious you can't win. Kurogiri uses his quirk to reach Shigaraki. But as soon as his mist moves, Izuku points his left index finger at him as time seems to slow, with Izuku charging his Zero to attack. However, Kurogiri manages to reach Shigaraki and warp away. Izuku lets go of the Zero, making it disappear before he hears a loud bang throughout the building. Never fear, because I am here. Izuku looks up to see All Might at the top of the stairs, who only just notices the number of fallen villains and the Nomu who's impaled by the fountain. All Might's eyes widen in shock and horror at the sight, but what disturbs him most is Izuku's vacant expression to the scene he's in. Shigaraki falls through the warp gate into a bar with Kurogiri standing behind him. A TV with audio only asks calmly what happened. Kurogiri answers as Shigaraki is still trying to gain his bearings. We were completely overpowered and outmatched, Sensei. Sensei replies after a thoughtful hum. I see. So it seems All Might hasn't lost as much power as I thought. Shigaraki counters with a shake of his head. No, Sensei. All Might wasn't even there. It was some monster. Sensei asks curiously, a monster you say? Kurogiri explains the child managed to defeat every villain we brought, aside from the ones who eventually surrendered. The child possesses great speed, strength, and endurance, along with who knows what other kind of enhancements. However, he also had the ability to shoot out blasts of energy that could have killed all of us in one shot if he wanted to. Sensei is thoroughly intrigued. He'd never heard of a quirk that powerful. I see. It appears there's another piece on the playing board. Shigaraki then adds, this time more calmly, that's not all, Sensei. There was something wrong with him. Throughout the whole fight, he didn't show any signs of emotion. The way he carried himself and the way he spoke almost seemed as though he wasn't even human, like he was some sort of monster. I remember him saying when he was fighting the Nomu, I wonder which of us will win, the mindless monster or the heartless monster. Sensei remains silent for a moment before he says, it would seem that from that statement that he managed to deduce that the Nomu had no will of its own. He must have quite an impressive intellect for him to reach such a conclusion. But what really interests me is the implication of what he said. Shigaraki and Kurogiri both look at the monitor. If he truly has no heart, then theoretically he should have no allegiance to the heroes, unless he has someone who's guiding him. Shigaraki's eyes widen in realization, which means if we're able to find this person, then we can control him. Sensei replies, please correct Tamura. However, before we do anything, we must gather more information on this heartless monster of yours. Once we know who he is, then we may be able to find who it is that's guiding him, and from there we can force him onto our side. Shigaraki grins maniacally as he says, yes, Sensei. Meanwhile, Izuku says as he stares up at All Might as all the villains lie on the ground around him, you're late, All Might. A chill runs up All Might's spine at the sight. He sees the boy he failed to save almost a year ago standing among the bodies of many villains, with one of them impaled on a fountain with blood pouring out of it. Bile rises up in All Might's throat, but he swallows it back down before he jumps down the stairs to meet Izuku. All Might asks, standing before Izuku, young Midoriya, what happened here? Izuku answers as he turns fully towards All Might. These villains managed to infiltrate the USJ through a villain with a warp quirk known as Kurogiri. Apparently, they were following someone by the name of Shigaraki, and they were planning on using a biologically engineered monster in order to kill you called Nomu. Izuku gestures to the Nomu, which is still impaled, but the bleeding has stopped due to the Nomu's regeneration. Izuku continues, Aizawa had wanted to fight the villains himself, but I told him just how irrational an idea like that would be, since I'm stronger, faster, and far more powerful than him. I managed to take most of the villains down while using roughly 5%, but I actually had to use 25% in order to subdue the Nomu. Don't worry, he's not dead. He has a regeneration quirk, so he should still be alive, if you can even call it being alive. All Might asks, disturbed, what do you mean? Izuku answers as he gazes into All Might's eyes, the Nomu has no mind or will of its own, it only follows orders. I would assume that it's because of the process it had to go through in order to gain its other quirks. All Might's heart stops as his eyes widen. Other quirks? Izuku explains, from what I've discovered, the Nomu has super strength, super speed, regeneration, and shock absorption. The reason why I know these are all separate quirks instead of just one singular quirk like my own is because Shigaraki had mentioned during my fight with it that strength, speed, and shock absorption weren't its only quirks. Honestly, I believe you could beat it if you hadn't wasted all of your time beforehand. But even then, you'd still have trouble with it considering how your wound must be affecting you. All Might grits his teeth in frustration as he puts his hand over his old wound. After all, Izuku is right. All Might had wasted all of his time earlier that morning, and because of that he wasn't at the USJ when the villains attacked. Not only that, but over time All Might hasn't just been losing time on his limit, he's also becoming weaker, likely due to the wound and how he has pushed himself. Izuku walks past All Might as he says, I should get back to my classmates. I'll let you take over from here. All Might's frustration spikes as Izuku had basically just told him to just clean up the mess. All Might thinks to himself, young Midoriya fought all of these villains with ease and managed to defeat a monster even I would have trouble with. All Might recalls what Aizawa had told him over the phone: they were after me and I wasn't here to protect them. How could I be so stupid and careless? How many times am I going to fail? Izuku walks out of the USJ with his eyes closed and his hands in his pockets before he hears Uraraka call out as she runs towards him from the bus. Midoriya. Izuku opens his eyes as Uraraka immediately hugs him to his surprise before she asks with a worried expression as she pulls away, "Are you alright?" Izuku replies, still somewhat surprised from Uraraka's question. She knows how strong he is and what he's capable of, yet she's still worried about him. "I'm fine." Uraraka looks over Izuku's form, not believing him, before she finally relaxes, letting out a breath. "Thank goodness. When we saw you shoot off your Zero, we got worried that maybe you had gotten overwhelmed. Most of us wanted to go help you and make sure you were okay, but Aizawa stopped us, saying we would just get in the way." More of their classmates rush off the bus to check on Izuku. Izuku goes to answer, but then he thinks that his immediate response would be too cold. Izuku thinks it would be pretty arrogant and condescending of me to say that Aizawa was right. I should probably say something else. Izuku replies with a nod, "Thank you for your concern. Fortunately, I had it all under control. I didn't have to use more than 25% of my power." Kaminari comments as he and the rest of the class group up around Izuku. "You mean that was only 25%? Izuku looks at Kaminari before he says, "That's right. But I only had to go that far against the villain that was made to kill All Might." The students all cry out in shock. "You beat the villain that was supposed to kill All Might?" Izuku says simply, "I may have had to use a little more if I didn't find a way to subdue the villain. Fortunately, I was able to do so." Aizawa asks as he walks towards Izuku, and hearing what he had said so far, "What did you do to him?" Izuku answers as he looks vaguely, "I didn't cause any irreparable damage to him. I simply incapacitated him." Aizawa's eyes narrow as he understands that Izuku had dodged his question. It doesn't take long for him to realize that Izuku is only doing so because of his classmates' presence. However, Todoroki seems to think that Izuku may have done something that would get him in trouble, but doesn't say anything. Once the teachers and police arrive, they start taking their statements. It doesn't take the detective long to reach Izuku since Aizawa and 13's statements were so short. Detective Tsukachi stands before Izuku with a notepad and Aizawa standing beside him, away from everyone else. "Now then, your name's Izuku Midoriya, correct?" Izuku answers with a nod, "That's right." Tsukachi then asks, "Would you care to explain exactly what happened?" Izuku explains while looking at Tsukachi, "Once I felt the static in the air, I realized something was wrong. Not too long after that, the lights went out. Then I managed to catch sight of the warp gate that the warp villain, Kurogiri, opened to let all the other villains into the USJ. Once I realized what type of quirk he had, it didn't take long for me to realize what they were going to use that villain for, which in my opinion would have been to scatter the students across the facility." Tsukachi then asks suspiciously, "What do you mean in your opinion?" Izuku answers, "Considering Eraserhead was going to jump headfirst into danger, it wouldn't take long for him to break eye contact, which the villain would use to warp to where the students and 13 were. 13 isn't a combat-oriented hero, and her quirk is extremely dangerous, which would make her reluctant to use it against another person even if they are a villain. Kurogiri could have used that hesitation to go through with their plan, or if 13 did decide to attack, Kurogiri could have just used his quirk to reverse 13's quirk onto herself, after which he would have scattered the students just as they had planned, putting them all in danger." Aizawa and Tsukachi's eyes widen in shock at Izuku's analysis of the situation before he continues, "Once I realized what their plan was, I advised Eraserhead to evacuate the rest of the students and allow me to take care of the villains." Tsukachi asks, "Why do you think you'd be more capable than a pro hero?" Izuku answers as he tilts his head, "Because as I said before, 13 isn't combat-oriented, and Eraserhead would eventually have been defeated if not killed had I not gone in his stead. My quirk is energy-based and as a side effect enhances everything about me: my strength, speed, perception, durability, regeneration, everything. I can also use the energy from my quirk in order to fire off 2 different types of energy attacks. Zero, which is what I used against the villain that was meant to kill All Might, which also created that hole in the USJ. And Bawa, which is more of a touch-based energy attack that uses less energy but still very lethal if used against a person." Aizawa asks angrily, "You used your Zero against someone?" Izuku replies as he looks at Aizawa, "I didn't kill him, or rather it. In fact, I don't even believe it is human anymore, if it ever was one." Tsukachi asks worriedly, "What do you mean by that?" Izuku looks back to Tsukachi as he explains, "The monster called Nomu was biologically engineered to kill All Might. It has strength enhancement, speed enhancement, shock absorption, and regeneration quirks. As you've probably already realized, its quirks aren't too dissimilar from my own, if significantly weaker. Sukachi and Aizawa's eyes go wide as they realize just how powerful Izuku actually is before he continues. I only used Zero as a last resort and an intimidation tactic at the time. Plus I only used it against the Nomu's arm rather than anywhere that might be lethal. Once I realized it could regenerate, defeating it wasn't a problem since I wouldn't have to worry about it bleeding out. Sukachi and Aizawa's stomachs drop in horror of what Izuku had said. But he doesn't realize it as he finishes after that. I immobilized the Nomu by impaling it on the fountain in the center of the USJ. I did this to prevent the Nomu from fighting anymore and to thoroughly crush any hopes the villains had of winning. I did what was necessary to end the fight quickly and efficiently. Had I not done so, I would have been forced to kill it. Sukachi and Aizawa just stare at Izuku, unsure of what to say or do. Aizawa was a man of logic, but at that moment they both knew that Izuku was a monster of logic. Aizawa wonders for a moment, is this what it's like to lose all of your emotions? To simply not care about what you do or what happens as long as the end meets the desired result. Aizawa recalls how his students had surrounded Izuku when he came out of the USJ before an idea pops in his head. I wonder if it's possible to bring Midoriya's emotions back. Sukachi, on the other hand, is seriously considering arresting Izuku, but he worries over how Izuku would react. From Izuku's explanation, it's clear to Sukachi that Izuku believes that the ends justify the means. So if he were to try to arrest him, what would Izuku do? Would he understand that what he had done was wrong, or would he lash out and kill anyone who got in his way? Eventually, Sukachi decides to speak with Nenzu about it. Clearly, Izuku isn't fit for the hero course and should be placed in a mental institution for his lack of empathy and cruelty. Izuku then says, however, this brings Aizawa and Sukachi out of their thoughts. The one who was giving orders to the rest of the villains, Shigaraki, is not the real leader of the League of Villains. Sukachi asks hesitantly, what do you mean? Izuku answers, Shigaraki was acting childish throughout the fight, yelling at his subordinates and throwing tantrums when things didn't go his way. He even tried to pretend as though he had some moral or just reason for being a villain by saying that heroes are just as violent as villains, yet the two are treated differently. Both Aizawa and Sukachi perk with interest of what Izuku's response might have been. I of course told him that such an idea was childish and naive. Heroes are only violent as a reaction to the villain's violence. Granted, some heroes could do with holding back, but it is necessary to preserve the peace. I even called him out on his attempt by asking him if he or the rest of his league would have surrendered if I had simply asked. Of course they wouldn't. They wouldn't gain anything from that. So, when reasoning fails, the only other option is to fight to protect those who can't protect themselves. Though it may not be heroic, students who are learning to become heroes should be taught how to use intimidation in order to prevent the villains from escaping or continuing on their crime. Aizawa and Sukachi both stare at Izuku in surprise before they realize that from Izuku's explanation, he didn't attack to cause major harm unless absolutely necessary. Izuku had attacked to incapacitate and to intimidate the villains around him in order to prevent them from fighting him. From what Sukachi had gathered from the medics before he went to interview Izuku, most of the villains weren't in any serious danger except for one whose face was almost completely broken from being smashed into the concrete. But even then, they'd be able to recover with a healing quirk. Aside from the Nomu, Izuku's attacks seemed almost harmless compared to what he could have done. Izuku could have just killed them all with a single zero and been done with it. But he didn't. He incapacitated every villain who attacked him and intimidated the rest. Sukachi thinks to himself, maybe this kid isn't too far gone. He then asks, you said before that you didn't think Shigaraki was the leader. Do you know who would be? Izuku answers thoughtfully, whoever is behind the league clearly has charisma and power in order to bring in so many villains, even if they are low-rate thugs. Plus, they would have to be knowledgeable in biology in order to create something like Nomu. So perhaps they may be a doctor or have a doctor on hand to do that for them. Not to mention that someone who has that kind of pull must also have wealth as well. So whoever it is that's pulling the strings is a very dangerous enemy that shouldn't be taken lightly. Sukachi's eyes widen in horror as he can think of only one person who matches that description. It can't be. He's supposed to be dead. How is he still alive? Izuku then asks, are you all right, detective? Sukachi blinks as he looks at Izuku. Truthfully, Izuku doesn't care about Sukachi or how he's feeling, but that's what his old self would have asked if in that situation. Sukachi replies with a fake smile, I'm fine, Midoriya. Izuku immediately picks up on the lie but says, nothing, thank you for everything you've given me. This information will really help with our investigation. Izuku nods as he replies, you're welcome, detective. As Sukachi leaves, Izuku comments, I thought he was actually going to arrest me just then. Aizawa looks at Izuku before he asks curiously, what would you have done if he did? Izuku answers, honestly, as I am now, I would have gone along with him and accept whatever punishment the law deemed fit. Aizawa is impressed before Izuku says, however, The only reason why I would do that is solely because resisting would end up causing my mom pain, and even though I don't feel anything anymore, I know I never want to do that. Aizawa thinks to himself, this kid's only weakness really is his mom. I'd hate to see what he would do if she were ever put in any danger. However, perhaps there's still a little bit of emotion left in there buried deep beneath all his pain and despair. Aizawa ruffles Izuku's hair much to his surprise before Aizawa says, "Come on, kid. The others are waiting for you." Izuku runs his fingers through his hair as he wonders what was that. Even though no one was harmed during the USJ attack, Nedzu still decided to shut the school down in order to put in more security protocols as well as help with the investigation. When Izuku got home, Inko had practically smothered him with her worry, which he tried to dissuade by telling her that he wasn't even injured. Of course, she knew Izuku wasn't injured, but the thought of her baby boy facing off against a horde of villains terrified her. Izuku may be strong, but everyone has a weakness. What if he had done something that he couldn't come back from? What if he killed someone and was put under arrest? What if he resisted and ended up hurting or killing someone innocent? These thoughts and worries swirl through Inko's mind as she holds on to Izuku with tears streaming down her face. But then she feels a gentle hand cup her right cheek. Inko opens her eyes to look at Izuku, who still has the same emotionless expression, but there's something different about it. "Mom, it's all right. It's over now. My teachers and classmates are fine. The police arrested all the villains. I'm safe." Inko buries her face into Izuku's shoulder as she cries out, feeling a little more comforted from Izuku's attempt. Izuku strokes Inko's hair soothingly. "It's all right, Mom. I'm here. I promise I won't leave you." The next 3 days go by in a flash. UA is still working on upgrading their security protocols, but it is now confirmed safe for students to go to school. During homeroom, Aizawa stands before the rest of the class. "All right, everyone. I hope you're prepared, because the fight's not over yet." A few of the students gulp as they think worriedly, "What's he got planned for us?" Aizawa states the UA Sports Festival is coming up. The class cheers in excitement before Aizawa uses his quirk, silencing the class. Aizawa then asks, "Now then, are there any questions?" Jiru raises her hand. "Is it really such a good idea for UA to be holding a festival shortly after we were just attacked by a bunch of villains?" Aizawa answers as he looks at Jiru. "I asked the principal the same question, but he seems to think that we should continue to hold the festival to show that UA is confident in repelling any villains that may try to attack us." While everyone here knows what really happened that day, the story is that the villains were defeated by All Might, 13, and myself. Aizawa continues, "While I personally don't like the idea of taking credit, I certainly don't want to jeopardize a hero student's future." The Racerhead pointedly looks at Izuku, who nods in understanding before he looks back over the class. "However, that isn't the only reason. This is also an opportunity to show hero agencies what you're capable of and work on cementing your roles as heroes. The sports festival happens only once a year. You only have 3 years, meaning that you have to make every second count. Understand?" The class replies in unison, "Yes, sir." The rest of the day goes by relatively quickly until lunch break. As Class 1 goes to leave the classroom, they see a crowd of students all around their door. Kaminari asks in shock, "Whoa, what the heck is going on?" Bakugo answers as he moves to the front of the class, "They're here to scope out the competition." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed student comments with a smug smirk, "Competition? The way I heard it, none of you even so much as did anything during that villain attack. Are you sure that any of you actually deserve to be in the hero course, much less in Class 1A? A few of Class 1A shift uncomfortably since Izuku was the only one who faced the villains while they all ran away. Bakugo, on the other hand, growled in both frustration and irritation. However, before a fight could break out, Izuku replies as he walks towards the blonde student, "Could you have done any better?" The blonde looks at Izuku, confused by his question. Izuku repeats, "Could you have done any better?" Izuku explains, "In case if you haven't already noticed, we're all first years still in our first week of training. Yet you seem to think that we're not only strong enough, but well-trained enough to take on a horde of villains. I don't know if you're naive or just outright stupid." The blonde growls angrily while a few students behind him chuckle before Izuku steps into the boy's personal space. "In either case, if I were you, I'd be less worried about us and more worried about yourself. If you focus too much on how we're progressing, then you won't realize just how far you're falling behind. So instead of antagonizing our class, perhaps you should focus more on your training, or else you won't even make it past the first round in the sports festival." The blonde clenches his fists before he yells, "It doesn't matter how strong Class 1 gets. Class 1B will still beat you in the sports festival." Izuku says with a cold stare, "You can try." From Izuku's words, the crowd of students feel something that they can't quite place, but it almost felt like fear. Suddenly, a boy with wild purple hair and bags under his eyes asks, "Is this how the hero course acts?" The purple-haired boy comments as all eyes are now on him, "I figured that you all would be more heroic, but so far I'm unimpressed. It seems to me that the 2 hero course classes only know how to start fights. But don't forget that the sports festival is a chance for everyone else too. If any of you so much as fall, the rest of us won't hesitate to take your place. You can consider this a declaration of war. Tension fills the air as everyone looks at the purple-haired student before Izuku states, actually, we have a spot open. Everyone looks at Izuku as they blink in surprise. Our teacher actually expelled a student on the first day of school. He even threatened to expel me for not using my full power. The purple-haired boy looks at Izuku in surprise. If you truly want to be a hero, then I expect you to give it your all during the sports festival. Shinsou thinks to himself as he looks at Izuku, I can't tell if this guy is serious or if he's actually looking down on me. He hasn't changed expressions once, but for some reason I don't think he's trying to pick a fight with me like that blonde idiot was trying to do earlier. After that, the crowd disperses as they all head to the lunchroom. Kirishima comments with a sigh of relief, man, that was intense. As they walk to the cafeteria, they all chatter amongst themselves over what had just happened, the sports festival, and how they're going to train themselves. Uraraka comments as she walks alongside Izuku, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro, I'm so pumped for the sports festival. Yaoyorozu giggles from Uraraka's excitement before Jiro replies with a smile, I don't think I've ever seen you this excited, Uraraka. Uraraka turns towards her friends, of course I'm excited. This is our first step to our hero careers. This is our opportunity to show what we can do. Izuku then asks, by the way, why do you guys want to be heroes? Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro look at Izuku in surprise. For a moment no one speaks before Yaoyorozu answers nervously, well, for me the reason why I want to be a hero is because ... well, there's just so much I can do with my quirk. Of course, I can create any weapon I want, but I also want to help people with my creations rather than just fighting villains. Plus, Yaoyorozu smiles as she looks at Izuku. It would also mean that anyone can be a hero if given the right tools. Izuku's eyes widen in shock from Yaoyorozu's thoughtful answer before Jiro says, drawing everyone's attention while trying to appear nonchalant while being nervous herself, well, my reason isn't as thoughtful as all that. Honestly, I didn't really want to be a hero at first. I actually wanted to be a musician like my parents. I saw that their music made people happy and I wanted to make people smile too, but then I saw this little kid getting bullied. I stepped in and scared the bullies off. After that I sort of ... may have taught him a few tricks on defending himself. When I taught him a new trick he would always smile and thank me. I guess that's when I decided I wanted to be a hero. Uraraka comments, looking depressed, your guys' reasons are so much better than mine. Yaoyorozu asks curiously, what's your reason, Uraraka? Uraraka blushes embarrassedly before she quietly answers, money. Jiro asks with a quirked eyebrow, money. Uraraka then explains as she looks down, you see, my parents own this construction company and they haven't been getting a lot of contracts for the past few years. We're even having trouble making ends meet. They spent all their spare cash just to send me to UA. I just want to be a hero so that I can make lots of money and give my parents an easy life. Yaoyorozu and Jiro look at Uraraka sympathetically before Izuku walks up to Uraraka and places a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look at him before he says, Uraraka, that is a noble goal. Uraraka's eyes widen in surprise. You're trying to become a hero in order to provide for your family and you're using your powers in order to help people. You have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. I'm only becoming a hero simply because of a memory. If anyone here has a shallow reason for trying to become a hero, then it's me. Uraraka opens her mouth, but Yaoyorozu cuts in, that's not true, Midoriya. Izuku turns as they all look at Yaoyorozu, who has a determined expression. Your reason for wanting to be a hero isn't shallow. You have lost so much throughout your life because you were quirkless. You were treated so horribly because you were quirkless. You've had your hopes and dreams taken from you because you were quirkless. Yet, you're still hanging on to the one thing that you wanted most in life, so no, your reason is not shallow. Izuku stares in shock before Jiro adds with her own determined expression, yeah, you had every reason to become a villain, but you decided to become a hero instead. You had a choice to be good or evil and you didn't even have emotions to stop you, but you're still trying to be a hero anyway. Uraraka jumps in also with a determined expression as she looks at Izuku. You have taught us just how unfair the world is. You've shown us just how cruel the world can be. You've given us the opportunity not just as heroes, but as people to help change it so that nobody has to go through what you did. Izuku looks between his three friends with a shocked expression before he feels his lips slightly curve upwards into a light smile as his eyes soften. Thank you. The girls are all surprised by Izuku's smile, and this time Izuku actually does feel something, gratitude. As Uraraka looks at Izuku's smile, she feels her heart skip a beat as she blushes lightly as she thinks he looks so handsome when he smiles. After 3 weeks, it's finally the day of the sports festival. Class 1 are all waiting in their designated waiting room in their gym uniforms. Most of them chatter among themselves until Todoroki walks up to Izuku, who is sitting at a table with his eyes closed. Izuku opens his right eye as he looks up at Todoroki. Objectively speaking, you're far stronger than me. However, that gives me all the more reason to beat you. Everyone looks at Todoroki and Izuku before Izuku replies with both eyes open, now if you plan on beating me, then you're going to have to use more than half of your power. Otherwise, you won't even force me to use more than a quarter of mine." Todoroki glares at Izuku angrily before Kirishima steps between them. "Easy, guys. We're all friends here." Todoroki walks away as he states coldly, "I'm not here to make friends." Not too long afterwards, they're called out to the field. As they walk out, Present Mike announces their arrival along with the other classes. Midnight acting as the umpire says into the microphone, "And now to give the speech we have Izuku Midoriya." Izuku calmly makes his way up onto the stage and in front of the microphone stand. Shigaraki, staring at a TV screen, says aloud, "That's him, sensei. He's the one who beat Nomu." All for One hums curiously from his own room as he too is watching the sports festival. "I can't wait to see what he's capable of. But at least we have his name now." Shigaraki replies with a grin, "Now we just have to convince him to join us." Kurogiri isn't the type to question Sensei's ideas, but he definitely has a bad feeling over this one. Izuku asks into the microphone, "What is a heart?" This gains everyone's attention as well as curiosity. People occasionally refer to it when making speeches. They speak of it as though it were something they could hold in the palm of their hand. However, more often than not, the people who give speeches only mention the heart in order to gain support. Politicians, businessmen, even heroes speak of this so-called heart in order to change the polls by making themselves seem more sympathetic and therefore appealing. They wish to make themselves appear as though they're good and morally righteous. But as the saying goes, looks can be deceiving. Izuku continues, "I've met many people who pretend to be good in front of the public, but are actually cruel behind closed doors." Izuku's former teachers and classmates who are watching the sports festival start sweating nervously as they realize what Izuku is going to say. "Believe it or not, but a little over a year ago I was diagnosed as quirkless. My peers treated me like trash. They would verbally and physically abuse me while using their quirks, which as many of you know is illegal." Inko begins to tear up as Izuku had never told her what he endured, but she was suspicious. "They would call me worthless. They'd say that I was useless, that my father left because I was quirkless." Most of the heroes are disgusted by what they're hearing along with the students. However, the teachers weren't much better. In fact, I'd argue that they were worse. They would often humiliate me in class. They'd ignore or even just watch in amusement while I was being beaten. On occasion, they would even encourage it, and if I ever complained, then they'd say that it was my fault for being weak, for being quirkless. The teachers all start to realize just exactly how bad Izuku was treated, as well as start to understand why he lost his emotions. "For 10 years of my life I went through hell. However, one day during my final year, one of my classmates had told me that if I really wanted to be a hero, then I should pray for a quirk in my next life and take a swan dive of the roof of a building." Everyone in the stadium gasps in shock except for Class 1 and Aizawa. Inko holds her hands over her mouth as she cries. Sensei comments, "Perhaps it'll be easier to convince young Midoriya to join us than I initially thought." Kurogiri thinks to himself, "If we try to force Midoriya to join us, he might just turn on us." Nedzu immediately decides to track down every teacher Izuku had at every school he went to, have their teaching license revoked and arrested. He's also going to look into each student that Izuku went to school with and blacklist them from becoming heroes. Izuku then comments, "You'd think that at some point along the way I would have gotten used to hearing stuff like that. But I was an emotional kid back then." However, that wasn't even the worst thing that happened to me that day. Everyone who didn't already know what Izuku went through think to themselves, what could be worse than that? Izuku continues, "After school let out, I met a top-ranked hero. Heroes are supposed to inspire people to do good and be good to others. So, since I thought that they'd at least give me some confidence, I asked them if I could become a hero even without a quirk." All Might looks down in shame while everyone else thinks, "I don't like where this is going." Izuku answers, he said, "Sorry, kid. But no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk." Even though Aizawa had already heard the story, it still pisses him off beyond belief. But now the rest of his coworkers are feeling his righteous fury along with Nedzu. A lot of the heroes who have non-offensive quirks are pissed off. Even a few heroes with offensive quirks are angry. Izuku then says this hero was supposed to have a heart of a hero, but he was just like everyone else, and hearing it from not just a hero, but a top-ranked hero, hurt so much more. They left shortly afterwards, not even giving me a second glance, leaving there in my pain, despair, and anguish. All the pain and suffering I've held back over the years finally flooded my mind. And as I was drowning in my hopelessness and despair, my quirk finally manifested. When it did, I realized that I no longer had any emotions. All the pain and despair I felt was just gone. It was like a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders, and at the time I never wanted to get them back. Izuku then looks down, however. When my mom had learned about my quirk and how I lost my emotions, she cried. When I heard her cry, I wanted to comfort her. I wanted to tell her that everything was all right. But since I no longer had my emotions, I only ended up hurting her even more. It was at that moment that I realized a heart isn't something to be used or hurt lightly, because you never know when you might lose it. Izuku looks out towards the crowd. A heart isn't something to be talked about so lightly, Those who truly have hearts and care about those around them don't talk about hearts. True heroes and truly good people show their hearts through their actions, by saving and helping those around them even when it isn't asked for. A heart is the embodiment of empathy, sympathy, kindness, care, and love. That's why when I become a hero, I'm going to put an end to all forms of quirk discrimination and expose every single false hero as the monsters they truly are. The crowd stands up in applause with the students and teachers. Uraraka smiles proudly at Izuku as he walks off the stage. At the same time, Todoroki watches Izuku with mixed feelings. He understands Izuku's goal, but he has his own goal to fight for as well. Midnight then says as she wipes away a stray tear. Now with that inspirational speech out of the way, let the sports festival begin. After hearing Izuku's opening speech for the sports festival, many people are immediately rooting for him to win. A man with black hair, turquoise eyes, and covered in scars watches the jumbo TV on the street with rapt attention. He wonders to himself if Izuku actually will keep his promise and expose the fake heroes of society. However, he also sympathizes with Izuku's background and understands why he would keep said promise if what he's saying is true. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired girl with 2 side buns and yellow eyes watches the TV with a blush. He's so handsome. Add on his background, and she becomes even more infatuated since she was abused and neglected because of her villainous quirk. However, when Izuku states with complete seriousness that he's going to expose fake heroes, that she starts to fall for him. At the same time, a pink-haired lizard man with a red scarf and white bandana mask across his eyes watches with a smile. The man comments to himself, it seems this kid is a follower of Stain as well. I'm sure Stain would love to meet him. However, Stain isn't watching the sports festival. In fact, he's trying to decide who his next target should be. Midnight announces as the screens roll like a slot machine for the first round of the sports festival. We have the screen stop the obstacle course. Midnight then explains as a map of the track is shown on screen. As the contestants run through the track, there will be certain obstacles and surprises that they'll be forced to overcome. Now, go beyond, plus ultra. The students all cheer before they head for the starting line, which happens to be a giant red gate. After a few moments, the race starts as Present Mike calls out go. All the students rush through the exit, but wind up congesting the tunnel with everyone trying to go at once. However, most of the hero students want to use their quirks in order to exit the tunnel. Todoroki runs ahead of everyone before he hears Present Mike narrate. Looks like the Midoriya has managed to reach the first obstacle. Todoroki looks ahead in surprise to see Izuku standing off in the distance before a horde of 0-pointers. Todoroki thinks to himself, how did he get ahead of me so quickly? I thought for sure that he wasn't even at the front of the pack. Aizawa explains while the audience is confused over how Izuku managed to get ahead of everyone else. Midoriya has a technique he calls Sunito. It allows him to travel at incredible speeds in under a second. Present Mike comments, talk about impressive. Guess the little listeners got to go fast. Aizawa groans in annoyance of Present Mike's joke. Izuku looks up at the 0-pointers looming over him and thinks about using his Zero, but decides against it. He doesn't want to use one of his most powerful attacks right off the bat. Besides, it's not like he can't just simply rush through them. Izuku uses Sunito to make it to the other side of the area without the robots even realizing. Meanwhile, Todoroki has finally reached the area and uses his ice in order to freeze them while they're off-balance. Todoroki thinks to himself irritably, does Midoriya think this is some sort of game or something? Present Mike then announces, wow, it looks like Midoriya just sped past all the 0-pointers and already made it to the second obstacle. Izuku stands before a cliff with several wires stretching outwards connecting to different platforms that connect to each other. Honestly, Izuku could have just simply used Sunito all the way to the finish line. But he doubts the audience would appreciate that, so instead he decides to jump from one platform to the next in quick succession before he finally makes it to the other side. Present Mike comments, wow, looks like Midoriya just passed through the second obstacle like it was nothing. Aizawa replies, Midoriya possesses incredible strength and has an ability he calls Pesquisa. This ability enhances his perception of everything and everyone around him. It's almost like a sixth sense. From what I understand, he can also use this ability in order to gauge his opponent's fighting capability. Even with what they've seen so far, almost every hero can tell just how powerful Izuku is with his super strength, super speed, and enhanced perception. Todoroki runs across the wires while freezing them as he glares at Izuku's back. Izuku then uses Sunito to reach the next obstacle. Present Mike then announces it looks like Midoriya has made it to the final obstacle. How is he planning to overcome it? Izuku could very well Sunito over the mines, but that'd just be anticlimactic, so instead he decides to quickly but efficiently run at normal speed between the mines. However, as Izuku is about a quarter of the way through, Todoroki freezes the ground and thus Izuku's feet. Izuku looks back with his emotionless expression to see Todoroki with an angry expression running towards him. Izuku wonders to himself, what's he so mad about? However, Bakugo is flying behind him by using his explosions to propel himself forward. Get back here, half and half. Izuku then thinks to himself, now Bakugo I can understand. Izuku breaks the ice before he sonitos to the finish line. Since the minefield has been frozen, there's no point in pretending that it was actually difficult. As Izuku appears in the stadium, confetti shoots out as Present Mike announces Izuku Midoriya has taken first place. The crowd cheers while Todoroki comes in second place and Bakugo comes in third, both feeling intense frustration. Todoroki glares at Izuku while more contestants pass the finish line. Meanwhile, Bakugo simply looks at Izuku as he thinks, I knew I wasn't going to take first place. Midoriya is just too strong. However, Bakugo turns his attention towards Todoroki with a glare. Half and half thinks he can win this fucking festival while only using half of his power. If Midoriya doesn't beat that stupid idea out of his head, then I will. Uraraka walks up to Izuku after she finishes with sweat running down her face and a smile. Can't say I'm surprised that you took first place. Izuku looks at her before Yaoyorozu and Jiru walk up to them. Jiru comments, honestly, I was expecting you to just clear the entire course in the first few seconds. Izuku replies with a shrug, I could have, but I felt that the audience deserved to see what I was capable of. But I wasn't expecting Todoroki to freeze the ground there at the end. Yaoyorozu nods in agreement, I know what you mean. After he froze the ground, it wasn't even an obstacle anymore. Midnight then states with a crack of her whip, now, onto the second round. The screens begin to roll again before they finally stop. King of the Hill. Midnight explains, all of you will be splitting off into groups of 3 or 4. Each group will try to earn the most points. A map of the field shows where rings around the hill with different colors and numbers to indicate what points those areas are worth. The areas you see on screen are the amount of points you'll receive. The bottom is worth the 10 points while the one at the top is worth 50 points. Points will be given out after each minute. The group with the most points wins the round. Each teammate will earn points for their team. However, Midnight smiles sadistically. The winner of the last round will be handicapped. The students all look at Izuku as Midnight explains they will have to wear a quirk suppressant anklet and their team will only receive half of the points they normally would. Now, time to group up. Izuku walks towards Midnight as she hands him the anklet before he cuffs it around his ankle. When he turns around, he already sees most of the people already grouping up. Izuku thinks to himself, if I still had emotions, I'd probably be freaking out right now and worrying about finding teammates. Izuku is broken out of his thoughts when he sees Uraraka walking up to him with a smile. Are you ready to win, Midoriya? Izuku comments, I'm surprised you'd join up with me since I'll basically be reducing our number of points by half. Uraraka replies, yeah, but you're super strong even with your quirk being suppressed. Besides, I couldn't let my best friend fend for himself. Izuku blinks in surprise as he thinks best friend. Uraraka then turns around as she starts looking around. Now then, we need at least one more person to join us. Izuku looks down at the anklet on his leg, trying to figure out how much power he's capable of. When he asked Midnight how much power it suppresses, she had told him that it suppresses half of his power. However, since most of his power is locked behind his transformations, that means that in his base form, he can only use a little more than 12%. If he were to use his first transformation, then he'd only be able to use 25%. Then in his final form, he'd only have 50%. Izuku wonders to himself as he looks at the anklet, I wonder if they'll let me use this during the final round. However, he's broken out of his thoughts as a girl with pink dreadlocks confidently walks towards them. Uraraka doesn't seem to notice, and if Izuku didn't have his Pesquisa, he might not have noticed her either. The pink-haired girl loudly greets, hello there, Mr. First Place. Uraraka jumps in surprise before she turns around to see the girl. My name's Mei Hatsum, engineer extraordinaire, and I would like to join your team. Izuku asks curiously, any particular reason as to why? Most people would tend to avoid those that would only hinder their progress. Hatsum laughs before she answers, that may be true, but you took first place in the last round without even trying, so I seriously doubt you'll lose. Hatsum then lifts her goggles. Besides, I'm only in this festival to show off my babies, so with you being Mr. First Place, everyone will have their eyes on you. Uraraka blushes as she exclaims, babies? Hatsum nods as she steps aside to reveal a crate full of her inventions. Izuku comically thinks to himself, how did I not notice that? Hatsum then starts to pull out various inventions and explains what each of them is capable of. At that moment, Izuku starts to formulate a plan. After Hatsum is done showing off her babies, Izuku informs both Uraraka and Hatsum of the plan he's come up with. Present Mike calls out when the stadium has been raised into the form of a steep hill. Begin. Izuku sonitos to the top with ease while Uraraka negates her own gravity while keeping the gravity on the hover boots Hatsum gave her to follow after Izuku, while Hatsum uses a jetpack to fly to the top. As Izuku stands above everyone else on the hill, he notices Ida rushing towards him before sending out a quirk-powered kick, which Izuku blocks by raising his right arm. Izuku then uses a kick of his own to send Ida tumbling back down. While Izuku's back is turned, another contestant tries to go in for a surprise attack before Uraraka grabs them and throws them aside before releasing her quirk. At the same time, Hatsum uses her net gun in order to trap another contestant before Uraraka asks, "Are you alright, Midori?" Izuku nods in affirmation, "I'm fine. Now let's hold the line. Make sure to use the gear that Hatsum gave you." Uraraka replies with a determined expression, "Right." The three of them then proceed to fight off a horde of students aiming for the top while also watching each other's backs. Bakugo launches himself into the air above the hill as he yells out angrily, "Deku." Izuku turns to face Bakugo with his same emotionless expression as Bakugo falls towards him with his hand outstretched before letting out an explosion at the point of contact. As the smoke clears, Bakugo has a hold of Izuku's left arm, which he used to block the explosion. Izuku comments, "Giving away your position during a fight isn't what I would call smart." Izuku then kicks Bakugo in the stomach, causing him to fall down the hill before he fires off a few explosions to regain his footing. Bakugo screams angrily as he launches himself upwards, ready to attack Izuku again, but is intercepted when Hatsum shoots him with her net gun. Izuku looks over at Hatsum before nodding in gratitude, even if it wasn't necessary. However, immediately afterwards the ground is frozen in a sheet of ice. Izuku looks to his right to see Todoroki looking at him before he sends out a wave of ice. Izuku shatters the oncoming ice with a wave of his left hand before he slams down his right foot to shatter the sheet of ice. Izuku sonidos in front of Todoroki before hitting him in the chest with the palm of his right hand, causing him to slide back before Todoroki creates a slab of ice to prevent himself from falling. Izuku glances out of the side of his eye to see Uraraka looking at him worriedly before he subtly shakes his head. Uraraka nods in understanding as she continues to defend her position at the top of the hill alongside Hatsum. Todoroki comments, "You aren't even taking this seriously." Izuku looks at Todoroki, who he sees is now upset. "You could have easily won the first round within seconds, but you held back the entire time." Izuku counters, coming from the one who won't even use half of his power. "That doesn't mean much." Todoroki coldly replies, "At least I'm using half." Uraraka and Hatsum fight the oncoming onslaught of contestants not too far from each other. Uraraka uses her quirk in order to toss people aside, while Hatsum uses one of her many gadgets in order to repel them. At one point, Uraraka notices an opponent has managed to sneak past them and is currently behind Hatsum with their quirk at the ready. However, Uraraka catches the opponent by surprise before throwing them aside, which catches Hatsum's attention. Hatsum smiles at Uraraka, "Looks like I owe you one." Uraraka smiles at her appreciation before Hatsum aims her net gun over Uraraka's shoulder to take out an opponent behind her. Uraraka looks back to see the fallen contestant before she looks back at Hatsum with a smirk. "Looks like that makes us even." Hatsum then tosses Uraraka one of her babies before the two of them return to their respective positions in order to fight off the enemies that are approaching them. However, as time passes, the sooner people begin to realize that it's pointless to fight against Izuku's team. Izuku is far too powerful even with his quirk being suppressed. Uraraka negates the gravity of anything she touches, making close combat pointless. And Hatsum is practically a one-girl army with her babies, not to mention that she gave Uraraka some of her gadgets. Todoroki rushes towards Izuku, who sidesteps out of the way. But Todoroki, being as well trained as he is, manages to maintain his footing on the shattered ice. Todoroki comments, "You always use your quirk in order to intimidate your opponent. You've never taken a single fight seriously since we started at UA." Izuku asks, "Seriously, are you trying to use arguments that could be used against yourself?" Todoroki yells angrily, "Unlike you, I have a reason for only using my right side." Izuku quirks an eyebrow before Todoroki rushes towards him. Todoroki manages to grab hold of Izuku's arm with his right hand before he starts to freeze him. However, even with Izuku's powers being suppressed, he manages to break the ice around him with his strength before tossing Todoroki aside. Todoroki asks quietly why. Izuku narrows his eyes at Todoroki before he says loudly, "Why are you holding back? This is our chance to show the world what we're capable of, and you're not even going to use even half of your power." Izuku asks curiously as he tilts his head slightly, "Why are you so angry?" Todoroki looks at Izuku in surprise. "You're getting angry at me for doing the same thing that you're doing. Doesn't that seem a little hypocritical?" Todoroki clenches his teeth in anger. "I have my reasons." Izuku counters coldly, "Everyone has a reason for doing what they do, so I fail to see your point." Todoroki clenches his fists before Izuku says, "I have a reason for not using my full power or even half of it. Any higher than 25% in any action I take will cause massive damage. Any higher than 50% and my power becomes unstable. If I were to use 100%, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally destroy a city in the process." Todoroki asks with a glare, "And how do we know you aren't lying?" This gains Izuku's attention. "How do we know that what you're saying is even true? If it were true, then why haven't you shown everyone what you're capable of?" Todoroki then yells out, "You're heartless. You have no emotions. Everything means absolutely nothing to you. So why wouldn't I believe you're lying?" Izuku replies, "You're right. Todoroki's eyes widen in shock from Izuku's admission. I am heartless and I don't have emotions. To be perfectly honest, I don't particularly care about what happens to this world or the people who live in it. I could very well destroy everything, and I'd every reason to, considering how this world has treated me since I was 4 years old. I could have killed my former classmates. I could have killed the hero who crushed my dreams. I could destroy everything in the world without a shred of remorse. As Izuku speaks, Todoroki feels a twinge of fear as his tone remains scarily calm. However, you're wrong about everything meaning nothing to me. Izuku starts to walk towards Todoroki. The only reason I haven't done any of that is because of my mom. Even though she never believed in me, she still cared about me. Todoroki takes a step back. I've also come to realize that not all people are as cruel as the ones I had previously met. There are those who genuinely care and worry about my safety despite knowing what I'm capable of. Todoroki takes another step back. There are also those who, despite knowing I have no emotions and no heart, still try to get close to me. Izuku is now in Todoroki's face. Besides, who's to say that I'm not telling the truth? The left side of Todoroki's body starts to ignite in fight or flight response before they hear Present Mic call out, "Time's up." The flames are immediately extinguished in relief before Izuku walks away from Todoroki. Uraraka wipes the sweat from her head as she comments, "I can't believe we did it." Uraraka then looks over at Hatsune with a smile. "Your babies are amazing, Hatsune." Hatsune replies with her own smile as she pulls up her goggles and lands, "I knew you'd like them." Midnight then says as she gestures to the screen with her whip, "Now then, it's time to total up the points." On the screen it shows Izuku's team in first, Todoroki's team in second, Bakugo's team in third, and Shinsou's team in fourth. However, since Izuku's team only had 3 people on his team, one position is open for another contestant in the final round. The crowd cheers and applause for the winning teams. However, Todoroki and Bakugo aren't the least bit happy. Bakugo is furious at not coming in first, not coming in second, but coming in third. Todoroki, on the other hand, is looking at his left hand as he realizes what just happened towards the end of that match. Present Mic announces, "Now before we begin the third and final round, we're going to take an intermission for everyone to take their lunch." Present Mic turns off the microphone as he says, "Come on, Shota, let's go get something to eat." Aizawa grabs his sleeping bag as he follows after Present Mic. Uraraka grabs Izuku's hand with a smile as she says, "Come on, Midoriya. Let's go find a place to eat before all the seats are taken." However, Todoroki interrupts them when he says, "Midoriya." Izuku looks over at Todoroki while Uraraka looks at him with a glare. "We need to talk." Uraraka looks like she wants to protest, especially after what she heard Todoroki say about Izuku. But Izuku looks at her and says, "Go." Uraraka looks at Izuku in surprise. "Save me a seat." Uraraka nods before she reluctantly walks off. Izuku then asks as he looks at Todoroki, "So, are you finally going to tell me what's been bothering you?" Todoroki replies, "Not here. We need to go somewhere more private." Izuku then motions with his hand, "Lead the way." Todoroki then leads Izuku inside the stadium. Izuku and Todoroki stand opposite of each other in a hallway. They'd been standing there for almost a minute of silence. However, Todoroki is still trying to think of what he wants to say, and Izuku doesn't feel the awkwardness of the situation, but still recognizes it. Eventually, Izuku comments, "If we stay here any longer, we're going to wind up missing lunch, and while that doesn't mean much for me, I doubt you could go without it." Todoroki looks at Izuku for a moment before he finally says, "I was overwhelmed." This catches Izuku's attention, and it made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Todoroki says as he looks at his left hand. No one else on the field even caught a glimpse of what had happened. In that moment, I felt what Bakugo had felt during our first exercise, an overwhelming sense of fear and also power. It reminded me of All Might, how he's the strongest hero in the world and how villains are afraid of him when he arrives. The power that was coming from you felt similar to All Might's. Todoroki then asks as he looks at Izuku, "Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child?" Izuku blinks as he's caught off guard before he comments, "I can't tell if you're being serious right now or not." Todoroki replies with a nod, "I am." Izuku answers, "No, I'm not All Might's secret love child. My sperm donor divorced my mom and abandoned us when he found out I was quirkless. I can't even remember what he looks like or what his voice used to sound like. But his existence is inconsequential." Todoroki hums in interest, "I see. But it's still strange that All Might would be teaching at UA where you're attending. Add on to the fact that you two are similar in the aspects of strength and power, it would make sense if you were." Izuku's eyes narrow. "My sperm donor's name is Hisashi Midoriya. He has a fire-breathing quirk. There is absolutely no relation between All Might and myself." Todoroki counters, "Unless that's the cover story you're using." Izuku then asks, "What is the point of your questions if you aren't even going to believe my answer?" Todoroki thinks for a moment before he answers, "My father is the hero Endeavor. He's been after All Might's position as number 1 for years. So, if you're similar in power to All Might, then that gives me all the more reason to beat you no matter how strong you claim to be." Izuku then asks, "Is this some way of trying to make your father proud?" Todoroki glares harshly as he answers, "No. Todoroki recomposes himself before he asks, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku's eyes widen as Todoroki explains they became a problem in the first few generations of quirks after they became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful offspring. Many people were forced into relationships. It was viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages, but clearly it was unethical. Todoroki continues as Izuku clenches his fists. My father has a rich history of accomplishments and plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives in order to get his hands on her quirk, and now he's using me to usurp all might. A burning sensation emanates from Izuku's chest. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that selfish bastard. In every memory of my mother, I always see her crying. Todoroki puts his hand on his scar. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. Todoroki then states the reason I picked a fight with you was to show what I was capable of doing without having to rely on his damned fire quirk. I'm going to show him that I reject his power. Todoroki looks up only to be surprised by the look of pure fury on Izuku's face. He also notices the black and green energy emanating from his body as his fists shake in righteous anger. However, Izuku soon regains control over his power as the feeling in his chest slowly fades. I understand. Todoroki is surprised from Izuku's response. If I were to have gone through what you did, I too would be consumed by hatred. However, Izuku looks Todoroki in the eyes. If you truly plan on beating me, then you'd better stop holding back. Todoroki glares in anger before Izuku says, if I were to let you beat me without a proper challenge, then you'd never know if you could beat me with just your eyes. On the other hand, if I were to give you a proper challenge, then you must realize that your eyes won't be enough to beat me. In either scenario, do you honestly think Endeavor cares in the slightest? Todoroki asks, what do you mean? Izuku explains, considering how arrogant and childish Endeavor is, I seriously doubt that he cares about how you surpass All Might. I've studied heroes for as long as I can remember. I've studied their quirks, fighting styles, even combinations and team-ups. However, I've also given them my own personal ranking based on their personalities with the public and how they handle situations. Endeavor was always ranked at the lower end of the spectrum due to his personality and way of treating people, heroes, civilians, vigilantes, or villains. To put it simply, Endeavor is the kind of hero who believes the ends justify the means, so why would he care about how you get to the top as long as you get there? Todoroki's eyes widen in realization before he asks angrily, then why would he try to force me to use his fire? Izuku answers abruptly, because you're hindering yourself. Todoroki jerks back as though he were slapped in the face as Izuku continues, you have the power of both ice and fire, yet you're only using half of it. In any real-life situation, you'd not only put civilians, but also yourself in danger as well. Considering how popularized heroes are, there's no doubt that people will start to figure out that you leave your left side completely open. And if I were to figure that out in less than a month of knowing you, how far do you think your career will go once villains figure it out? Izuku then says, besides, you say that you don't want to be controlled by Endeavor, yet you're playing right into his hands by allowing him to control every part of your life. Todoroki asks, what are you talking about? Izuku answers, everything you've done up to now has been to spite Endeavor. Every action, every thought, everything has been because of Endeavor and nothing else. By allowing your judgment to be clouded by your hatred for Endeavor, you're ultimately allowing him to control every part of your life. Todoroki's eyes widen before he looks down at his left hand before Izuku says, if you truly want to get back at your father, then do what I do. Todoroki looks back up to see Izuku's cold, emotionless eyes ignore his existence. Todoroki stares in shock. You are not Endeavor, I'm not All Might, and they're not us, therefore they are inconsequential to our lives or our choices. In All Might's case, it's because I have no relation to him. In Endeavor's case, it's because he has no right to call himself a hero, husband, or father. He's nothing but trash, so treat him like trash. Izuku starts to walk away as he comments, I believe this conversation is over, but funnily enough I'm grateful to you. Todoroki looks at Izuku, who is only a few steps away, because now I know that my emotions aren't entirely gone. As Izuku walks away, he and Todoroki both realize that what Izuku felt was rage. Even though it has faded, it hasn't disappeared. When Izuku enters the cafeteria, he finds Uraraka, who's sitting with their fellow classmates with an open seat beside her with a tray of food in front of it. Izuku takes his seat beside her, which causes Uraraka to jump in surprise before she realizes that it's Izuku. Jiru greets, hey Midoriya, where have you been? Izuku answers as he looks at Jiru. Todoroki wanted to talk to me about something. Kaminari asks curiously with a mouthful of food, what about? Izuku answers as he looks at Kaminari, I don't think Todoroki would like for me to tell anyone. Kaminari nods in understanding before Uraraka asks, noticing Izuku's tense shoulders, are you alright? Her expression then turns angry. He didn't say anything mean, did he? Izuku looks at Uraraka, mildly surprised by her seemingly protective behavior before he answers, no, although I did learn something. Yaoyorozu asks curiously as she looks at Izuku. Oh, what did you learn? Izuku answers as he looks at Yaoyorozu as his nearby classmates look at him. I've learned that my emotions aren't entirely gone. Everyone's eyes widen in shock from Izuku's answer before he explains, ever since the entrance exam I've been having these strange sensations. They don't happen very often and I didn't really know the cause of them. The first emotion I felt was when Uraraka was trapped with the zero-pointer behind her. Everyone looks at Uraraka in surprise and worry as she continues to look at Izuku. When she was reaching out and calling for help, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. The emotion was like a spark. It was gone in an instant and for quite some time I didn't know what to call it. But thinking back on it now, I'd say it was protective. Uraraka blushes lightly in surprise from what Izuku had said, but continues to listen along with the others. After that I didn't feel anything for quite some time. Eventually I forgot about it, assuming it was just my imagination. However, the next time I felt something was a few moments after I came out of the USJ. After I had given my statement to the police, for some reason Aizawa had ruffled my hair as he said, "Come on kid, the others are waiting for you." Izuku's classmates were surprised by what Aizawa had said and start to wonder if he was actually as scary as they thought he was. Izuku continues, when he had done that, I felt something else. Again, it was a spark, but I still can't put a word to it. I had never felt anything like it before. It felt kind. But even around Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru I haven't felt anything, plus I've had little interaction with Aizawa prior. Asui comments, it sounds to me like Aizawa was proud of you for what you did. Izuku looks at Asui before Kirishima adds thoughtfully, yeah. Plus what you described kinda reminds me of something a dad would do. Izuku replies seriously, Aizawa is not my father. Kirishima then says as he looks at Izuku, well yeah, I kind of figured, but my dad has kind of done the same thing. Kaminari adds with a smile, yeah, mine too. Ada then says mine as well. Their other classmates also nod in agreement with Kirishima's statement. Jiru then comments, you know Midoriya, I've noticed you talk about your mom and how much she means to you, but what about your dad? Izuku looks at Jiru before she explains, I mean in your speech you said that your former classmates said that he left because you were quirkless, but you never said that it was the truth. Izuku thinks back to his speech before he replies, I suppose that's true. Izuku then looks at Jiru as all eyes are on him. To be honest, I don't really know why my dad left. My mom had told me that he had to go to work overseas, but she never brought him up, and as a kid when I'd ask about him, she would just say that he was fine, though she never explicitly stated. I'm fairly certain that he left my mom because of my quirklessness, which isn't too surprising if I'm being honest. Ashido yells out angrily, seriously. Everyone looks at Ashido in surprise. Out of all the things he could have done, he decides to leave his wife and son just because you were quirkless. Izuku shrugs before he replies, that's just how it is being quirkless. Everyone looks at Izuku sympathetically before Yaoyorozu says, you never told us how you learned that your emotions aren't entirely gone. You've only told us what lead up to it. Izuku looks at Yaoyorozu as he answers, during my talk with Todoroki, he told me some things about himself. When he told me, the emotion I felt wasn't a spark. If I had to compare it to something, it'd be a raging inferno. What I had felt was pure anger. Some of Izuku's fellow classmates gulp in fear of the idea of Izuku being angry, but it has now faded. Uraraka notices Izuku's wording before she asks, you said it's faded, is it still there? Izuku looks at Uraraka before he answers with a nod, yes. It'll probably be a while before it completely disappears, likely due to how strong the emotion was. Hagakure then comments cheerfully, well, at least we know that your emotions aren't entirely gone. Everyone looks at her before she adds, plus, if that's the case then maybe there's a way to bring your emotions back. Izuku looks down thoughtfully before he replies, perhaps. Yaoyorozu says aloud, from what you've told us so far, it seems that your emotions only come out when you face something you aren't used to. Kirishima asks with a quirked eyebrow as he looks at Yaoyorozu, what do you mean? Yaoyorozu explains, when you felt your first emotion, it was out of a desire to protect and save Uraraka. Your second spark of emotion came from when Aizawa expressed pride in you for what you had done. Then your third emotion came out when Todoroki told you something that greatly upset you. Yaoyorozu continues, perhaps the reason these feelings are able to come out is because you didn't feel them very often when you still had emotions. Of course, I have no evidence to back this up and it's only a theory at this point, but it would seem to be a likely possibility due to your past. Also, given your experience, it's likely the cause of your emotions being lost is due to the amount of trauma you experienced throughout your life. Your last emotions were overwhelming pain and despair, so in order to save and protect yourself, your brain could have simply cut off all emotions. Although, that isn't to say that your quirk doesn't play a part in it, but it certainly explains why you lost your emotions in the first place. Izuku hums thoughtfully while their classmates are slightly disturbed by the theory. It certainly sounds plausible. The emotions that I felt recently aren't emotions that I felt very often before. I was mostly the source of most bullying, so I didn't have the opportunity to protect someone else very often. My mom wasn't exactly supportive of my dream of becoming a hero, but she did tell me how proud she was when I showed her my hero analysis books. Although, I don't recall ever feeling anger, so perhaps that's why I felt it so intensely as I did. Yaoyorozu then concludes as she looks at Izuku, if it's still possible to feel your emotions, then surely there must be a way for you to regain them completely. Uraraka comments happily with a beaming smile towards Izuku, you hear that, Midoriya? You could finally get your emotions back. Izuku replies with a nod, you're right, Uraraka. Izuku then turns to his food as he thinks, but are they worth it? As his classmates chatter amongst themselves, he wonders, is regaining my emotions what I want? All they've ever caused me is pain and suffering. Why would I want them back? I'm better off without them. I'm stronger, faster, smarter, and much more efficient than I was back when I still had emotions. I don't have to combat against irrational emotions when I have to make decisions that most others would find difficult. In the long run, remaining as I am is far more suitable than if I were to regain my emotions. Izuku then thinks, however, I know my mom wants me to return to my previous emotional self. I can tell that looking at me as I am now causes her pain that I'm unable to help her deal with, since I lack the ability to empathize with her, and every time I try to comfort her, it comes out hollow. If I were able to regain my emotions, then I'd be able to ease her pain, but what would happen if I did regain my emotions? Would I become weaker, or would I lose my quirk entirely? If that's the case, then coming to UA would be pointless. After all, quirkless people can't become heroes. Izuku is brought out of his thoughts when the announcement of the third round is about to begin, so he goes to dump his tray before he heads back out into the field of the stadium. As he and his fellow students stand before the now constructed rectangular arena, Midnight announces, now then, it's time for the tournament portion of the festival. Midnight gestures to the screen behind her to reveal the brackets for the tournament. As Izuku looks at the screen, a familiar voice from behind him comments, looks like you and I are in the first match. Izuku turns his head to see the purple-haired boy from months ago. As he thinks so, his name's Shinsou Hitoshi. Izuku goes to reply, but Ajiro covers his mouth with his tail as he says with a glare, don't answer him. Shinsou smirks before he walks away before Ajiro lowers his tail, and Izuku asks, why'd you stop me? Ajiro answers, it has to do with his quirk. I know that it may seem like cheating, but as a friend and fellow classmate I feel like I should help you. Even though Izuku's expression doesn't show it, he's mildly surprised by Ajiro's admission as he thinks he considers me a friend. Izuku sits across from Ajiro in waiting room A. Ajiro explains, when the second round was announced and people were going around picking their teammates, I remember that Shinsou guy had walked up to me and asked if I wanted to join his team, but when I went to answer I found myself unable to move or speak. It was like I was in some sort of haze. But shortly before the round started, I found myself on Shinsou's team. Ajiro looks at Izuku seriously. I believe that Shinsou has a brainwashing quirk, one that doesn't work unless you reply to him. Izuku hums with interest. I see. That's quite the useful quirk he has. Ajiro bites out with frustration. It's disgraceful. Izuku looks back at Ajiro, who is looking down angrily. He forced me to join his team against my will. He used me like I was some sort of pawn. Izuku then asks, how did you expect him to win? Ajiro looks back up at Izuku in surprise as Izuku stares at him with cold, analytical eyes as he repeats, how did you expect him to win? Izuku explains, it's obvious that being a general education student that people would overlook him. They'd believe that his quirk was either too weak to make it into the hero course, or that his quirk wasn't an offense-based quirk in order to get him into the hero course. In either case, there's no doubt in my mind that the only people who would have accepted him would be the ones who had no other choice unless he used his quirk on someone. Ajiro argues while seeing Izuku's point. Yeah, but it's still not right. He didn't know I was going to refuse and he took my choice away from me. Izuku then counters, but you were going to refuse, weren't you? Izuku's statement hits Ajiro hard as he swallows before he nods. Why, yeah. Izuku then says, let me ask you something, Ajiro. Ajiro looks at Izuku as he wonders what Izuku is going to say. Let's say for argument's sake that during your hero career you come across a villain you can't defeat the way you are now. The villain has a hostage whom they are ready and willing to kill while you have absolutely no backup. How do you plan on defeating the villain in this scenario? Ajiro answers in confusion, but you just said that I couldn't defeat him. Izuku corrects, I said you can't defeat them the way you are now, so what would you do? Izuku elaborates, would remain steadfastly righteous and let the villain take an innocent life as well as who knows how many others due to your own inability. Or would you taint yourself with evil in order to destroy an even greater evil? Ajiro's eyes widen in shock from Izuku's question. My point is that one day you might encounter a problem you simply can't fight against, and so you have to be ready and willing to make the decision to kill someone. It may be immoral, but it's just the way things are. No villain is going to let a hero beat them as long as they're stronger than them or as long as they have an underhanded trick up their sleeve. Izuku continues, villains will take advantage of any and every weakness you give them, even going to far as to use your own morals to stop yourself. In this line of work, you can't waste a single moment on hesitation because when you get right down to it, it's the civilians, yours, and the villains' lives on the line, and you will have to make a decision on which one must be sacrificed. Will you hold on to your morals and let an innocent person die? Or will you be willing to take the life of a villain if it means saving countless others? Izuku then says the point that I'm trying to get across is that sometimes the methods you use to go about saving someone don't matter as much in some cases. In this particular case, Shinsou has a brainwashing quirk that he's supposed to use in order to get anywhere in this competition. So how exactly do you expect him to get anywhere if he doesn't use it? Ajiro looks down in shame as Izuku continues. Can you even imagine what it must have been like for him growing up? It's likely that as soon as people learned he had a brainwashing quirk, they ostracized him and called him a villain or a freak. Do you think he had any friends before coming to UA? Do you think he has any friends now? Can you even comprehend the idea that people won't even talk to you simply because of something completely beyond your control? Ajiro answers tightly no. I can't. Izuku replies still with a cold expression and voice, but obviously trying and failing to emulate compassion. I'm not saying this to hurt you, but merely to get you to understand what it must have been like for Shinsou. He used his quirk on you, because it was the only way he could win and prove himself in the final round. How is that any different from what the rest of us have been doing throughout this festival? Izuku lets his rhetorical question hang in the air before they hear the announcement. Izuku Midoriya and Shinsou Hitoshi report to the stadium. Izuku stands up as he leaves. I want you to think about what we've discussed. Don't judge a person simply because of their quirk, judge them by their character. As Izuku leaves, Ajiro smiles sadly as he says to himself, looks like I've got a long way to go before I can call myself a hero. As Izuku walks through the halls towards the stadium, he hears Present Mike announce for our first lineup of matches we have the emotionless, but surprisingly complex Izuku Midoriya. Izuku steps out into the light as the crowd cheers for him versus the dark horse of the general education course, Hitoshi Shinsou. Izuku sees Shinsou walking towards him before they stand across from each other on the platform. Midnight announces now. During this final round you may fight and use your quirks however you please. However, if any of you start getting out of hand, then cement us and I will be the ones to stop the fight. Now then, let the final round of the sports festival begin. As soon as the match begins, Shinsou comments, it must be nice having such a powerful quirk after everything you've been through. Izuku doesn't reply as he knows Shinsou is baiting him, but Izuku doesn't make a move. Shinsou looks out to the crowd. I bet hearing the crowd cheer for you like that would make you really happy. That is if you still had your emotions. Izuku still doesn't reply as he watches Shinsou. Shinsou looks back at Izuku as he begins to feel frustrated. I mean, why are you even in the hero course if you can't even empathize with people? Aren't heroes supposed to help, protect, and inspire people? How do you expect to do that when you can't even connect with them on an emotional level? Shinsou then says with a sardonic grin, I bet you didn't even take the entrance exam seriously. I bet you haven't even taken this entire festival seriously. You talked all big during your speech about hearts and how only imposters speak of them, but don't you realize that that implies that you don't have a heart either? How can you expect to become a hero if you don't even have a heart? The crowd begins to boo Shinsou for his words before Izuku slowly starts walking towards Shinsou. Shinsou, realizing that Izuku isn't going to answer him, rushes forward as he pulls back his fist and punches Izuku in the face. However, Izuku takes the punch without even flinching or showing any signs of pain. Shinsou, now thoroughly frustrated, starts punching Izuku in the chest and stomach. Shinsou says as he hits Izuku, you may have been quirkless, but at least you were never called a villain. At least you still had your mom. At least people didn't hate and fear you because of your quirk. Now you have a quirk and you don't even have a fucking heart. But they still let you into the hero course despite it, while I get shafted the general education course, all because my quirk can't affect robots. Shinsou pulls back his fist as he yells, say something, damn it. Shinsou punches Izuku in the face one last time before he starts panting from exhaustion while Izuku remains unscathed. Izuku then gently grabs Shinsou's arm, drawing his attention before he moves his hand to the center of his chest. Izuku then pulls Shinsou's hand towards himself as Shinsou expects to feel Izuku's chest, but his hand just goes right through. Shinsou's eyes widen in horror as he's wrist deep into Izuku's chest before Izuku says, you're right. Shinsou looks Izuku in the eyes. I don't have a heart. Shinsou pulls his hand free from Izuku as he steps away. The reason I want to be a hero is all for the sake of a memory. For a while I knew that my reason was shallow, that there were many others who have much more worthy reasons than I, however. Izuku walks towards Shinsou as Shinsou steps back. One of my classmates who has been trying her hardest to help me told me that my reason wasn't shallow, that the memory I've been doing this for was worth something and that it was okay for me to hold on to it even if I have no reason to. That memory is the last shred of my humanity. It's all I have left of my former self, and without it, Izuku gets face to face with Shinsou. I'm hollow. Shinsou's breath hitches as he falls down looking up at Izuku before Midnight announces Shinsou is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Shinsou looks back to see his pinky finger just over the white line of the ring. Then he hears Izuku say sorry for pushing you so far. Shinsou looks forward to see Izuku holding out his hand before Shinsou asks, why are you trying to help me when you don't even mean it? Izuku answers softly, because it's what the old me would have done. Shinsou's eyes widen in surprise before he starts to laugh quietly to himself. Shinsou looks up at Izuku as he takes his hand. You're one weird guy, Midoriya. Izuku pulls Shinsou up to his feet, but a good one. The two combatants shake hands good-naturedly before Izuku raises their clasped hands together, which causes the crowd to cheer. Present Mike comments, that's the most sportsmanship thing I've ever seen. Aizawa chastises, even with everything that Shinsou had said and done to Midoriya, he still treats him with respect. As heroes, you all should be ashamed of yourselves. Majority of the heroes in the audience look down in shame. Kirishima comments as he stands up, that was so manly. Midoriya was taking all those hits and things Shinsou was saying to him and still treats him like a worthy opponent. Jiru adds, I've got to say, it was pretty cool of Midoriya to do that. Ida then states with chopping motions, we should all learn from Midoriya's example. The class laugh from Ida's antics. Uraraka looks down at the ring looking at Izuku as she thinks to herself, you really are amazing, Midoriya. As Shinsou and Izuku leave from the same exit, Shinsou comments in defeat, guess I won't be making it into the hero course after all. Izuku replies, I wouldn't bet on that. Shinsou looks at Izuku as they walk side by side. We still have a spot open in our class, and I wouldn't be surprised if you caught Aizawa's attention since his quirk also doesn't work on robots. Shinsou asks curiously, who's Aizawa? Izuku answers as he looks at Shinsou, the Erasure hero, Eraserhead. Shinsou's eyes go wide in shock. Seriously? You guys got Eraserhead as your homeroom teacher? That's so amazing. Izuku is somewhat surprised as he's reminded of himself when he used to fanboy about heroes, then asks, I assume he's your favorite hero? Shinsou blushes embarrassedly as he looks away, scratching his cheek. Why, yeah, you could say that. Izuku then says as he looks forward, don't worry. You made it to the final round. Plus, you're the only student aside from Hatsum to make it to the final round without being in the hero course. Besides, Hatsum is in the support course and wouldn't dare leave it for anything. Before the two parts ways, Izuku says with his hand out to Shinsou, I look forward to seeing you in class. Shinsou looks at Izuku as he smirks and shakes his hand right back at you. The two part ways. As Izuku reaches the area where Wana is waiting, he's greeted with congratulations on your victory, Midori. That was super manly. Izuku nods to his classmates in gratitude before he takes his seat. Ajiro taps Izuku on the shoulder, causing him to turn around. Ajiro says with a smile, thanks for helping me, Midoriya. Izuku simply replies with a nod, you're welcome. Uraraka, who's sitting beside Izuku, asks worriedly, why did you let him keep hitting you? Izuku answers as he looks at her, he needed to vent out his anger. Besides, I can take it. Kirishima comments behind them, so manly. Uraraka then replies, but you didn't have to do that. Izuku then asks with a quirked eyebrow, isn't that a hero's job description? Uraraka looks at Izuku in surprise before she starts laughing. Yeah, I guess you're right. Izuku lets out a barely noticeable smile from Uraraka's laughter before he looks down at the arena for the next match. Present Mike announces, for our second match we have the Ice Prince himself, Shoto Todoroki, versus Class 1A's residential tape dispenser, Hanta Zero. Zero comments in frustration, oh come on, why don't I get a cool intro? Midnight then cracks her whip as she yells out, begin. Zero shoots out his tape as he tries to swing Todoroki out of the arena, but Todoroki unleashes a giant glacier which shocks everyone. Izuku thinks as Todoroki begins to melt the ice after being declared the winner, you're still letting Endeavor control you. I guess I have no choice but to break that control. The next few matches pass by about as expected. Mei uses Ida in order to advertise her babies. Monoma creates a wall of vines to withstand Kaminari's electricity. Ashido uppercuts Aoyama, and Yaoyorozu gets pushed back by Takoyami. When Yaoyorozu comes back, she has a composed expression as Jiru asks, hey Momo, are you alright? Yaoyorozu fakes a smile as she answers, why yes, I'm fine. Her stutter doesn't go unnoticed by Jiru, Uraraka, or Izuku, who all collectively stand up and lead Yaoyorozu into an empty hall. Jiru then asks again, alright Momo, are you alright? Yaoyorozu waves her hands dismissively as she replies, it's alright guys, really, I'm fine. Izuku comments, there's no point in hiding it, Yaoyorozu. I've told that lie many times myself. Uraraka shoots Izuku a worried look before Yaoyorozu lowers her arms and drops her fake smile. Yaoyorozu explains, I thought that I could have done better. I should have done better. I knew that we were in an arena, but I didn't even think about stepping out of the ring when Takoyami kept pushing me back. Izuku cuts Yaoyorozu off. I'm going to stop you right there, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu looks at Izuku now, noticing the tears in her eyes before Izuku says, there's no point in thinking about what you could have or should have done. The only thing you can do is take this experience and make sure it doesn't happen again. Yaoyorozu looks down, still somewhat depressed, before Jiru says with a lopsided smile, "Hey, how about we try and figure out who's going to win their matches?" Yaoyorozu looks at Jiru somewhat surprised before she wipes her tears away and smiles, "Thanks, Kyoka." Jiru and Yaoyorozu head back to their seats as the next match starts, but Izuku quickly notices Uraraka's absence. Deciding that missing one match won't hurt him, he decides to go and look for Uraraka since she hadn't said where she was going and she wouldn't have just left one of her friends alone. Izuku calls out her name as he walks through the halls before he stops in front of waiting room. Izuku knocks on the door. "Uraraka, are you in there?" Uraraka replies with a higher-pitched tone, "Why, yeah, I'm in here." Izuku opens the door to see Uraraka in a seat at the table with a surprised look on her face. Izuku then asks, "Did I startle you?" Uraraka answers with a shaky smile, "Nope." Izuku then replies, "I startled you, didn't I?" Uraraka then lets out a sigh of defeat before Izuku takes a seat across from her. Izuku then comments, "I'm guessing you're worried about your fight against Bakugo, right?" Uraraka replies with a nod, "Yeah, it's just I don't know how I'm supposed to beat a guy who can just blow up anything he touches." Izuku then counters, "To be fair, you can float anything you touch." Uraraka then looks at Izuku, "Yeah, but he doesn't have to touch me in order to blow me up." Izuku then replies, "You need to calm down. Getting worked up isn't going to help you." Uraraka takes a deep breath before she exhales, "You're right, Midoriya." Izuku then asks, "Now then, what are Bakugo's weaknesses?" Uraraka answers, "I don't know. I mean, I imagine water would be a weakness of his, but I can't control water." Izuku then asks, "All right, what about his strengths?" Uraraka then answers as she thinks, "Well, he's got a quirk that can make stuff explode. He's one of the strongest students in our class, and he has a lot of stamina." Izuku then comments, "All right, now turn those into weaknesses." Uraraka then asks with a confused expression, "What do you mean?" Izuku answers, "In most cases, a person's strength can also be turned into their weakness. All you have to do is turn Bakugo's strengths into his weakness." Uraraka looks down at the table as she thinks, "All right, Bakugo's quirk is explosion. If I can get him to cause enough damage to the stage, I can use the debris in order to attack him." Uraraka shakes her head, "No, that won't work. He'd see it coming before I could even do anything. I can't fight him head on since he's stronger than me and would obviously beat me in the first 10 seconds, so I need to keep my distance but also lure him into using his quirk." Uraraka's face then brightens with a smile, "Then once I have enough debris, I can use it like a meteor shower." Izuku then asks, "I assume you thought of a plan." Uraraka looks up, realizing Izuku has been watching her the whole time before she blushes, "Why, yeah, I think so." Izuku's eyes soften as he says, "You can beat him, Uraraka. You have all the tools at your disposal. Now all you have to do is go out there and win." Uraraka smiles in encouragement as she pumps her fist and stands up. "You're right, Izuku. I can do this." Uraraka immediately realizes what she just said as her face turns bright red and looks at Izuku, whose eyes are slightly wider than normal. "Did you just call me by my first name?" Uraraka places both hands over her blushing face as she floats up to the ceiling. Izuku then walks over to where Uraraka is floating as he looks up at her. "I don't mind you calling me by my first name. I was just surprised that you had done it." Uraraka groans in embarrassment. "There's no reason to be embarrassed. Jiru and Yaoyorozu use each other's first names. I don't see why it should be any different between either of us." Izuku realizes nothing is getting through to Uraraka before he says, "It's okay, Ochako. I don't mind you using my first name." Ochako opens her eyes in surprise as she turns to look down at Izuku, who's looking up at her. She looks down at Izuku and can't help but think about how handsome he is. Ochako thinks to herself as she's still blushing, but not as much as before, "Oh god, I really do have a crush on him." She then shakes her head as she calms herself down before she makes a promise to herself, "I need to help Izuku get his feelings back. When he does, I'll tell him how I feel, but not right now." Ochako releases her quirk, causing her to fall down before Izuku catches her and sets her down. "Are you alright?" Ochako looks up at Izuku's face, not noticing how close together they are. "Yeah, I'm fine." Just then over the intercom, present mic announces, "Ochako, Uraraka, and Katsuki Bakugo report to the arena immediately." Ochako smiles as she walks away. "Well, I better go." Ochako looks over her shoulder to look at Izuku with a grin. "Wish me luck, Izuku." As Ochako leaves, Izuku places a hand over the hole in his chest as he asks aloud, "What is this weird feeling in my chest?" The feeling doesn't feel bad, but Izuku can't say he's felt it before. However, the feeling doesn't last before Izuku heads back to the stands to watch Ochako's fight. Present mic announces, on one side we have the gravity-defying girl herself, Ochako Uraraka, versus the bombastic Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight then cracks her whip. Begin. Izuku notices early on what Ochako's plan is and silently admits that it's a rather ingenious, if risky idea. However, he also notices how much damage she is taking throughout the fight. Izuku thinks to himself she needs to work on her dodging skills if she wants this plan to work. At this point, either Ochako will win by wearing Bakugo down and releasing the debris she's collected, or Bakugo will win by forcing Ochako to exhaust her stamina. At this point, it could go either way. When Ochako releases her quirk, Izuku thinks to himself it's not enough. He sees Ochako rush towards Bakugo, who has his arms raised to counter the debris before he lets out a giant explosion. As the smoke clears, Izuku can tell just how exhausted Ochako is as he thinks to himself, I should be cheering her on. She's my friend. She was the first to accept me despite the fact that I have no emotions, but I can't. For the first time since his quirk had manifested, Izuku wishes he had his emotions back so that he could genuinely cheer Ochako on, but he can't. Just as Ochako falls to the ground, Izuku gets up and heads to the infirmary, ignoring everything else. He gets there just in time to see her waking up on one of the hospital beds Recovery Girl has out. Ochako looks at Izuku with a tired smile. Hey Izuku. Her smile falls. I'm sorry that you wasted your time on me. Izuku walks beside Ochako's bed as he looks down at her. You didn't waste my time, Ochako. You did the best you could. It was a difficult fight for you, but despite everything, you still pushed on. Izuku wonders what he should do as Ochako looks down sadly before he gets an idea. Izuku reaches out with his right hand as he places it on Ochako's head. Izuku states resolutely, you did a good job out there, Ochako. Ochako looks up at Izuku with wide eyes before she tears up and pulls him into a hug which he awkwardly reciprocates. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl is watching the two of them with a smile on her face as she thinks to herself, these kids are growing up so fast. After a moment, Ochako pulls away, wiping the tears from her eyes before Izuku asks, are you feeling better? Ochako nods before she smiles at Izuku. Thanks, Midoriya. I needed that. Izuku replies, I said that it was alright to call me Izuku, remember? Ochako looks away with a slight blush. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Izuku then asks, would you prefer that I go back to calling you Uraraka? Ochako waves her hands erratically. No, it's fine. I just forgot is all. Izuku then says after Ochako has calmed down, alright then. Present Mike then announces over the intercoms Midoriya and Todoroki report to the arena immediately. Izuku then says as he walks away, guess I should go now. Uraraka then calls out Izuku. Izuku looks back at Ochako, who has a determined expression. Kick his ass. Izuku's lips quirk in amusement before he replies, yes ma'am. Izuku's expression returns to its usual emotionless self as he leaves the room. As Izuku walks through the halls for his next match, Endeavor turns around the corner and steps into his path. Endeavor says as he notices Izuku, "Ah, I was looking for you." Izuku's eyes narrow in suspicion as he feels the anger from before boiling just beneath his skin. Endeavor continues, "I've seen what you're capable of. Your power is pretty impressive despite that pathetic first fight you had." Izuku continues to hold back his anger with a look of indifference to win not just the first, but also the second round takes quite a bit of strength and skill. It reminds me of All Might with the way you're constantly at the top no matter the opposition. Endeavor's eyes narrow as he points at Izuku. It's Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero, and his match with you will be a great testing round for how much training he has left. So, hit him hard, don't disgrace yourself or him by holding back. Izuku grabs Endeavor's arm before he starts squeezing. The amount of pressure Izuku is exerting causes Endeavor's bones to creak as he lets out a cry of pain before he starts kneeling on the ground. Let go of me. Izuku glares down at Endeavor. Using your own offspring in order to achieve your goals for you. How pathetic. Izuku continues as Endeavor glares up at him with a pained expression. You know you can't surpass All Might yourself, so you decide to use your own child. I may not have emotions anymore, but even to me that's heartless. Then again, Izuku points a finger right at Endeavor's face. I'm not weak, pathetic, worthless trash like you. Endeavor growls out, you'd better watch your mouth, boy. Izuku counters, or what? He'll hit me, beat me, burn me, kill me. Izuku then states as his eyes pierces Endeavor's soul. I've been holding back this entire time. Not because I feel as though everyone else is beneath me, but rather that if I were to unleash my full power, I'd likely destroy the stadium itself and everyone in it. Endeavor continues to glare at Izuku, not believing him however. What I find interesting is that you actually believe anyone will even remember you even if Todoroki manages to become the #1 hero. Any achievement that Todoroki makes will be of his own efforts, not yours, and the people will see that. When they look at him, they'll see him, not you. So, when Todoroki does become a hero and when he inevitably surpasses you, you'll be tossed aside, left to be forgotten as nothing more than a relic of the past. Izuku then lets go of Endeavor's arm as he walks past him. Don't worry though, I plan on showing everyone just how powerful I can be. So that way no one will dare to oppose me, so that the very thought of doing so would be considered a sin in and of itself. Endeavor watches Izuku walk away, not realizing just how close he was to death. As Izuku walks out of the stadium, Present Mike announces, now for the first match of our second set we have Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. As the two stand opposite of each other, Izuku comments, I hope you've given what I said some thought, because you won't beat me as you are now. Todoroki glares at Izuku before Midnight announces with a crack of her whip, begin. Immediately Todoroki sends forth a glacier just like in his first match, completely covering half the arena in ice. Present Mike announces, and just like that Todoroki has finished the fight in one hit. Midnight then raises her whip as she calls out. Midoriya is unable to, but she's cut off when green energy bursts upwards from the center of the glacier, completely destroying it into nothing but shards of ice, revealing an untouched Izuku. The audience stare in shock at the arena as the ice shards crash around the two competitors. Izuku states as the anklet from before falls off, broken by Todoroki's attack. If you think that will be enough to stop me, then you're sorely mistaken. Todoroki grits his teeth before he sends out another glacier, but this time Izuku raises his finger at an upward angle before he fires off a Zero to destroy the glacier completely. Present Mike comments, "Wow, we've got an epic comeback from Midoriya, who seems to still be in the fight." Aizawa adds, "The attack that Midoriya used to escape and destroy the glacier is called a Zero. He concentrates his energy at the tip of his finger before he fires it, destroying everything in its path." It's at that moment that Endeavor, now in the stands watching, recalls how Izuku had pointed his finger right in his face and the emotionless expression on his face. Endeavor realizes that if Izuku wanted to, he could have killed him without even showing the slightest bit of effort. Todoroki sends out wave after wave of ice as Izuku continues to destroy them with his Zeros. Eventually, Todoroki starts breathing heavily while shivering from the ice that has formed on his body. Izuku comments, "Didn't I tell you that people would eventually discover your weakness? If you'd simply use your fire, then you'd be able to counteract the problem you're currently facing." Todoroki bites out, "I refuse to use that bastard's power." Izuku then Sanitos right behind Todoroki, who's shocked as he turns around to see Izuku pointing his finger right at him, then die. Todoroki jumps out of the way in fear of being shot by Izuku's Zero, but Izuku doesn't even go to use it. Todoroki flips over as he holds himself up on his elbows as Izuku looks down at him. "You see, any villain would have already killed you by now. The only reason why you're alive is simply because I allowed it. I could kill you at any moment, and yet you continue to hold yourself back. Are you really going to allow yourself to die because of that pathetic piece of trash?" Todoroki counters as he feels himself overcome with fear. I refuse to use his power." Izuku then asks as he glares down at Todoroki, "Tell me, who am I fighting?" Todoroki's eyes widen in shock from the question, "Am I fighting Endeavor or Shoto Todoroki?" Todoroki answers hesitantly, "Why, you're fighting me." Izuku then states, "Then get up and use your power already." Todoroki replies, I can't use his." Izuku cuts in, "It's your power." Todoroki looks up at Izuku in shock, "Your power, not his. Now stand up and fight me like you mean it." Todoroki recalls how his mother told him to be the kind of hero that he wanted to be and that he wasn't bound by his heritage before his flames burst from his left side. As Todoroki stands up, Present Mike announces, "What's this?" It looks like Todoroki has finally started to use his fire. In the crowd, Endeavor smiles shakily as he thinks, "Yes, now Shoto can." Endeavor's thoughts stop as he notices Izuku's expression remains unchanged and gets a sinking feeling in his stomach. Todoroki comments, "Helping out your opponent in the middle of a fight? You must be insane." Izuku then replies, "Perhaps, but then we wouldn't really be able to see how powerful you really are." Izuku then takes a step back so that he's in the center of the arena before he says, "So, as a reward for finally using your full power, I'll show you my first transformation." Todoroki watches curiously before Izuku starts exerting green and black energy before he says, "Imprison Murcielago." Izuku is then enveloped by the black and green energy as the ground shakes beneath the stadium. The energy itself bursts upwards into the sky before falling back down like rain. As the rain falls onto the audience, they all feel a heaviness fall upon their shoulders as if the rain is pulling them down. As the rain disappears, everyone looks down at the arena to see Izuku. His hair is longer and is now straight, with giant black bat wings on his back torn through his uniform. And the slim green tear stains on his face are now larger and dark gray rather than green. Everyone stares in shock of Izuku's new form as Todoroki now realizes just how powerful Izuku really is. Izuku then says, "Compose yourself." Todoroki strengthens his stance now that he is no longer hindered by his ice. "You must hold your stance. Extend your consciousness. Do not let your guard down." Todoroki gulps before Izuku forms a small spear-like light green energy in his right hand before he rushes towards Todoroki. Todoroki is barely able to dodge out of the way from Izuku's swing before he sends a wave of ice towards Izuku. But with one swing, Izuku destroys the ice with a light green explosion from where the ice connected with his energy. However, Todoroki follows up his attack with a blast of fire only for Izuku to swing his spear upwards, thus sending the flames upwards as well. Izuku comments as the flames disappear, "I must admit, you'd make quite the formidable opponent if you were further trained on your fire. Perhaps you can learn how to harness it better during your time here at UA. It would be nice to have a sparring partner." Todoroki replies with a small smile, "I think you're overestimating me." Izuku counters, "On the contrary, I see your potential. Of course, right now you can't beat me, but perhaps in the next festival you might actually be able to force me to use Murcielago." Todoroki then says, "Then how about we finish this with one final attack?" Izuku jumps back so that they're standing on opposite ends of the arena before he replies as you wish. Todoroki uses both his fire and his ice before he sends out a giant glacier. As the glacier approaches, Izuku throws his spear at an upward angle at the point of contact, causing a giant light green explosion in the center of the arena. The audience brace themselves for the explosion. When it's over, they look down at the arena. As the mist clears, they see Todoroki is against the wall out of bounds while Izuku is still standing in the arena unmoved. Midnight, who comes out of cover, examines the area before she announces Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. As Midnight's announcement is made, the crowd cheers while the wings on Izuku's back slowly turns to dust along with his lengthened hair. And the gray tear tracks return to their slim green form. However, now that Izuku is back to his base form, his uniform now has 2 giant holes in the back of it. Present Mike comments, "What an amazing fight. I've never seen such raw power in the stadium before." Aizawa adds, "I must admit, it was impressive to see what those two were fully capable." Present Mike asks, "So Eraserhead, can you tell us what exactly Midoriya did back there?" Aizawa answers, "I believe that was his first transformation. Supposedly, while in his current form, Midoriya only has access to 25% of his power. Once he transforms, he has access to 50% of his power, and in his final form he has complete access to his power." The audience then realizes just how powerful Izuku truly is and what he's capable. Aizawa continues, "The reason why Midoriya's power is like that is because he seals off portions of his own power because it's too dangerous to leave unchecked. So, he locks his powers behind his transformations, thus allowing him to be relatively normal in his base form. Meanwhile, Shigaraki's eyes are wide as his hands are shaking uncontrollably. He has other forms. You mean, he was holding back against Nomu?" Shigaraki begins to scratch his neck in fear before Kurogiri says, "Shigaraki, please calm yourself." Shigaraki stops scratching, but his hands are still trembling in fear, now realizing the danger he was truly in back at the USJ. All for One then says, "Don't worry, Tamura. Once we get Midoriya on our side, nothing will be able to stop us." Shigaraki replies, "Now calmer, you're right, sensei." At the same time, Kurogiri thinks to himself, "Master, I don't believe that is a good idea. If we try to force him, then he might just kill us instead." Kurogiri then resolves with himself, "If Master and Shigaraki try to go through with their plan, then I must do everything I can to earn his mercy. It's the only way to guarantee our survival." As Izuku gets back to the Class 1 of bleachers, he is bombarded with his classmates' words, "Dude, that was so awesome. How can you be that powerful? That transformation was so amazing. What's your final form look like?" Ochako yells out, "Guys, calm down." Everyone goes quiet as they look at Ochako, who looks like at her classmates with an irritated expression. Afterwards, Izuku replies with a bow before he goes to sit down beside Ochako. "Thank you for your compliment." Ochako asks as she looks at Izuku, "Are you alright? That was a pretty intense fight." Izuku answers, "I'm fine. Although I am looking forward to the next time Todoroki and I fight." Ashido comments with a teasing grin on her face, "Wow, Uraraka, you sure seem worried about Midoriya, huh?" Ochako looks back at Ashido with a blush on her face before she waves her hands dismissively and, "No, it's not like that. I'm just worried for Izuku." Ashido's grin widens as she replies, "Oh, since when did you start calling Midoriya by his first name?" Ochako covers her face with her hands as she keeps her pinkies out. Izuku cuts in, "Ochako and I decided to call each other by our first names before her first match." Ashido looks at Izuku while Ochako is internally panicking. Ashido asks suggestively, "Oh yeah, and why did you two decide to do that?" Izuku answers with a shrug, "We just decided to." Ashido then asks as she leans between Izuku and Ochako, "Did she confess to you?" Izuku looks at Ashido with a quirked eyebrow. "Confess?" Ashido replies, "Yeah, you know." Izuku blinks owlishly at Ashido before he states, "I don't follow." Ashido's grin falls as she's unable to understand how Izuku can be so dense. "How do you not know?" Izuku replies, "I'm not good with emotions, remember." Ashido then thinks to herself as she mentally face palms, "Right, forgot about that." Meanwhile, plenty of heroes talk amongst themselves. "Did you see how that Midoriya kid destroyed those glaciers? I can't believe a kid could fire off more than one of those attacks. I don't think anyone other than All Might could do something like that." Then there's the fact that he had only been using around a quarter of his power during that fight. If that's what he's like without using his full power, I'd hate to be the villain to make him use his full power. In the next match, Monoma enlarges his hands as he knocks Ida off the stage. Afterwards, he returns to the Wanna stands. Uraraka asks as she looks at Ida worriedly, "Are you alright, Ida? It looked like you took a pretty nasty hit." Ida replies, "I'm alright. Recovery girl healed me up." Suddenly, Ida's entire body starts shaking before he pulls out his phone. "Sorry, it's just my phone. I better take this." Ida then walks into a nearby hallway so that he can answer his phone call. The next match ends with Takoyami pushing Ashido out of bounds, and Bakugo wins by wearing Kirishima down. Izuku comments as he stands up, "Looks like it's my match now." Ochako shouts, "Good luck out there, Izuku. Izuku looks back at Ochako before he nods. As Izuku leaves, Ashido leans down to Ochako before she asks, so, when do you plan on confessing to him? Ochako blushes as she looks away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ashido replies, oh come on Uraraka, I'm pretty sure most of us has already figured out that you have a crush on Midoriya by now. Ochako counters embarrassedly, no, I don't. I just really admire his strength. That's all. Ashido grins as she says, come on Uraraka. You can't fool me, but if you don't want him, I wouldn't mind teaching him a few things. Ochako glares at Ashido intensely, don't you dare. Ashido giggles, got you. Ochako looks at Ashido confused for a moment before she realizes that she fell for Ashido's trap before burying her face in her hands. Ashido then goes to sit beside Ochako before she says, look, I get it, Midoriya is super strong and is actually kind of hot. But if you don't go after him now, someone else might come in and swoop him up for themselves. Ochako pulls her hands away from her face with a conflicted expression. I know, it's just, Izuku doesn't have any emotions. Ashido looks at Ochako curiously as she continues, if I were to tell him how I feel, then I don't know if he would reject me outright or if he would accept me even though he can't feel the same way. I don't want him to think that he's obligated to be with me just because I asked. Ashido then asks as she looks at Ochako seriously, if not now, then when? Ochako looks at Ashido with a determined expression as she states, I want to help Izuku get his emotions back. Ashido looks at Ochako surprised before she continues, I know that his emotions are still there, they're just buried. Ochako's expression turns somber behind all the pain and suffering he endured when he was quirkless. Ashido then asks worriedly, but what if he doesn't want to get his emotions back? Ochako then answers with determination, then I just have to give him a reason to want his emotions back. Ashido looks at Ochako surprised before she laughs and comments as she leans back, man, you've got it bad girl. Ochako blushes as she pouts, so what if I do? Ashido replies with a grin, I never said it was a bad thing, it's cute. Present Mike announces, alright. For the first match of the third set we have Izuku Midoriya versus Nido Monoma. Monoma stares at Izuku smugly as Izuku stares back expressionless before Midnight cracks her whip begin. Monoma detaches his hand before he shoots it out towards Izuku. Izuku merely catches the attack before Monoma pulls his hand back. Monoma comments, you know, I've been curious about your quirk for a while now. Izuku's eyes narrow slightly as Monoma continues, from what I've heard, you believe that the loss of your emotions is linked to your quirk. I wonder what will happen ... when I use your quirk. Suddenly light blue energy bursts from Monoma, sending out gusts of wind throughout the stadium, causing the audience to cover their eyes from the wind pressure. As the wind settles, Monoma feels overwhelming power in his body as he laughs. This power is incredible. Monoma grins viciously at Izuku. It seems like your quirk isn't responsible for your emotions' disappearance. I guess it just means that you're broken. Izuku replies calmly, perhaps you're right. Monoma looks at Izuku surprised, maybe I am broken. However, it seems that my quirk did have an effect on your emotions. Monoma asks, what the hell are you talking about? Izuku answers analytically, up until this point you've been relatively calm, if a bit mocking. However, it seems that right now you've become outright antagonistic. Monoma grits his teeth as he glares at Izuku. Perhaps my quirk amplified your negative emotions. But I'm also curious ... if you have a hole as well. Monoma sanitos just above Izuku with an axe kick. But Izuku blocks the attack with his left arm. However, due to the force of Monoma's attack, the concrete beneath Izuku's feet shatters and caves in a bit. Monoma grins as he's pleased by the amount of damage he is able to do to the arena before Izuku swings his arm, forcing Monoma to jump away. Monoma comments to himself, this should be an interesting fight. Izuku lowers his arm before Monoma looks at Midnight and says, hey Midnight, I want to get rid of that out of bounds rule. Midnight looks at Monoma in surprise. You want to what? You can't just go and decide how the match will be decided. Izuku interrupts, it's alright Midnight. Midnight looks at Izuku, I'm fine with that. Besides, I want to see how capable Monoma is when using my quirk. Midnight looks between the two of them before she puts her hand up to her right ear. What do you think, Principal Nedzu? Should we let them? Nedzu replies through Midnight's earpiece, I see nothing wrong with it as long as they both agree to the terms. Midnight replies, alright then. Midnight then announces the fighters have both decided to remove the out-of-bounds rule for this fight. Up in the stands, Class 1 cry out in shock. What? Kaminari asks in shock, just what the hell does Midoriya think he's doing? Sato adds, doesn't he know he's putting himself at a disadvantage? Kirishima then says, plus, since that guy can copy his quirk, there's no telling who will win this match. Ochako clasps her hands together as she watches tentatively as she thinks to herself, please Izuku, please be okay. Monoma says with a sadistic grin, now then, let's get this party started. Izuku nods in agreement before they both disappear and reappear in the center of the arena as they block each other's attacks, sending out gusts of wind throughout the stadium. They both sanito away before they clash again and again. The arena, the ground, and the walls themselves break with each blow they make against each other. Monoma eventually comments, still grinning maniacally, you're pretty strong Izuku Midoriya. The two of them clash once again as Monoma says, I wonder though, which one of us is more powerful? Izuku's eyes slightly widen in realization. I see, so you can't sense it, can you? They both jump away from each other before Monoma asks, what the hell are you talking about? Izuku answers, it makes sense. You've only had my quirk for a few minutes, whereas I've had it for a little over a year. Therefore, it makes sense that you wouldn't be able to sense the difference between our powers. Monoma grits his teeth angrily. You think I'm weaker than you? Izuku answers, I don't think, I know. Monoma sanitos in front of Izuku as he punches Izuku, but Izuku blocks the attack with his right hand. Izuku starts to get pushed back as Monoma yells out, I'll show you who's weak. Izuku gets pushed up against a wall before he comments, unlike me, you seem to allow your emotions to run wild just like your power. It's unfocused, untamed. If you had the slightest bit of control, you may actually have a chance of forcing me to transform. Monoma growls angrily before he grabs Izuku's arm and throws him over his shoulder into the air. Monoma then turns around with a feral grin as he points his right hand at Izuku as a sparking blue ball of energy appears before it. Izuku's eyes widen as he thinks to himself, while in the air he isn't seriously going to fire a Grand Ray Zero in a stadium like this. Monoma fires the Grand Ray Zero at Izuku only for Izuku to hold it back with his bare hand. The power of the attack begins to overwhelm Izuku before he redirects it straight up into the sky. The Zero Monoma fired sends out a shockwave throughout the stadium, causing everyone to defend themselves from the dust that the wind kicked up by raising their arms in front of their faces. After the attack disappears into the sky, Monoma starts laughing. What do you think of that, Midoriya? Izuku lands opposite of Monoma as his entire right arm is burnt from blocking Monoma's Zero. The crowd stares in shock since this is the first time anyone has managed to cause any damage to Izuku. Izuku looks at his charred right hand with the same emotionless expression before he looks back at Monoma. You shouldn't have used that attack. Monoma replies mockingly, oh yeah, and why's that? Is it because you're the one who's weak? Izuku counters as his burnt skin rapidly heals itself. No. Monoma's eyes widen in shock. The reason is because if I hadn't deflected the attack or put it under my control, you could have wound up destroying the stadium entirely. Monoma grits his teeth angrily. You bastard. Even after taking that hit, you're still looking down on me. Izuku comments aloud, it seems as though my quirk really did change you. Up until now you've planned and thought clearly, but right now you're acting more like a wild beast. I wonder if my quirk removed your inhibitions where it removed my emotions. Izuku suddenly comes to a realization. What has been holding you back up until now has been your conscience, but now it has been silenced. If that's the case, then that would mean that my emotions aren't necessarily gone, but have been silenced. Monoma yells out angrily, shut the hell up. I don't care about your stupid quirk analysis crap. Stop holding back and fight me seriously. Monoma goes to attack, but Izuku dodges out of the way. Monoma's attack causes the ground to cave in. Monoma glares at Izuku, who is standing beside him, as Izuku continues to stare down at him emotionlessly. If you really want me to take you seriously, then we can't fight in the arena. Izuku sanitos to the top of the stadium before Monoma does the same opposite of Izuku. Izuku says as he turns around, follow me. Izuku and Monoma then both sanito to the area in the obstacle course with broken and destroyed robots. The screens in the stadium show their positions before Izuku comments as he turns towards Monoma, this should be far enough away. Monoma grins viciously. Now then, let's see who's stronger, you worthless, wanna trash or me? Izuku merely hums at Monoma's words before they both sanito and attack one another once more. Izuku either blocks or dodges Monoma's attacks, but unlike before, Izuku decides to attack Monoma, causing him to crash into the walls or the ground. Kaminari comments as everyone watches the battle from the screens, this is insane. I can't even see what's going on. Anjiro adds, they're moving so fast the cameras aren't even able to pick it up. Todoroki then says it seems as though the only time we can see them is when they clash, but even then, it's over in an instant. I still don't see how even I could compete with that kind of power. Yaoyorozu replies as she looks at Todoroki, I think what Izuku meant by that is that you're capable, but lack experience using your quirk to its full potential. Todoroki hums in understanding as they all continue to watch the fight. Eventually Izuku and Monoma stop as they stand a few feet across from each other, with Monoma panting, bruised, and blood running down his forehead, but Izuku remains unscathed. Monoma yells out angrily, how the hell have I not been able to lay a single scratch on you? Izuku answers, you let your anger and hatred control you, so it's not too difficult for me to see your moves. Monoma yells as his anger spikes, causing his body to be enveloped with light blue aura. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The power Monoma is exuding causes the wind to pick up while Izuku watches on without any interest. Suddenly Monoma hears two words echo in his head before he looks at Izuku and repeats the words grind Pantera. Izuku's eyes widen in surprise as Monoma's entire body is covered by the blue energy and dust that the wind has picked up. Everyone in the audience chatter amongst themselves. Jiru asks in shock, what the hell's going on? Hagakure replies it almost looks like what Midoriya did during his fight with Todoroki. Meanwhile, Bakugo is staring with wide eyes as he feels panic seeping into his body as he thinks, how can I possibly compete with Deku when he has this kind of power? Once the dust settles, Monoma's hair is much longer, down to the small of his back. It's also taken on a light blue color and becomes spikier. He also seems to have a white tail as well as blue cat-like ears along with fangs and claws. Monoma then lets out a howl that sends out a shockwave that everyone in the stadium feels as Izuku continues standing unmoved. Suddenly, Monoma appears above Izuku just like before as he punches Izuku, who raises his arm in defense, causing him to be sent crashing back into a nearby wall. Monoma then swings his claws at where Izuku crashed, sending forth an energy slash which Izuku blocks using both of his hands, causing the sleeves of his uniform being torn to pieces. Izuku then swings his hands upwards, sending the energy attack into the sky. But then Monoma appears behind him, which Izuku just barely notices before Monoma kicks him in the back, causing him to go skipping across the ground. Monoma then howls with maniacal laughter, I can't believe your quirk is capable of this much power. It's wasted on the likes of you. Izuku stands up as the wounds on his arms and back have already healed. Izuku thinks to himself, Monoma is powerful with my quirk. I'm surprised he was able to actually go into his resurrection form already. Unless his main quirk allows him to quickly adapt to whatever quirk he copies, in that case it would make sense. Monoma then goads, what's wrong, Midoriya? Are you ready to admit defeat already? Izuku comments to himself, as it stands right now, the chances of me beating Monoma in my base form is about 35 to 40%, which means I have no other choice. Izuku stares coldly at Monoma as he says, with black and green energy surrounding him, imprison Murcielago. Just like in Izuku's fight against Todoroki, the black and green energy shoots up into the sky before falling back down like rain before revealing him with his longer hair and black bat wings. Monoma then states, alright, now then, let's see how strong you really are. Izuku summons the same green spear he used earlier before he throws it at Monoma. Monoma's eyes widen in shock as he is barely able to dodge out of the way of the attack before he realizes that Izuku had already thrown a second one right at him. The attack explodes right in front of Monoma, sending him flying back and crashing through nearby trees. Izuku then appears behind Monoma with another spear in hand as he swings it down at the fallen Monoma before Monoma jumps away. Izuku asks as he stares at a panting and bleeding Monoma, what happened to all that bravado from earlier? Or was that simply all talk? Monoma growls out angrily, damn you. Izuku then says, hit me with that attack you used before. Monoma yells out as he swings. He right claw at Izuku, sending out a blue slash like the one from before. As the attack draws closer to Izuku, he simply swipes it away with a swing of his spear, causing the attack to shatter. Monoma stares at Izuku in shock. Izuku then says, before, in the stadium you used what I call a Grand Ray Zero. It is of course many times stronger than a normal Zero. However, there's another technique even stronger than that one, where Grand Ray Zero has additional power to a normal Zero. The one I'm referring to has a multiplier. Monoma starts to feel a wave of fear overcome him as Izuku raises his left hand into the air with his index finger pointing to the sky. Now I'll show you the difference in our powers. A small black and green ball of energy appears before Izuku's finger before it shoots straight up into the sky with an incredibly wide range, nearly blocking out the sun with its darkness. Everyone stares in shock of the amount of power Izuku had just released. Monoma falls to his knees trembling, fully realizing how powerful Izuku is. Before Monoma transformed, Izuku had mostly just blocked or dodged his attacks with ease, and what little damage he did do, Izuku healed from almost instantly. However, even when Monoma did transform, Izuku didn't seem to feel the least bit threatened. But now Monoma can sense the vast difference between his and Izuku's powers. Right now, Monoma's at his max potential while Izuku is only at half. Izuku then states, as the Zero disappears, a normal Zero could destroy a row of city blocks. A Grand Ray Zero could destroy 2 to 3 rows of city blocks, but my Zero Oscuras could destroy 10 city blocks. Monoma begins to tremble in fear as he stares at Izuku in paralyzing fear before the time runs out on his quirk and he's forced to return to normal and can no longer sense Izuku's power. However, even though he can no longer sense it, the feeling of Izuku's overwhelming power is etched into his consciousness. Izuku comments as he reverts to his base form, it seems as though the time limit on your quirk has run out. This has been quite the learning experience for me. Izuku then gratefully bows to Monoma, thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn more about myself and my quirk. Monoma stares in shock of Izuku's response as he thinks he's thanking me after everything I said and did. Izuku then looks at the stadium as he hears the crowd cheering. It sounds as though the fight has been declared to be over. Izuku then walks in front of Monoma before Izuku holds out his hand and says we should probably head back to the stadium so that they can continue on to their next match. Monoma looks up at Izuku in surprise before he smiles good-naturedly and takes Izuku's hand. Yeah, They both then Sunito back to the now destroyed arena as Midnight announces Midoriya is the winner. Izuku looks out at the cheering crowd alongside Monoma before Monoma looks at him. Just so you know, the next time we fight I plan on becoming much stronger so that way I can properly kick your ass. Izuku replies as he looks back at Monoma. I look forward to it. But perhaps we should see if we can get Nenzu to allow us to use one of the foe cities for our battle. Monoma grins determinedly. Alright. In Nightaye's agency, Nighteye watches the UA Sports Festival in shock of Izuku's display of power. Nighteye comments to himself, that's impossible. I've never heard of anyone other than All Might who could use that much power. Nighteye then reins in his emotions and regains his composure before he says, I can't very well leave that boy alone. I need to know with 100% certainty if he truly plans on becoming a hero or if he'll become a villain instead. As Izuku returns to the one of bleachers, Kirishima comments, man, just when I think you couldn't get any more powerful, you go and do something like that. Just how strong are you? Izuku looks down at Kirishima from at the top of the stairs as he answers, I'm not too sure myself. I have no real way of comparing my power to anyone else. I'd imagine that All Might would be the only one to compete with me in terms of raw power. Taminari comments, I believe it. It's kind of hard to imagine anyone standing up to you other than All Might. Izuku simply hums as he goes to his seat beside Ochako, who looks at him worriedly since Monoma was able to injure him during their fight, but doesn't say anything. Izuku then says aloud, I also learned something from my fight with Monoma. Arazu asks as she looks down at Izuku, who's looking down at the arena that Cementos is fixing. Really? What did you learn? Izuku answers, I learned that my quirk seems to affect people differently. Monoma's powers and abilities were similar to my own, but not nearly as strong. I'm not too certain what that means, but I have a theory that it correlates with negative emotions. Ashido asks curiously, what do you mean? Izuku looks back at Ashido as he explains, before my quirk manifested all I knew was pain and despair, but once my quirk manifested, I thought I had lost my emotions. However, as it turns out, my emotions aren't gone, but merely silenced. It would explain why I still feel emotions on rare occasions. I believe that my despair correlates with my power. The pain and despair I felt back then was turned into power when my quirk manifested. Jiru then asks, what about Monoma though? He managed to transform just like you did, but he seemed to still have his emotions. Izuku looks back down at the arena. I doubt someone with Monoma's quirk had such an easy life. Izuku's classmates look at him in confusion before he elaborates, imagine having a quirk that only copies other quirks. Everyone else would essentially treat you as though you're useless since you require other people's quirks in order to fight back. Monoma is essentially a white piece of paper, and with each act of malice against him he became more and more tainted with anger and resentment. Izuku continues, it's likely the reason why he hates Class 1A. It's not that we think we're superior to 1B, but rather that Monoma perceives it that way since that's all he's ever known. I'm willing to bet that throughout his entire life he was looked down on and treated like dirt for having a quirk that relies on other quirks. So, due to his anger and hatred, my quirk took away his conscience and inhibitions, which explains why he would fire a Grand Race Zero inside the stadium. Once he got a hold of my quirk, he became a force of destruction and wanted to prove how strong he was. It's at this moment that Izuku's classmates start to sympathize with Monoma despite his antagonistic comments towards them earlier. Class 1B also listens to Izuku's explanation and begin to understand why Monoma acts the way he does. Kendo comments, I had no idea Monoma felt that way. Tetsu replies, I always thought he was kind of a jerk, but now it actually makes sense. Awase then says with a determined expression, if what we heard is true, then we need to be there for Monoma and make him understand that we care about him. Class 1B smiles as they reply, right. With Class 1A, Uraraka says with a smile as she looks at Izuku, if your emotions aren't really gone, but are actually silenced, then that means that you can get your emotions back. Izuku looks at Uraraka before he looks at his right hand as he replies, you're right, I can, but the question is, do I want them back? Are my emotions worth it? What will happen to me or my quirk if I do get them back? Will I go back to how I was before my quirk manifested, or will I become something else entirely? What if ... what if I lose control? Ochako takes Izuku's hand as she says with a determined expression, it's your choice, Izuku, but just know that we're here for you, no matter what you choose. If you do choose to regain your emotions, then we'll be here to support you. If you feel like you're falling back into despair, then we'll be there to pull you back. If you lose your quirk or if it weakens, then we'll be here to help you, and if ... if you lose control, we'll be here to stop you. Izuku looks at Ochako in shock from her determination before he looks at his classmates, who are all sharing the same determined expressions. For a brief moment, Izuku smiles softly as he genuinely says thank you. However, as he turns back to look at the arena, the feeling is gone. Izuku's classmates are all surprised by his smile, which didn't look fake or forced, it looked real. In that moment they realized that Izuku felt truly happy that they were willing to go so far for him. However, they also recall what he said during lunch about not feeling certain emotions very often and therefore making them stronger. They wonder to themselves when was the last time Midoriya was truly happy. They all think about Izuku and what they could do to help him, but are taken out of their thoughts when the fight between Tokoyami and Bakugo begins. The fight itself goes back and forth for quite some time, but it seems that Bakugo discovered Dark Shadow's weakness. Once Bakugo figured it out, he then relentlessly attacks Dark Shadow before Tokoyami admits defeat. As soon as the round ends, Izuku stands up. Guess I should get ready for my match. Jiru replies, you got this, Midoriya. Izuku looks back at Jiru, who's sitting beside Yaoyorozu, who's smiling at him encouragingly before he looks at Ochako, who simply nods at him with a confident expression. Izuku then nods in return before he heads for his designated room for preparations of the final match. As Izuku sits at the table in his waiting room with his arms crossed and his eyes closed as his door is suddenly kicked open, only to see Bakugo with a surprised expression. What the hell are you doing in my? Bakugo then realizes that he's at the wrong room. Damn it. This is waiting room number 2. Izuku then closes his eyes after Bakugo realizes his mistake. The action irritates Bakugo, who walks towards Izuku with his hands in his pockets trying to hide the fact that he's trembling. Bakugo then says, trying to appear calm, okay, so I may have walked into the wrong room, but don't think that means I'm not on top of my game, you got that. Bakugo then raises his hand out of his pocket before he slams it down on the table with an explosion. Bakugo growls out, trying to appear confident, you better bring all you got, Deku. Izuku cracks open his right eye as he looks at Bakugo out of the corner of his eye as he asks, do you honestly think you can handle everything I've got? Bakugo answers, still trying to appear strong, it doesn't matter whether if I think I can or not. If I'm going to be the next #1 hero, then I have to beat you. I won't be able to prove that I'm the best of the best if you don't fight me seriously. Izuku closes his eye as he replies, such foolishness will get you killed if you aren't too careful. Bakugo looks at Izuku as he's unsure how to respond, as Izuku continues, pretending to be stronger than you are will only make you look more pathetic when you're beaten. There will be times when you can't beat your opponent through brute force alone. No matter how strong or powerful you become, there will always be someone who's stronger than you. That's why you can't rely on only yourself in order to win a fight against an unstoppable opponent. Izuku then opens his eyes as he turns to look Bakugo in the eyes. If you truly want to become the best hero you can be, then you must accept your limits. That is the only way to surpass them. And if you are able to make allies, then your overall strength will increase significantly. Play to your and your team's strengths while also playing against your opponent's weaknesses. That's the only way for you to become the best hero you can be. Bakugo's eyes widen in surprise as he recalls how he refused to work with his classmates in previous exercises, assuming that he could win without their help. Izuku then says, as Bakugo is lost in thought, you should probably head back to your waiting room before the final match starts. You're going to need a good strategy if you want to beat me. Bakugo glares down at Izuku before he stomps away, feeling somehow calm. I don't need your help, Deku. Izuku watches Bakugo leave before he closes his eyes again. Not long afterwards, they're called out to the arena. Present Mike announces as Izuku and Bakugo both enter the field. We have the boy who has taken first in every round so far, Izuku Midoriya, versus the one who has made an explosive entrance since the beginning, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku and Bakugo stand opposite of each other. Izuku still as composed as ever, while Bakugo has a look of determination in his eyes. Bakugo thinks to himself, if I want to beat Deku, then I need to knock him out of the ring. There's no way I can win in a head-to-head fight with him, which means that if I want to beat him, then I need to hit him fast and hard. Midnight calls out as she cracks her whip. Begin. Bakugo immediately rushes forward with his quirk at the ready before he jumps in the air, crosses his left arm over his chest before he lets out a series of explosions from his left hand, causing him to spin in the air to deliver a kick at Izuku's head. Izuku blocks the attack by raising his left arm, but it had more force than he was expecting as he took a step back to keep his balance before Bakugo regains his footing, then delivers a left-handed uppercut. In the heat of the battle, Bakugo thinks to himself with a smirk, Deku's been watching me ever since we were kids. He knows all my moves inside and out, which means I just have to fight differently from how I normally would. Bakugo then uses his right hand to grab Izuku by the collar with his left arm, cross over Izuku's chest as he tries to push Izuku out of bounds. Izuku, quickly realizing what Bakugo's plan is, decides to punch Bakugo in the gut, causing him to let go of Izuku with his eyes wide as he bends over in pain. Izuku comments as he looks down at Bakugo's form, I must say I wasn't expecting either of those attacks, nor was I expecting you to try and push me out of bounds in order to win. It seems that you understand what I meant and have decided to change your fighting style. You can't beat me with sheer power alone, but in the rules of the tournament you can win by pushing me out of bounds. Bakugo glares up at Izuku as Izuku says, it seems you've grown a bit. Bakugo angrily yells out as he throws a right hook which Izuku blocks easily, but Bakugo manages to hit Izuku with a kick to his side from his right foot. Bakugo had swung his kick shortly after he threw his fist in order to put more power into it while also hiding his second attack. As Bakugo lowers his right leg, he then throws forth a punch directly to Izuku's stomach. but due to Izuku's Hyro, the punch doesn't even hurt him, just feels like pressure. Izuku then open palm hits Bakugo in the chest, causing him to tumble across the arena like a ragdoll. Bakugo stands up just a few feet away from the line as he wipes his mouth. Bakugo looks over Izuku as he thinks, damn it, none of my attacks have even fazed him. Is he focusing all of his energy into his defense or something? Bakugo then thinks back to all the times he saw Izuku take a hit. No, his defense is naturally strong due to his quirk. Damn it, I was hoping to catch him by surprise before pushing him out of bounds, but it looks like that plan's a wash. Guess I've got no other choice. Bakugo then says with a confident grin, you should give up now while you can, Deku. Izuku tilts his head to the side in confusion before Bakugo continues in a crouched position, because I'm not sure if you can handle my next attack. Izuku's eyes narrow as he replies, try it. Bakugo rushes towards Izuku before he launches himself into the air using the explosions from his quirk in order to create a wind tunnel as he yells out howitzer impact. Bakugo lets off the most powerful explosion he's ever made at Izuku, who faces it head-on without blocking. Bakugo falls to the ground panting as the entire arena is covered in smoke before he asks aloud, how do you like that, Deku? Bet even you would have trouble standing up to that kind of power. Izuku replies as the smoke and dust starts to disappear, I must admit that was quite the powerful attack. In terms of raw power, I'd say it's almost as destructive as one of my Zeros. However, Izuku swings his right hand, causing the smoke and dust to disperse completely, revealing himself with the top of his uniform destroyed with only shreds of it hanging from his waist. If it's any consolation, you did ruin my uniform. The audience stares at Izuku in horror as they see the hole in the center of his chest as his body is regenerating from the burns he suffered from Bakugo's attack. The audience ask quietly to themselves, what the hell happened to him? How is he even alive? Is he okay? Shigaraki stares at the screen just as shocked as the audience alongside Kirigiri. Shigaraki thinks back to the fight between Izuku and Nomu. I wonder which of us will win, the heartless monster or the mindless monster. Shigaraki then comments to himself as he scratches at his neck, so that's what he meant. When he said that, I thought he meant metaphorically, but from what I can tell he was being completely serious. He doesn't have a heart. The students in the 1B area stare in complete shock. Ibara covers her mouth, oh god. Setsuna asks, how is he even alive right now? The Waste comments, has he had a hole in his chest this entire time? Monoma, who is now in the stands sitting alongside his classmates, thinks back to what Izuku had said during their fight, I'm also curious ... if you have a hole as well. Monoma says to himself in realization, so that's what he meant. I didn't realize it at the time, but I remember my abdomen felt strangely empty. Is that what it's like for him, to just feel a pit of emptiness in his chest? Nighteye comments in surprise from his office, incredible. He was able to take an attack like that while only suffering from minor injuries. He seems to be almost as powerful as All Might, maybe even All for One. I need to ensure that he doesn't end up becoming a problem for us later down the line. Bakugo comments with wide eyes as the only thing he was able to do was only slightly burn Izuku's skin, which has already healed, and destroy the area around him. But not behind him. How? That was my most powerful attack, and yet he took it without even trying. Izuku then states as he walks towards Bakugo, you should be proud, Bakugo, because when you fired off that attack, I actually had to focus all of my energy into my Hyro in order to prevent myself from getting burned even more than I already had. Bakugo swallows in as he feels his legs tremble. That was his last shot at beating Izuku, and all he managed to do was barely damage him. Izuku comments as he puts a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, you should be proud for getting this far. Don't let this loss destroy your resolve, but rather use it in order to fuel your resolve. Bakugo looks at Izuku in shock before Izuku knocks him out with a chop to his neck, causing Bakugo to go limp in Izuku's arms. Midnight announces Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Unlike all the other fights, no one cheers as they're still horrified at the hole in Izuku's chest, and as the TVs focus on Izuku's face, they realize how cold and calculating his eyes are. Izuku, Bakugo, Tokoyami, and Monoma all stand on their respective pedestals. Tokoyami stands with his arms crossed while Monoma has his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, Bakugo is looking down. However, Izuku stares straight ahead with his emotionless expression. Ever since he won the last round, the audience has been unnervingly quiet. Midnight announces with her usual flair, trying to ease the tension in the air. Now then, the one to hand out the medals is All Might at the top of the stadium gives his usual boisterous laugh as he jumps down before the pedestals as he and Midnight sit. At the same time, our very own hero, All Might, I have brought the medals here. All Might looks over at Midnight in embarrassment, who apologizes, sorry, I didn't know you were going to say something for your entrance. Midnight then holds out the medals for All Might. Now then, All Might, please present the medals, starting with third place. All Might takes the 2 bronze medals as he walks towards Tokoyami and Monoma. Young Tokoyami, congratulations, you sure are strong. Tokoyami replies as he looks up at All Might, you are too kind. All Might then hugs Tokoyami as he says, however, in order to fight well against different types, you mustn't rely solely on your quirk. If you train your own strength more, then you'll have more options when you fight. All Might then looks at Monoma as he places the medal around his neck. Young Monoma, you were quite impressive during your fights. You've shown incredible talent for adapting to the quirks you copy as well as to each opponent you fight. However, you must remember to keep a level head when dealing with an opponent who's inherently stronger than you. Monoma nods as he replies, I understand, sir. All Might then grabs the silver medal as he walks towards Bakugo. Young Bakugo, today you've shown just how powerful you are. Not only that, but it seems as though you've realized that there are some enemies you just can't beat with raw power. Be proud of what you've achieved. All Might places the medal around Bakugo's neck. But all he thinks is this how it felt before Deku got his quirk? To feel so insignificant that you aren't even considered a worthy opponent. All Might finally grabs the gold medal as he makes his way to Izuku, who's staring at him with those cold, emotionless eyes which makes a chill run down his spine. All Might then says, trying to appear unfazed, young Midoriya, you fought well throughout this tournament. You knew when to push your opponents to do their best as well as how to stop them from going too far. All Might then whispers in Izuku's ear, I wish to speak with you afterwards in the teacher's lounge if you don't mind. And if you could, I would like for you to bring young Uraraka as well. All Might then turns to the crowd as he says, here are the winners of the UA Sports Festival. However, anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw, competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. That just leaves me with one last thing to say it with me. The audience yell out at the same time as All Might plus Ultra. Thanks for your hard work. The crowd then yells at All Might about how well it would have been to yell out UA's catchphrase as All Might defends himself embarrassed. Afterwards, Izuku, Bakugo, and Tokoyami all head for their classmates who congratulate them on getting as far as they did. As their classmates all talk amongst themselves, Izuku walks over to Ochako as he taps her on the shoulder to draw her attention. What is it, Izuku? Izuku answers quietly as to not draw attention. All Might said he wanted to speak with us in the teacher's lounge. Ochako blinks at Izuku in surprise before they split off from the group. Not long after leaving the field, they're standing in front of the teacher's lounge. Ochako asks aloud, what do you think All Might wants to talk to us about? Izuku answers, I have an idea, but I'm not sure why he asked me to bring you as well. Ochako looks at Izuku in confusion before Izuku opens the door, revealing All Might, who is now in a yellow suit sitting on the couch. All Might perks up as he says, young Midoriya, Uraraka, please come in. Ochako walks in before Izuku closes the door behind them. They both then take a seat at the coffee table in front of All Might. All Might comments as he looks at Izuku, I'm sure you've already figured out why I wanted to speak with you. Izuku replies with a nod, I have, although I have no idea why you'd ask me to bring Ochako considering your reputation. All Might answers with a sigh, it would be wrong of me to not tell her the truth of what I've done. Ochako looks between Izuku and All Might as she asks, what are you two talking about? All Might looks at Ochako as he says, young Uraraka, what I'm about to show you can never leave this room, do you understand? Ochako nods in confusion before All Might disappears into a puff of steam. Once the steam clears, she screams out in surprise, oh my gosh, what happened to you? Are you okay? All Might interrupts, I'm fine, young Uraraka. Ochako stares in shock as All Might explains, this is my true form. I called you here because I wanted to make you an offer, but before that I want to explain some things to you. All Might then reveals his scar, which horrifies Ochako as he tells her about the villain he had fought about 9 years ago. He also tells her how he only has enough strength to be All Might for roughly 3 hours a day. Ochako comments now that she's calmed down, okay, but I still don't understand why you're telling me this. Ochako then looks at Izuku, and how come you haven't said anything? I mean, I know you don't feel your emotions, but I would have expected you to have said something. Izuku replies as he looks at Ochako, that's because I already knew about this form of All Might. Ochako looks at Izuku in shock before All Might explains, I met young Midoriya about a year ago. He had been attacked by a sludge villain which I managed to defeat, but when I went to take off, he clung to my leg. Ochako asks bewildered, why would Izuku do that? Izuku answers, because this was before my quirk manifested. Ochako looks at Izuku before All Might continues, I had then landed on a nearby building and told young Midoriya that what he had done was reckless. He wanted to ask me a question, but I told him I didn't have the time since I had spent most of my time chasing the villain and was about to transform. All Might looks down in shame. He then asked me a question that stopped me in my tracks, and so he saw my true form. Ochako's eyes widen as she realizes what the question was as All Might says, can I become a hero even without a quirk? All Might explains as he looks down in shame, I then told him what I had just told you. I thought that if someone like me could get this badly injured, then young Midoriya wouldn't have stood a chance at a hero. I thought that I was doing the right thing by telling him to be more realistic, so that he wouldn't wind up dying at such a young age. However, I hadn't considered what Midoriya may have been through. It didn't even cross my mind. I never thought that he would that he would even consider taking his own life or what the consequences of that actions might have been. Ochako stares at All Might in shock as she clenches her fists in her lap in anger before she asks surprisingly calmly, "Why are you telling me this?" All Might answers as he looks at Ochako, "Because I want you to know the truth. I don't want you to think that I ever hid anything from you. I don't expect you to forgive me." All Might looks down. "I can't even forgive myself. Every day since then, I've felt nothing but self-hatred for my careless words. I understand if you hate me. However, you're the only one I believe is worthy of inheriting my power." Ochako asks, still angry, but somewhat confused, "What do you mean inheriting your power?" All Might answers as he looks at Ochako, "Most people think that my quirk is a form of strength enhancement, but the truth is that it's actually a stockpiling quirk that can be passed down from person to person. With each wielder, the quirk becomes more and more powerful. I've seen your determination. I've witnessed your kindness. That is why I believe that you're the only one who's worthy of inheriting my quirk, one for all." Izuku's eyes widen slightly at the new information All Might presented while Ochako remains silent. Ochako looks down at her clenched fists as she says, I don't know what to say. I'm mad at you. Madder than I've ever been for what you said to Izuku back then. But I get why you said it. I get that you had the best of intentions, but I never would have crushed someone's dreams like that. Sure, there are some strong and scary villains out there, but that's just how it is in this world. You never know when a villain might show up, and you never know when it might be your last day. But that's no reason not to follow your dreams or tell someone else they shouldn't follow theirs. Izuku and All Might stare at Ochako in surprise as she continues with tears streaming down her face. Life is too short. That's why we've got to make the best of what little time we have. Ochako looks up at All Might with an angry yet determined expression. All Might swallows nervously as Ochako says, "I don't want your quirk." Izuku blinks in shock as he replies, "Ochako, think about what you're saying. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Ochako shakes her head. "I don't care. I can't just accept something like that from him, knowing that he's the reason you." Ochako cuts herself off as she chokes on a sob. Izuku goes to kneel in front of Ochako as he says, "Ochako, look at me." Ochako looks at Izuku with tears in her eyes as Izuku looks up at her with a soft expression. "I would have given almost anything for an opportunity like this when I was quirkless. All I ever wanted was to help and save people. I may have been able to become a hero without a quirk, but I would have become an even better one with a quirk. I know you're angry and upset, but please, don't throw this chance away. Not because of me." Ochako's lips tremble as she cries, I just can't. Izuku, he hurt you. He's the reason you're like this. He's the reason you can't feel your emotions." Izuku grabs Ochako's hands as he holds them in his own. Ochako looks at Izuku as he says, "My life was a living hell before my quirk manifested. I was beaten, bullied, abused, ridiculed, and neglected by everyone around me. To them I was less than worthless." Izuku hesitates before he continues, "That day wasn't the first time I had considered suicide." Ochako and All Might stare at Izuku in shock from his admission. "There are plenty of times that I had considered it. I was just so tired of all the pain and despair that I felt on a daily basis. I thought that if I tried to pretend to be okay then I would be, but I wasn't. Even if I hadn't met All Might, I probably still would have made an attempt just to escape the pain. That's why I did it. I guess I just broke. I couldn't take it anymore. I no longer saw any light. I saw no reason to continue. I just wanted to end my suffering." Izuku then says as he gently squeezes Ochako's hands, "But then my quirk manifested. I may have lost my emotions, but I no longer felt the overwhelming pain or despair that was eating me alive. I became powerful. I was strong enough to not only protect myself, but those around me as well. Then I met you, my first and only friend." Ochako puts a hand over her mouth to hold back a sob. "Even though I may not feel my emotions, I still appreciate you always being there for me, whether if I need it or not. You saw me as the broken thing that I am and still accepted me. You knew what I was before, but still chose me. No words I say could possibly express my gratitude for what you've done for me." Izuku then finishes with a sad look in his eyes, "So please, don't throw this chance away. Not because of me." Ochako swallows before she takes Izuku's hands as she says, "Okay, I'll try." Ochako then looks at All Might as she says, "But I still haven't forgiven you for what you did." All Might replies with a nod and understanding smile, "I understand. I'm glad you reconsidered." Izuku thinks to himself as he looks up at Ochako, "Good, she's reconsidered his offer. If for whatever reason I lose control or if I lose my way, I know she'll be there to stop me, and now she'll have the power to do it." All Might then explains, "However, unfortunately, I won't be able to give you one for all just yet. If I were to transfer one for all to you now, you wouldn't be able to use it without causing extreme harm to yourself." Ochako's eyes widen slightly, realizing the situation as All Might continues, "That's why we need to build up your body so that you're fit enough to handle one for all. I'd say somewhere about 10 months worth of training should be enough to get you started. During that time," All Might looks at Izuku, who is now sitting back in his seat, "I want you to help her in any way you can." Izuku asks suspiciously, "Why are you asking me to do this?" All Might answers confidently, "Because I know how intelligent you are. I still remember seeing your notes and realizing just how smart you were. I'm certain that you'll be able to help young Uraraka with one for all far more than I can. Ochako asks as she tilts her head to the side. What do you mean? All Might answers as he leans back. When I first received one for all, I was able to use it right off the bat. But since I was already physically fit before receiving it, I didn't have any backlash to worry about. However, that isn't to say that it will be as easy for you. That isn't to say you aren't fit, but you certainly have room to grow, and one for all will be even stronger once I pass it on to you. Ochako nods in understanding. I see. All Might then says as he stands up. Well, you two should go get changed and head to homeroom. Izuku and Ochako both stand up as they walk towards the door, with All Might opening the door for them as he says, you both did very well today, and young Midori. Izuku turns to look back at All Might alongside Ochako as All Might's eyes soften. I'm truly sorry for what I did to you. Izuku's eyes widen slightly in surprise before he replies, it's all right, All Might. It was just a bad day for me. I understand that you truly wanted what was best for me, even if it hurt to hear it. So, Izuku turns to face All Might before he bows. Thank you for trying. All Might smiles as he watches Izuku and Ochako walk away and thinks, if I could go back in time, I'm sure you would have made an amazing successor, young Midori. However, I know that I can't ask you to do so now. It would be an insult to your memory. I'm sure Nana would have loved to meet you, whether then or now. After Izuku and Ochako get changed, they head to their homeroom where Aizawa is waiting for them along with the rest of their classmates. Aizawa asks with an annoyed expression, and where exactly were you two? Ochako stutters, trying to come up with an answer as she's intimidated. But Izuku answers before her. All Might wanted to speak with us after the award ceremony. Aizawa raises an eyebrow to Izuku's answer as he looks Izuku in the eyes before replying, seemingly satisfied with Izuku's answer. All right, get to your seats. Izuku and Ochako both go to their respective seats as Aizawa announces, now that the sports festival is over, you'll be given the next days off to recuperate. Afterwards, we'll be going over your internship offers. You're dismissed. Most of their classmates leave except for Ashido, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru, who are all hanging around Ochako's desk. Ashido asks with a mischievous smirk, so, what were you and Midoriya doing? Ochako answers embarrassedly, we were just talking to All Might. Ashido replies, a likely story. Ochako counters, we were. Jiru says with a teasing smile, you know, if you wanted some alone time with Midoriya, you could have just told us. Ochako cries out in frustration, that's not what it was. Yaoyorozu interrupts, now girls, we shouldn't be teasing Uraraka like this. Ochako looks at Yaoyorozu with a grateful expression, thank you Yamomo. Yaoyorozu then looks at Ochako with a teasing smile. Whatever she and Izuku were doing is between them. Ochako gapes at Yaoyorozu before she asks in shock, why have you forsaken me? The girls start laughing as Izuku walks up to Aizawa. Excuse me, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa looks at Izuku with a questioning expression before Izuku says, I couldn't help but notice that Ida wasn't here when Ochako and I came back. Did something happen? Aizawa answers with a sigh, something came up that I'm not at liberty to discuss. Izuku thinks to himself, if Aizawa knows it, but isn't at liberty to discuss it with a student, then that must mean that it's a personal issue. However, Ida seemed fine throughout the day, then disappeared before my fight with Bakugo, which means that it must be a family issue. Did something happen to his brother? Izuku bows lightly to Aizawa as he says, thank you Aizawa. That's all I wanted to know. Aizawa nods in return before Izuku walks towards the door before Ochako follows after him with the girls trailing behind her. Izuku, wait up. As Izuku and Ochako part ways from Yaoyorozu, Jiru, and Ashido, Ochako asks as she looks at Izuku, say Izuku. Izuku hums in response, why were you so insistent on convincing me to accept one for all? Izuku looks at Ochako from the corner of his eye, determining whether if he should answer the question or not. Eventually he answers honestly, it's because I don't trust myself or what may happen to me in the future. Ochako waits patiently as Izuku explains as they walk, if I were to regain my emotions, it's entirely possible that I may lose control of my quirk. However, if for whatever reason I lose my way. Izuku hesitates for a moment. I need someone strong enough to stop me. Ochako's eyes widen in shock before Izuku says, I also think it would be a good idea for you to team up with Todoroki, Bakugo, and even Monoma if he's able to copy my quirk should something like that ever happen. If Todoroki actually trains himself properly, he'd be an amazing hero, far surpassing his father in every way possible. Bakugo, on the other hand, is a bit prideful, so he needs to learn how to work with others should he face an opponent that's on a whole other level than him. However, if he's able to learn that, he'd be an impressive leader due to his desire to be the best. Monoma, on the other hand, would be the only one to go toe-to-toe with me should he gain more proficiency with my quirk. Ochako comments, unsettled, you're trying to find people who would be able to stop you if you were to ever lose control. Izuku nods as he adds, not only that, but also if I lose what little morals I have left. Should I lose those, then I'll truly become a monster, and if that happens, I need someone to stop me, permanently if need be. Ochako stops in her tracks with her hair falling over her eyes before Izuku turns to look back at her. Ochako. Ochako replies quietly, "You can't ask me to do that." Izuku asks, "What did you say?" Ochako looks at Izuku with an angry expression, but is offset from the tears in her eyes as she repeats louder, "You can't ask me to do that." Izuku's eyes widen slightly in surprise as Ochako continues, "How can you expect me to just accept that? I can't accept the idea that ... that I..." Ochako looks down as tears fall from her face. "I can't do that." Izuku walks over to Ochako, unsure of what to do before he places a hand on her shoulder. Ochako looks up at Izuku as tears continue streaming down her face, much like the green tear tracks on Izuku's face, before Izuku says, "You need to understand. I don't know what will happen. All I can do is take precautions for possible futures, the worst case scenarios. I don't want to become a monster, nor do I want to lose control, but I can't say with 100% certainty that it won't happen. That's why I need you and everyone else to be ready and willing to do what needs to be done before I do anything unforgivable." Ochako argues, "You don't understand, Izuku. I can't do that. I can't even think of allowing that." Izuku counters, "You have to." Ochako yells, "I can't. I won't." Ochako says as tears flow freely, I can't do that to you. I can't imagine a life without you. You're ... you're my friend, Izuku. My best friend and ... and I don't want to lose you, no matter what." Izuku stares at Ochako in shock as he begins to feel unfamiliar emotions in his chest, but they're too faint to be discernible. Izuku replies, "I understand, Ochako. I don't want it to come to that either, and I'll do everything I can to prevent it. But should that happen, I need you to be there to stop me, and in order to do that you need to be strong, and One for All will certainly help you with that." Izuku then asks as he looks down at Ochako, who is wiping away her tears, "Can you promise me that you'll be there to stop me if I become too far gone?" Ochako answers firmly, "I promise to stop you." Izuku opens his mouth to thank her, but Ochako continues, "And I promise to bring you back if you ever do become too far gone." Izuku's eyes widen in surprise from Ochako's promise and the determination in her eyes. Izuku finally replies with a grateful nod, "Thank you, Ochako." Ochako then says as she wipes her face, "But I need you to promise me something too." Izuku replies, "I suppose that's fair." Ochako looks Izuku in the eyes, "I need you to promise me that you won't give up no matter what." Izuku is surprised once again from Ochako's request as she continues, "I want you to promise that even if you do become a monster or lose control, that you won't stop fighting to return to us." Izuku looks at Ochako for a moment before his eyes soften and he smiles lightly, "I promise, Ochako." Ochako swallows with a blush on her face before Izuku comments, "It's strange." Ochako asks with confusion, "What is?" Izuku answers as he gazes into Ochako's chocolate brown eyes, "For some reason when I'm around you I feel strange. They're emotions, but they're unfamiliar and very faint and don't last very long, but I don't dislike them." Ochako's blush deepens before she walks past Izuku as she nervously says, "Well, we should head on home." Izuku looks at Ochako with a confused expression before he follows after her. As Izuku walks through the front door, he calls out, "I'm home." And Ko stands at the entrance with a worried expression as she asks, "Are you okay, Izuku?" Izuku nods as he answers, "I'm fine. No injuries to speak of." And Ko swallows as she looks down sadly before she says, "I hate seeing you get hurt like that." Izuku blinks in surprise to Inko's words as she continues, "Every time I see you get hurt, it ... it tears me up inside. I know I haven't been the best mom. I couldn't even be there for you when you needed me most." Izuku thinks back to when he was diagnosed as quirkless, with Inko crying saying how sorry she was. Then he thinks to when he was alone on the rooftop before he attempted to commit suicide. Inko cries as she says, "I just wanted you to be safe. I didn't want you to get hurt, but in the end, I still wound up hurting you. I'm so sorry that you felt that you couldn't talk to me about what was happening. I'm sorry for making you feel so alone and hopeless." Inko collapses to her knees as she cries into her hands, "I'm so sorry." Izuku walks towards Inko before he kneels down before her and pulls her into a hug, much to her surprise. Izuku replies as he strokes Inko's hair, "It's not your fault." Inko's eyes widen in surprise as Izuku continues, "All you ever wanted and tried to do was protect me. It's my fault for not giving you that chance. You have nothing to apologize for. You did everything you could, but I know you won't accept that. So instead I'll say this." Inko looks up at Izuku, who's looking at her with a genuinely kind expression, "I forgive you." Inko hugs Izuku as she cries, with Izuku rubbing soothing circles on her back. It was the first time in a long time that Izuku had shown her a true, genuine smile. Inko thinks to herself as she continues crying, "Perhaps my baby boy isn't lost forever. I just hope ... to see him as he was again." Inko thinks back to how bright and hopeful Izuku was as a child, how he loved heroes and how he always wanted to help. The mother and son remain in their embrace for a few more moments before going back to their day. After a couple of days off, the students of UA return to school since the sports festival is officially over. As Izuku is walking to school, he hears a female calling out to him. He looks to his left to see a group of schoolgirls walking up to him. The first thing he notices is the different uniforms they're wearing, so they clearly aren't UA students. One of the girls says with wide eyes with an amazed expression, "You're Izuku Midoriya, the guy who won the sports festival, right?" Izuku nods in confirmation, "That's right." The girls mutter to themselves, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." Another girl comments, "You were so hot when you fought against Todoroki and Monoma." A girl beside her adds with a blush, "Then when you lost your shirt." A girl opposite of them asks, "Can we get your autograph and maybe a selfie with you?" Izuku thinks to himself, thoroughly confused, what the hell is going on? Is this a new form of bullying or something? Izuku then decides to answer, still uncertain, "I guess so." The girls squeal in excitement before the one in front of Izuku points her camera at Izuku and the group of girls before taking a picture. They then present their notebooks and markers for Izuku to sign on. One of them even tries to convince Izuku to sign her chest, but instead he just blankly stares at her before walking away, causing her to immediately cry out for him not to leave before asking him to sign her notebook, somewhat disappointed. When Izuku walks into homeroom, the first thing he notices is Shinsou Hitoshi sitting behind his desk with an expression that seems tired, but really, he's extremely happy and excited to finally make it into the hero course. Izuku walks to his desk before he nods to Shinsou. "Good morning, Shinsou." Shinsou replies awkwardly as he notices Izuku. "Oh, hey Midoriya, good morning." Izuku comments, "I told you you'd make it into the hero course." Shinsou adds as he rubs the back of his neck with a small smile, "Yeah, I was actually surprised when your homeroom teacher came to me and said that I'd be joining the hero course once the festival was officially over." Izuku replies before he takes his seat, "Well then, welcome to 1A. Aizawa announces in front of the class as homeroom starts now that the festival is over and you've been given a couple of days to recover. Let's go over your internships." Aizawa holds up a remote as he presses a button. A projector shows on the whiteboard students' names and the number of internship offers they received. Aizawa comments, "In previous years the internships have been more spread out, but don't worry if you don't see your name up here. UA already has offers with agencies that have worked with us before." Zero comments in surprise, "Wow, I knew that Todoroki and Bakugo would get a lot of offers, but I'm surprised that Midoriya isn't even in the top 10. Coincidentally, Izuku got the least amount of internship offers without being 0. Izuku explains, "It's likely that most agencies didn't think they could handle me due to my cold demeanor and powerful quirk. It's not surprising that most agencies would be intimidated by me." Jiru adds, "Yeah, plus there's the fact that they all got a good look at the hole in your chest. I remember being uncomfortable when I first saw it, so it would make sense for agencies to be scared of you." Shinsou then says, "Plus there's the fact that you said that you'd get expose every fake hero in your speech." Kirishima states in understanding, "Yeah, I guess all of that does make sense." Todoroki then adds, "Since the lower-ranked agencies would avoid him, that means that only the ones who believe they can handle him sent him offers." Kaminari then says with a smile, "So you got to avoid having to weed out any agencies you don't want to work with." Aizawa gains their attention as he coughs into his hand to him. "Now that you all know how many offers you've received, we'll be working on getting you your." Aizawa is cut off as Midnight slams the door open as she shouts hero names. Midnight struts in as she explains to the surprised class, "Choosing a hero name is very important. After all, you don't want to end up with a name that could possibly be obscene. Plus, once you choose your names, there's no going back once you're out in the field in public eye." Aizawa explains, "I'm not particularly good with hero names, which is why I asked Midnight to assist you in choosing your hero names." Midnight passes out whiteboards and markers to each student before she says, "Once you've decided on your hero name, I want you to come to the front of the class and show everyone." Kaminari asks nervously, "You mean we have to show everyone our names?" Midnight answers, "It's likely most of you will end up becoming daytime heroes, so it's best to get used to being seen and hearing your hero name." The hero naming process goes by relatively smooth with only a few hiccups, those being Aoyama, Ashido, and Bakugo. Everyone else seemed to be quick on choosing their hero names. But Izuku simply stares at the blank whiteboard as he thinks, "How can I come up with a hero name when I don't even know what I would like?" As people are choosing their names, Izuku thinks about himself and his quirk, then he recalls how he initially felt about his quirk before writing down his hero name. Izuku walks up to the front of the class as Midnight comments with a smile, "Ah, looks like Midori has chosen his hero name. This should be interesting." Izuku stands at the podium before he reveals his whiteboard with only a single word written hollow. Midnight hums thoughtfully before she comments, "I can see why you'd choose a name like that, but it seems a bit intimidating to me." Izuku replies, "That's the point. I'd prefer to intimidate villains into surrendering rather than getting into a fight and causing pointless destruction. So, when they see me or hear my name, they'll know that there's no point in resisting or fighting." Midnight then says, "This is cutting it a bit close, but I'll let it slide since it certainly fits your character." Bakugo then angrily yells out, "How is my hero name out of character?" Midnight answers with a deadpan expression pointed at Bakugo, "Your hero name isn't out of character, it's just inappropriate." Jiru comments from under her breath, coming from the rated 18+ hero, "That doesn't mean much." As Izuku walks back to his desk, Shinsou decides to walk up to the podium as Midnight says, "Alright Shinsou, let's see what your hero name is." Shinsou reveals his whiteboard as he answers, "Mindwipe." Midnight comments with a smile, "I see. I assume you chose that name because of the effect your quirk gives off." Shinsou nods in affirmation before he walks back to his seat. Midnight then says, "Okay, so it looks like all we have left is Bakugo, who's still working on his, Todoroki, and..." Izuku looks over at Ida, who has a pensive expression. On his day off, Izuku had heard about how Ingenium was attacked by Stain. Izuku doesn't really know Ida all that well, but he can tell very easily that Ida is still upset over what happened to his brother. Izuku thinks to himself, "I need to talk to him. Even if I don't care about him and have no connection to him, it's what I would have done if I could still feel my emotions. Perhaps I could make it sound as though it's my responsibility as class rep to look out for my fellow classmates so that Ida won't think I'm pitying him. He seems to be a stickler for rules, so he might believe that and listen to what I have to say." Eventually, Todoroki chooses to go by his surname along with Ida, and Midnight chooses Bakugo's name for him since he can't seem to come up with an appropriate one. Ground zero. After they've gotten their hero names, Aizawa passes out packets to each student as he says, "This is the list of agencies that you received and are available to you provided by UA. I suggest you look over carefully before coming to a decision." Izuku looks over the agencies that had chosen him first. He notices Hawk's agency, Maruko's agency, Ryuku's agency, Fatcom's agency, and Edshot's agency, all of which are high-ranking. But the one that catches Izuku's eye is Sir Nightaye's agency. Izuku thinks to himself, "I'm surprised that he would choose me. From what I understand, Nighteye does more underground and detective work. It doesn't make much sense for him to send me a request. But then again, he does have a connection to All Might since he was his sidekick before." Izuku narrows his eyes suspiciously. "I wonder why he would choose me. But what I'm really curious about is what his answer would be to my question." Izuku continues to look over the rest of his packet. Most of the other agencies are provided by UA and are moderately famous, but not what Izuku is looking for. Izuku decides to toss out the UA agencies and focuses on the ones who put internships for him. Izuku thinks to himself as he looks over the small list of agencies aside from Nighteye's agency. All of these are from high-ranking heroes. It wouldn't make sense for them to choose me in order to gain media attention since they're already pretty famous as it, which means that they honestly want me to join them. Although I'm fairly certain Maruko only requested me simply because of my power. I'm not sure if she's quirkist or not, but she doesn't seem to act like it. She acts abrasive, but she doesn't seem like the type of person to pick on someone who's weaker than her. She's more of the type to simply enjoy fighting and uses her job as a hero in order to fight strong opponents. Izuku hums thoughtfully. She also doesn't have very many sidekicks either since she typically doesn't want them slowing her down. For her to choose me must mean that she acknowledges my strength and power. Of course, she may just want to spar with me just to see how strong I am herself. Right now, her agency and Sir Nighteye's are the only ones that stick out. I could gain a lot of experience from either one. Now all I have to do is choose. After a moment of debating with himself, Izuku circles one of the names before handing it into Aizawa. Unsurprisingly, he was the first one to finish, so he had the chance to hear what other people are choosing. Shinsou is interning with Aizawa, because of course he is. Kirishima is interning with Fourth Kind, and Bakugo is interning with Best Genist. When Izuku hears that Yaoyorozu is choosing Iwabami, he interjects, "I wouldn't choose her if I were you." Yaoyorozu asks as she looks up at Izuku confused, "Why do you say that?" Izuku answers as he stands beside Yaoyorozu's desk, "She typically doesn't do much hero work. She's only a hero by name. She's mostly known for doing advertisements for products with a hero theme. That isn't to say she hasn't done hero work before, but she isn't seen out in the field as much as other heroes." Yaoyorozu asks aloud as she looks back down at her packet with the end of her pen on her chin. "All right. But then who should I pick?" Izuku looks over Yaoyorozu's list of offers as he comments, "Considering the fact that you mostly fight with a staff and your quirk is incredibly versatile, I suggest you choose an agency that focuses more on combat or support, so if I were you, I'd choose any of these agencies." Izuku makes a mark beside each agency he believes would be good for Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu smiles gratefully to Izuku. "Thanks, Midoriya." Jiru then walks up before she asks, "Hey Greenie, think you can help me out?" Izuku turns around to look at Jiru, who's holding up her paper as she explains, "I don't have many offers, but I figured having a second opinion would help." Izuku replies, "All right, let me see which agencies you have." Izuku looks through Jiru's packet and notices the one she had chosen before he marks through it and says, "Not Death Arm's agency." Jiru asks surprised, "What? Why?" Izuku explains as he looks at Jiru, "His agency is pretty basic. Any agency could do what Death Arm's agents can do. However, from personal experience, he's not a very competent hero in the field. Izuku looks over Jiru's list before he spots an agency he believes would suit her. I suggest Present Mike's agency. Jiru replies as Izuku hands her back her packet. Oh yeah, why's that? Izuku answers, you and him both have sound-based quirks, so it would really help you to learn from someone who has a similar quirk to you. Not only that, but he would have run into similar problems that you might be having and help you avoid other problems in the future. Plus, since you already have a student-teacher relationship, neither of you would have to build any rapport. Jiru comments, impressed. Huh, I didn't think of that. I just didn't want to work with him since he seems kind of annoying. Izuku counters sagely, there will be times when you'll have to work with people you don't necessarily like or get along with. Besides, from what I've seen over the years, Present Mike takes his job very seriously in the field. A few more of Izuku's classmates come to him for advice for agencies they should choose. Most of them have already made pretty good choices so far aside from Todoroki but they both seemed deadest on the agencies they chose. However, Izuku did notice that Ida had chosen Manuel's agency, which is in Hosu, and was the last place the hero killer stain was spotted. Izuku decides to talk with Ida before they leave for their internships. The day after the students have chosen their internships, Izuku is walking through the halls by himself, returning from dropping off some papers to the teacher's lounge. However, he stops in his tracks when he notices something on the wall beside him. He looks to his left to see a smiling face. Izuku blinks owlishly, trying to comprehend what he's seeing before the face says hi there. Izuku replies, uncertain how to respond. Hi. The face pulls back and disappears into the wall. Izuku simply stares at the wall for a moment before he asks himself, did I just hallucinate, or was there a face on this wall? Suddenly he hears the same voice comment from behind him, I'm surprised at how well you took my greeting. Izuku looks behind him to see the same face as before, but on an actual body this time. The boy cheerfully introduces himself, my name's Tagata Mirio and I'm a third year, it's nice to meet you. Izuku replies, Izuku Midoriya, do you always greet people like that? Mirio laughs heartily, no, I just felt like surprising you, but man, you have a strong poker face. Izuku continues watching the boy, wondering what the boy's reason was for stopping him before the boy comments, I guess it's true then. You really don't have emotions, huh? Izuku corrects, actually, I do have emotions, but they're silenced. They only ever surface under very certain circumstances. Mirio replies with a hand on his chin, I see. That's an interesting quirk. Izuku then asks, so, was there something you wanted from me? Mirio smiles brightly as he answers, yes, actually. You see, I'm an intern at Sir Nightaye's agency, and he told me that he sent you an internship offer. He just wanted me to check and see if you've decided on an agency yet. Izuku nods as he replies, I have. I actually chose Nighteye's agency. Mirio then says brightly, really? That's great. Do you mind if I ask why you chose Nighteye's agency? Izuku answers, there's something I want to ask him. Mirio replies, I see. Well, since you're my kuhai, I'll help you get settled in when you start. Izuku says with a grateful nod, thank you, senpai. I look forward to working with you. Mirio replies as he turns to leave, I'll see you next week. Izuku thinks to himself as he watches Mirio leave, he seems to have a similar energy to All Might. I bet Todoroki would ask if he was All Might's secret love child if he were here. Izuku then turns away as he walks. I had better get back to class. The day of internships has finally arrived. Class 1 is waiting at the train station with their Aizawa standing before them while they hold their suitcases. Aizawa says, now then, from here on out you'll be interning with your chosen agencies. Make sure you don't do anything that would reflect poorly on you, understand? His students reply in unison, yes sir. Aizawa nods as he says, you're dismissed. The students split off to their own waiting areas. But Izuku calmly calls out Ida. Ida notices Izuku called out to him. Izuku says as Ochako looks at him with concern, think carefully before you do anything reckless. Ida's eyes widen in surprise with his back turned to Izuku as a million thoughts go through his mind before he schools his expression and looks over his shoulder at Izuku, of course. Ochako asks as Ida continues walking away, do you think Ida will be alright? Izuku answers, I don't know, but if a villain were to hurt someone I cared about, I doubt I would think clearly. That is, of course, if I still felt my emotions. Izuku then looks at Ochako, but hopefully he'll listen to my warning. Ochako nods in agreement before she says with a small smile, well, I suppose I should get going. Izuku replies with a nod, good luck with your internship, Ochako. Training in hand-to-hand combat with Gunhead should help you significantly. You also might want to have him teach you how to properly dodge for the next time you have to fight Bakugo. Ochako pumps her fist determinedly right. Ochako then runs off as she waves to Izuku, well, I'll see you in about a week. Take care, Izuku. Izuku waves in return as he replies, you as well. Mirio suddenly appears beside Izuku as he comments, from what I heard about you, I didn't expect you to be so caring. Izuku replies as he looks at Mirio from the corner of his eye, unsurprised, it's not that I care. At this moment I'm incapable of caring. However, I know that if I had emotions then that is what I would do, and that's all I need to know in order to understand the difference between right and wrong. Mirio comments, impressed. That's deep. You could start a whole philosophical discussion on the importance of emotions from what you just said alone. Izuku shrugs as he replies, I suppose so. Izuku then comments as he walks ahead of Mirio, we should head to our platform before we miss our train. Mirio replies as he follows after Izuku, right. Mirio then says as he remembers, oh, by the way. Izuku looks at Mirio with a hum. Mirio looks at Izuku, sir, as someone who appreciates humor. So, the best way to get off on the right foot would be opening with a joke. Izuku replies thoughtfully, thank you, although I'm not sure what kind of jokes he would like. Mirio comments, sir also appreciates authenticity. As long as you find it funny, then he'll see the humor in it. Izuku then adds, I suppose I'll have to come up with a joke on the way there, although it will be difficult since I don't have emotion. Mirio suggests, what about dry humor? Izuku replies with his hand over his chin, that could work, although I'm still not sure what kind of joke I could come up with. Mirio says with a carefree attitude, I'm sure you'll think of something. Izuku spends the rest of the train ride thinking of something he would find humorous, but only manages to come up with one joke. Mirio asks as he stands beside Izuku just outside of Nightaye's office, are you ready, Midoriya? Izuku answers confidently, as ready as I'll ever be. Nighteye is currently doing his paperwork before he hears knocking at his door as an emotionless voice says knock knock. Nighteye thinks to himself, a knock knock joke? How amateurish. Nighteye asks who's there. Izuku opens the door as he deadpans crippling depression. Mirio looks at Izuku uncomfortably as Nighteye stares at Izuku before lowering his head with his hand on his forehead covering his face. Nighteye is trying desperately hard not to laugh. Eventually he reins in his composure before he looks at Izuku with a stone-cold expression. Nighteye comments, that's not funny. Izuku says to himself as he looks away, damn. That was the only joke I managed to come up with on the whole train ride. Nighteye asks Mirio, could you give Midoriya and I some privacy? Mirio replies with a playful salute, yes sir. Mirio shuts the door, leaving Izuku and Nighteye alone. Nighteye gestures to the seat in front of him, take a seat. Nighteye comments with a suspicious gaze, I'm surprised you chose my agency out of all the offers you received. I wasn't expecting you to choose my agency of your own accord. Initially I requested Mirio to convince you to intern with my agency, but that's a moot point now. Nighteye levels a glare at Midoriya as he says, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Izuku replies, unfazed by Nightaye's glare, what a coincidence. There was something I wanted to talk to you about as well. Nighteye raises a brow in question, but Izuku gestures towards Nighteye, you first. After all, I did waste your time coming up with a strategy to convince me to join you. Nighteye thinks to himself with clear suspicion, is he trying to appear polite so that I won't think he's a potential threat? Nighteye walks out from behind his desk before he walks up to Izuku. First things first, let's introduce ourselves. Nighteye extends his hand to Izuku. I'm Sir Nighteye. A pleasure to meet you. Izuku shakes Nighteye's hand as he looks him in the eye and replies, I'm Hollow. It's nice to meet you as well. Nighteye uses his foresight on Izuku in order to look into the future. He only sees small snippets since he's looking so far into the future. He sees Izuku standing before an alleyway with what appears to be two fallen heroes and the hero killer. Then he sees Izuku and another UA student facing off against All Might in a mock city. The resulting damage from the fight terrifies him. Then he sees Izuku on what appears to be the side of a cliff as he fires a Zero into the air while the forest around him is being burned by blue flames. Finally, he sees Izuku standing across from All for One in what appears to be a demonic form that shakes Nighteye to his core. Nighteye turns off his quirk as he processes everything he saw before he hears Izuku ask, so what is it you wish to discuss with me? Nighteye calmly takes a few steps back as he leans against his desk, still trying to process everything he saw. Nighteye asks carefully, is it true that you don't have emotions? Izuku answers matter-of-factly, it's a bit more complicated than that. For some time that's what I thought to be true. However, after Monoma copied my quirk, it became apparent that my quirk has little to do with the loss of my emotion. I also discovered before that I could feel emotions, but they require certain circumstances, such as something that would cause someone to feel intense anger. Nighteye listens with interest as Izuku continues to explain, before my quirk manifested, I was a timid and quiet child who wanted nothing more than to become a hero. I rarely felt anger or hatred throughout my life, but when I did, it was mostly towards myself for being useless, worthless, and quirkless. Nighteye can't help but feel sympathy for Izuku at the mention of his quirklessness. Izuku then says, I believe that my emotions only come out when it comes to emotions I didn't feel often when I was still quirkless, which would mean that the emotions I typically felt the most would become numb. But emotions that were unfamiliar will appear on rare occasions, such as anger for another person, or feeling proud because of the praise from someone I respect. Izuku then looks down at his lap and an emotion I can't quite place. Nighteye hums thoughtfully before he decides to ask with narrowed eyes, do you think you could become a threat in the future? Izuku looks up at Nighteye, looking him in the eyes as he answers, it's possible. Nighta's eyes widen in surprise from such an honest answer as Izuku explains, I can't say for certain that I won't lose what little morals I have left, nor can I assure that I won't lose control of my powers should I regain my emotion. After all, we saw what happened with Monoma. If such a thing were to happen to me, then there's only one solution. Izuku's eyes sharpen as he states, I'll need to be killed. Nighteye's eyes widen in shock. He wasn't expecting Izuku to actually consider the idea that he might lose control, let alone lose his morals. Nighteye is even more surprised that Izuku basically just said that detaining him isn't an option, that he would need to be killed. Nighteye sighs before he says, I suppose I owe you an apology. Izuku looks at Nighteye curiously with a hum. Nighteye explains as he looks at Izuku with a softer expression than before, the reason I requested you to join my agency is because I thought you would be a threat to our society. Your power is on a level comparable to All Might's and you seem to be invincible during your fights in the sports festival. I had to know for sure that you wouldn't wind up becoming a villain in the future. Nighteye then says as he takes off his glasses and cleans them with a white cloth, my quirk is called foresight. It allows me to see into the future once a day as long as I am in physical contact with a person and maintain eye contact with them. From there I can see into their future from a third-person perspective. But Nighteye puts on his glasses as he looks at Izuku. I honestly can't determine if you actually will become a villain or not from what I've seen. Izuku replies in understanding, I see. Then perhaps you can find more people who would be capable of stopping me. Nighteye quirks an eyebrow as Izuku continues, I've already chosen 4 people who would be capable of beating me. There's Todoroki, Monoma, Bakugo, and Ochako. Nighteye comments, I can see why you would choose the first 3, but I don't see how Uraraka would be able to assist in defeating you. Izuku replies, All Might has decided to train her personally. Nightaye's eyes widen in shock. Not only that, but Ochako is the only one whom I consider to be a friend. If I were to reach such a point, I doubt I could be so ruthless as to kill someone who has been nothing but kind to me. Nighteye swallows as he thinks, I see. It seems that deep down there's a part of him that still cares about others. It's just buried beneath all the pain he's suffered in the past. Nighteye then says, let me ask you something. Izuku looks at Nighteye, why do you still hold on to your morals even though you don't feel your emotions? Izuku answers after a moment, my mom is the only reason why I'm still trying to become a hero and the only reason why I'm holding on to these morals. Nighteye isn't sure what he was expecting, but Izuku's answer was surprisingly understandable. Nighteye replies, I see. Nighteye thinks to himself, I think I can understand Midoriya. Nighteye then recalls what Izuku had said earlier, by the way, I believe you had a question for me. Izuku nods as he says, right, I just have a question for you. Nighteye tries to prepare himself for whatever Izuku might ask him before Izuku asks, do you think I could become a hero even without a quirk? Nighteye stares at Izuku in shock before he regains his composure and answers, of course you can. It's not like there aren't heroes with non-combative quirks. What makes a hero isn't his power, but simply the desire to help others. Izuku's eyes widen slightly in surprise from Nighteye's answer before Nighteye asks, why did you ask me that question? Izuku lowers his gaze as he considers how to answer Nighteye's question. I don't think it's my place to answer that. Nighteye comments as he crosses his arms, that's clearly the same question you asked the hero over a year ago. What I don't understand is why you'd ask me that question. Izuku replies without looking at Nighteye, it's not something I can just tell you. I doubt you'd believe me even if I told you. Nighteye counters, you won't know until you ask me. Izuku looks up at Nighteye as he says, I can't tell you, but I'm sure All Might will. Nighteye replies with narrowed eyes, All Might knows who said that to you. Izuku nods in response. Nighteye says, very well, since you're clearly not a threat right now, I see no reason to keep you here. You may go to your room. We'll start your internship this afternoon. Izuku stands up as he bows, thank you, Sir Nighteye. Nighteye bows his head lightly, you're welcome. I don't believe I got your name. Izuku answers as he looks Nighteye in the eyes, I am. Hello. Nighteye feels a chill go down his spine as he hears Izuku's hero name. Nighteye thinks to himself, he certainly chose an intimidating hero name. Nighteye then says, you may go. As Izuku walks out of Nighteye's office, he goes to sit behind his desk before he pulls out his cell phone to make a call. On the other line, Nighteye hears, hello, this is Toshinori. Nighteye replies, hey there Toshinori. It's been a while since we've last spoke. All Might says in surprise, Mirai. I wasn't expecting you to give me a call. Nighteye comments, yeah, I suppose our last conversation didn't end on a positive note, but that's not why I'm calling. Nighteye asks with an angry expression, what I want to know is who told Midoriya he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Nighteye explains, I just had a conversation with him and he told me you would know who did. There's a pause of silence before All Might asks, how exactly did this conversation come up? Nighteye answers with a sigh, initially the reason why I sent Midoriya an internship was to see if he was a threat. However, when I looked into his future it was ... not very enlightening if I'm being honest. The only things I know for sure is that he will fight against you in the future in what I assume is one of the mock cities in UA. And ... he'll be facing off against All for One. All Might replies after a sigh, I had hoped that the Nomu was something that he created before my fight with him, but it's true. He's still alive, Nighteye says with a hum. Seems like it. Nighteye then continues on his explanation. After that, Midoriya asked me if he could be a hero without a quirk, which I answered yes, of course. I mean, my quirk only works once a day and doesn't even enhance my physical abilities. Not to mention how specific my quirk is in order to work. If I can become a hero, then certainly a quirkless person can too. That's not including Eraserhead, Snipe, even Nezu's quirk is just heightened intelligence. So, it isn't too much of a stretch for a quirkless person to become a hero. Nighteye leans back in his chair as he comments, of course it would be more difficult for them. Not because of their lack of a quirk, but mainly because they'd have to work twice as hard just to compete. Then there's the fact that there are quite a few people who are quirkist who would certainly cause a racket if a quirkless person did try to become a hero. It wouldn't be easy, but if they did manage to become a hero, then it would certainly be a huge counterpoint to the idea that quirks make the hero. All Might says in a defeated tone, I'm sorry, Mirai. Nighteye asks in confusion, what for? All Might answers reluctantly, I told him he couldn't be a hero. Nightaye's eyes widen in shock before he asks, you did what? All Might repeats shamefully, I'm the one who told young Midoriya he couldn't be a hero. Nighteye grips his phone tightly in righteous anger as All Might explains, when I had met the boy, he was a scrawny middle school kid. He seemed to be a typical fanboy, freaking out when he saw me, asking me for my autograph and so on. All Might smiles at the memory of who Izuku used to be before he frowns, but then he asked me if he could become a hero without a quirk. All Might continues, the hero life isn't easy and is especially dangerous for people even with powerful quirks. You saw what happened to me after my fight with All For One. Young Midoriya wouldn't have stood a chance against someone like him without a quirk. All Might sighs as he says with sorrow, I know I made a mistake by telling him that he couldn't have become a hero, but I was honestly just trying to save him from needless pain and suffering. But as it turns out, all I did was push him over the edge. Nighteye is absolutely furious before he asks, what about those with non-offensive based quirks? All Might's expression becomes confused as Nighteye continues, what about those who have quirks that do things that are seemingly useless or aren't heroic in nature? What about those who have villainous quirks? All Might answers immediately, there are no such things as villainous quirks. Nighteye then counters, then tell me this, what determines whether if a person can become a hero or not? All Might swallows as his throat tightens before Nighteye answers, a hero is someone who wishes to help others no matter what. It doesn't matter if the person has little or no power at all. As long as they have the desire to help others, then that's all it takes to become a hero. Nighteye continues, imagine this for a second. What if Midoriya became the first quirkless hero? Do you have any idea what would happen? Nighteye doesn't bother to wait for an answer. He would be an inspiration to literally everyone. If someone without a quirk could become a hero, then that would mean anyone could become a hero. He would be the one to officially crush the idea that only those with powerful or useful quirks can become heroes. He would become a symbol of hope to everyone. All Might's eyes widen as he hadn't considered that thought before. Nighteye says as the anger finally starts to dissipate, besides, he didn't have to become a daylight hero. He could have been an underground hero. He could have used gadgets to fight against villains. There are more ways to beat villains other than hitting them until they stop moving. Not only that, but you were essentially putting Midoriya against impossible odds through that thought process of yours. Not every villain is like All For One, so there's no reason to believe that Midoriya would have had to face off against someone like that. Or maybe he could have found a way to beat him once and for all without even needing a quirk. The thought of All For One being beaten by someone without a quirk seems fantastical, and yet somehow All Might can see it happen in his mind. A young man who works in the shadows, improving after every fight, using his intellect to win every fight before finally coming up with a way of beating All For One without needing a quirk. In All Might's mind, he sees the Izuku he first met, matured, strong, smart, and wise, beating All For One using only his skill, gadgets, and wit. Up to this point, All Might thought beating All For One without a quirk to be impossible. But then again, all the past wielders have tried to fight him head-on and never tried to outsmart him. Nighteye sighs before he comments, after calming down from his rant, you missed a golden opportunity with Midoriya. But there's no helping it now. Nighteye then says as he reins in his emotions, so, have you considered giving Mirio one for all? All Might hesitates as he looks down. I have, but I don't feel like he's the right choice. Nighteye pinches the bridge of his nose as he inhales through it and asks, do you want to tell me why? All Might answers as he sits back in his chair, I've looked over his records and you're right, he would make an amazing successor. However, something inside me is telling me that he isn't the one to wield one for all. Nighteye is about to go on another rant before All Might says, besides, he's already on his way of becoming an amazing hero as he is. At the beginning of his high school career, his quirk was almost unusable. I'm sure some people would even consider it useless. Yet he persevered and trained himself. He turned his seemingly useless quirk into one that made him almost unstoppable in less than 3 years. All Might comments honestly, I don't think he would have accepted one for all even if I offered it to him. Nightaye's eyes narrow as he asks with frustration, what do you mean? All Might looks at the ceiling as he answers, if I were him. If I had spent so many years thinking my quirk was useless, then was able to train it in order to become part of the big three. Then someone offered me another quirk. I guess ... it would almost feel like an insult to all the work I had put in previously. Nighteye is suddenly hit with understanding before he replies, I see. That does make sense now that I think about it. Mirio probably would refuse the offer. Nighteye then asks, however, if you're not going to choose him, then who will you choose? All Might answers, I've already chosen a successor. Nighteye replies, is that so? They must have done something to catch your attention if that's the case. All Might chuckles before he says, well, it's a long story, but to put it simply, I've chosen young Uraraka to be my successor. Nighteye comments as he leans back in his chair, the girl who lost against that Bakugo boy. All Might hums in affirmation, that's her. All Might explains honestly, it wasn't one thing in particular that caught my attention, it was more or less a bunch of small things that added up to it. All Might recalls everything that led him to choose her. I guess it would be best to start from the beginning. On the first day of school, Aizawa had told Class 1 that he would expel whoever came in last in a quirk apprehension test. Young Uraraka had mentioned how unfair that was, but then young Midoriya had told the entire class about all the other unfairnesses in the world. All Might smiles lightly. Young Uraraka was both shocked and clearly frustrated since no one could argue against young Midoriya's reasoning. However, it wasn't until Midoriya had shown and told the class what happened to him that it really sunk in for them. Most of them were disturbed or frightened by the hole in Midoriya's chest. But Uraraka ... she was sad. It wasn't pity, she was genuinely sorry for young Midoriya. And the following day I noticed how she stuck by his side. It was obvious that she was trying to help young Midoriya by befriending him even if he didn't seem to reciprocate the notion. All Might continues, however, despite Midoriya's cold and emotionless demeanor, she still stuck by his side. After that, some of the other students started to understand why Midoriya was the way that he was. He didn't act that way on purpose, he simply saw things differently. To him it was more about efficiency than anything else. All Might's smile fades. Then there was the USJ attack. Nighteye wonders in confusion, the USJ attack. You'd think something like that would be all over the news. All Might explains, unfortunately, I ended up wasting all of my time earlier that day and wasn't there when the class was attacked by a group called the League of Villains. Apparently, they had showed up because they wanted to kill me, but since I wasn't there, that only left Aizawa, 13, and the students. I only heard about this after the fact, but Aizawa had planned on going down to fight the horde of villains himself, but young Midoriya stopped him, telling him to take the students and escape. All Might smiles sadly as he looks down. Young Midoriya didn't have to do that. He could have simply let Aizawa go as he planned. However, if he had, then 13 and the students would have been under attack, then there would definitely be injured. Midoriya may not have been at risk due to the nature of his quirk, but he could have gotten into serious legal trouble if word had gotten out that he fought those villains. Logically speaking, he wasn't a hero at the time. Therefore, fighting the villains wasn't necessary for him. If he had waited to be attacked rather than fighting the villains himself, then there would have been a lot less trouble. All Might continues, if the villains had attacked him first, then anything he had done afterwards would have been in self-defense, which would have been much easier to defend. But instead he sent the heroes away with the students and fight the villains himself. It doesn't make much sense from a logical perspective, but recently I learned that young Midoriya's emotions aren't gone, rather they're silenced. So, it's entirely possible that his emotions were able to come to the surface, if only just a little bit. Nighteye asks in disbelief, you think that his emotions resurfaced because of his connection to Uraraka? All Might nods before he answers, I do. If she hadn't tried to befriend young Midoriya, then it's entirely possible that Midoriya wouldn't have intervened when he did. However, it was after the incident was already over that really caught my attention. Most of the class was around young Midoriya asking him what happened, what he did, and so on, but Uraraka was the one who seemed the most worried for him. Even though she and everyone else knew Midoriya was almost unbeatable, she was still worried about him. All Might smiles as he says, she expressed kindness I hadn't seen since my master. Nighteye looks down in sympathy for All Might. From that point onward, I noticed young Midoriya started to open up more and more to his classmates, even if only a little day by day. However, it was during the sports festival that I decided to make her my successor. Throughout the entire festival, she gave it her all. Especially during her fight with Bakugo. She wasn't nearly strong enough to take him on, much less beat him, but she didn't give up. When she was being beaten, she didn't give up. When her plan failed, she didn't give up. Even when she didn't have the strength to continue, she didn't give up. Nighteye recalls Uraraka and Bakugo's fight. Truth be told, he wasn't very impressed with her fight. However, after hearing All Might talk about her, he can see why he saw her as a candidate for one for all. All Might chuckles as he says, I guess it boils down to her kindness, loyalty, her desire to help, and her determination. She reminds me so much of my master, it's almost uncanny. Nighteye smiles lightly as he replies, I see. I guess there's no other way of talking you out of it then. All Might says with a smile in his voice, sorry, but no. Nighteye then states, very well then, since you've chosen her, you'd better start training her now. The sooner you pass on one for all, the better. All Might replies with a grin, that's the plan. Meanwhile, Mirio is leading Izuku around the agency before he says, opening a door, and here's where you will be staying during your internship. Izuku looks around the room as he sees a bed, a desk, and a drawer on each side of the room. Mirio comments, you and I will be staying in this room since we're both interning with Sir. Izuku replies with a nod, I see. Izuku then takes his suitcase and begins putting his clothes in the drawers along with everything else in its proper place. After Izuku has finished settling in, Mirio asks, so, how about we have a sparring match before we start our internship? Izuku quirks an eyebrow at Mirio, who's stretching his arms over his chest. Izuku asks, you want to spar against me? Mirio raises his arm over his head as he answers, yeah, I want to see how well you can fight against me. Plus, it'll help us synergize together if we end up having to fight some villains at some point. Izuku comments thoughtfully, I suppose that makes sense. Mirio replies, great. Now then, let's get changed into our hero costumes and head down to the gym. Izuku looks at Mirio as he pulls his costume out before he does the same. However, as they're changing, Mirio looks at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. More specifically, he looks at the hole through Izuku's back and wonders how it must feel to have a hole like that in his chest. Once they're in their costumes, Mirio comments, impressed, wow Midoriya, your costume looks really cool. Izuku replies, thanks, I suppose you look cool yourself. Mirio beams with pride, thanks Midoriya. The two then exit their room and head for the gymnasium. Izuku asks as he looks at the number on Mirio's chest, so, what's the 1 million for? Mirio answers as he points to the number with his thumb, this is the number of people I plan on saving throughout my hero career. Izuku asks as he looks at Mirio, you don't want to save everyone. Mirio laughs good-naturedly before he comments, I figured I would set an achievable goal. After all, I can't save everyone, right? Izuku replies as he looks ahead, fair enough. Mirio then sees someone ahead of them before he waves, hey Bubble Girl. Bubble Girl looks back at Mirio and Izuku as she replies, oh hey Lemillion, showing the new recruit around. Mirio nods with a smile, yep. We were actually heading to the gymnasium for a sparring match. Care to be our referee? Bubble Girl answers, I don't see why not. Besides, it should be interesting to see you two fight each other. Mirio says, excellent. A moment later, Izuku, Mirio, and Bubble Girl are all in the gymnasium. Bubble Girl says aloud, all right, let's see what you two can do. Mirio gets into a fighting stance while Izuku stands there with his hands in his pockets. Bubby Girl calls out as she swings down her hand, begin. Mirio suddenly disappears from Izuku's sight. Izuku's eyes widen in shock just before Mirio appears behind him with his arm reared back with a punch. Izuku looks back at Mirio as he thinks to himself in complete shock, he slipped completely past my pesquis. Mirio punches Izuku in the back with all his strength, which causes Izuku to stumble forward for a moment. Izuku then turns around to find that Mirio has disappeared again. Izuku thinks to himself as he scans the room, there's no way Tagada could possibly be that fast. Not with his quirk. It almost seemed like he teleported. Mirio appears directly in front of Izuku, catching him by surprise before punching him in the stomach before disappearing again. Izuku continues thinking, how is he doing that? His quirk should only allow him to phase through objects, not teleport out of thin air. So how is he doing it? Mirio appears at Izuku's left with his fist raised. But this time Izuku is prepared to counter as he swings his left hand at Mirio. However, Izuku's hand just phases through Mirio before he socks Izuku in the face, causing him to fall to one knee. Izuku covers his face as he thinks to himself, impossible. No matter what I do, he keeps slipping past my guard. However, Izuku stands up as he narrows his eyes. I think I know what's going on now. Mirio appears behind Izuku again with his fist raised for another attack. But this time Izuku Sonitos behind Mirio, catching him by surprise before Izuku kicks Mirio in the back, sending him skipping across the floor. Bubble Girl asks worriedly, Lemillion, are you alright? Mirio answers as he stands up, yeah, I'm fine. Mirio wipes his mouth as he comments, I'm impressed. You attacked me right when I was about to hit you. Izuku replies, I figured out how you were able to disappear and reappear out of thin air. Izuku explains, unlike my Sonito, it isn't speed. Instead, you're using your quirk to phase through the floor and then you use it in order to shoot up towards your enemy for a surprise attack. Izuku comments, I must say, I've never been caught off guard like that before. You even managed to hit me not once, but 3 times and get me to fall to one knee. I can see why Nighteye thinks so highly of you. Mirio replies with a grin, thanks Midoriya. But let's make this interesting, shall we? Izuku hums in curiosity before Mirio says, from here on out, the person to land the first hit wins the match. Deal? Izuku faintly smiles as he replies, deal. They both then take a fighting stance as they face each other before Bubble Girl calls out as she swings her hand, begin. Izuku and Mirio then both disappear from sight. Mirio is lying on the floor panting, covered in sweat, with Izuku kneeling beside him with Bubble Girl by his side. Bubble Girl comments, I'm surprised your match had gone on for so long. Izuku replies as he looks at Bubble Girl. Between Mirio's quirk and my speed, it was a battle of skill and experience. Izuku then adds as he looks down at Mirio, what I find impressive is that you were the one to land the first strike. There's no doubt you'll be a great hero someday. Mirio says with a smile as he catches his breath, thanks Midoriya, but you certainly didn't make it easy for me. Izuku counters, it wouldn't be training if it were easy. Nighteye walks through the door before his eyes land on Izuku and Mirio. Ah, there you two are. Nighteye then asks as he walks closer and notices Mirio on the floor, what happened here? Bubble Girl answers as she looks at Nighteye, these two decided to have a sparring session. The condition was that the match wouldn't end until someone lands the first hit. They went on for a little over an hour, but Lemillion managed to get the first hit in. Nighteye smiles proudly as he looks down at Mirio. I see. Good job, Lemillion. Mirio replies from the floor, thank you sir, but I don't think I'll be able to move for a while. Izuku comments, we should probably get something to eat. It is getting pretty late. Nighteye nods in agreement, I'll order something. In the meantime, I'll be showing you one of the most important jobs of a hero, paperwork. Nighteye is expecting Izuku to groan in annoyance like any other teenager would. But instead Izuku stands and faces him. All right, I'm assuming we'll be going over that in your office. Nighteye is slightly disappointed from the lack of a reaction, but replies with a nod, that's right, then tomorrow we'll start patrolling. Throughout the rest of the day, Nighteye teaches Izuku the ropes of all the paperwork hero agencies have to deal with. He also gets to meet more of Nightae's employees as they all sit and eat together. The experience is interesting to Izuku since he was expecting everyone to keep their distance or be afraid of him, but they don't treat him any differently than Mirio. The following day, Nighteye has Izuku and Mirio have another sparring session. Nighteye quickly realizes that Mirio's and Izuku's reactions have gotten faster, both because they're challenging each other like no one else could. With Mirio using his quirk, it's forcing Izuku to think and react faster, whereas before every fight was straightforward and simple. He couldn't be hurt. No one was strong or fast enough to give him a proper challenge aside from Monoma. However, Mirio is also improving due to fighting against an opponent who's incredibly strong and fast. Eventually Nighteye calls out, all right, that's enough you two. Mirio and Izuku stop with their fists inches form each other's faces before they both look at Nighteye. Nighteye says, you've both improved quite a bit in such a short amount of time. It's very impressive. Mirio faces Nighteye with a smile as he replies, thank you sir. Izuku simply nods his head, thank you sir Nighteye. Nighteye then says as he turns around with Izuku and Mirio following after him, it's getting pretty late, which means that the villains will start coming out. Mirio then asks curiously, so, where will we be patrolling tonight sir? Nighteye answers with a glare in his eye, Hosu City. This catches Izuku's attention. It was the last known location of the hero killer. His reign of terror has gone on for too long. Nighteye turns to look at them with a confident smile. What do you say we put an end to it? Mirio and Izuku reply respectively, yes sir. Yes sir. By the time they get on the train, it's already night time. Nighteye states hollow, I want you to stick by Lemillion and I unless given permission to leave. Nighteye looks at Mirio as he says, Lemillion, if for whatever reason I'm not around, I'm giving you permission to allow Hollow to use his quirk. Mirio comments with a serious expression, I'm assuming you used your quirk already. Nighteye nods in affirmation before Mirio replies, very well then, I'll do my best. Izuku then says, I'm assuming that something serious is going to be happening, and Hosu, if you're giving Lemillion permission to allow me to use my quirk. Nighteye and Lemillion look at Izuku as he continues, we're already going to be patrolling for the hero killer, but for you to give Lemillion permission must mean that you won't be around once we find him, which means that we'll either split up of our own decision or we'll be forced to split up due to unforeseen circumstances. Izuku then comments, although, considering the nature of your quirk, perhaps I should say foreseen circumstances. Nighteye nods in confirmation as he replies, that's right, something is going to happen tonight, but unfortunately I don't have very many details, and in order to prevent any suspicion from nearby villains I can't inform the police what will happen. However, I have requested that they send extra heroes and police to patrol the area in order to protect the civilian. Izuku then says as he narrows his eyes, for you to go so far, the hero killer isn't the only villain that's going to be at Hosu. Nighteye looks down as he answers, no, there are also going to be 3 monsters attacking Hosu as well, all of them with exposed brains. Izuku's eyes widen slightly. Nomu. Mirio looks at Izuku in confusion. Nomu. Izuku explains as he looks at Mirio, during the USJ attack, a group of villains attacked my class in the hopes of killing All Might. They were planning to use a biologically engineered monster in order to kill him. The monster possessed super strength, speed, shock absorption, and regeneration. Izuku looks back at Nighteye. If there are more Nomu, then that means that they'll likely have multiple quirks as well, which means we can't afford to hold back against them. Nighteye nods in agreement. Agreed, which is why I gave Lemillion permission to allow you to use your quirk. It's very likely that we'll be needing your abilities if we're going to stop the hero killer and protect the civilians from these Nomu. Izuku and Mirio both nod in understanding. A passenger then says as they look out the window at Hosu City, "Hey, did you see that?" Nighteye, Mirio, and Izuku all look out their window to see smoke billowing over the darkened sky of Hosu City. Nighteye comments as he narrows his eyes, "So it's begun." A voice over the intercom says, "Passengers, please hold on to your seats." The train then comes to a sudden stop just before the side of the car bursts open with a Nomu stepping through. Nighteye immediately rushes forward and knocks the Nomu away. Nighteye then orders Lemillion, "You and Hollow head into the city. There will be more Nomu there. Defend the civilians at all cost." Mirio nods as he replies, "Yes, sir." Izuku follows after Mirio, but before they head out, Nighteye says as he glances back at them and Hollow. Izuku looks back at Nighteye, "Be careful." Izuku replies with a nod, "Yes, sir." Mirio and Izuku both rush into the city. Izuku comments, "It looks like the Nomu are just ahead." Mirio replies, "Let's show these villains what we're made of." Mirio attacks the hulking Nomu with no eyes as the winged Nomu flies overhead. There are a few heroes at the scene, but they aren't very effective against the Nomu. There are smashed cars and fire blazing in the streets. Izuku directs the civilians away in order to keep them safe before he hears Mirio call out, "Hollow, look out." Izuku turns away from a frightened civilian as he sees a car flying towards him, but he simply catches it with his left hand, leaving an indented impression of his hand on the roof of the car before setting it down. Izuku then looks back at the frightened civilian before he says, "Go, we'll take it from here." As the civilian runs off, he hears someone call out, "Ada, where are you?" Izuku looks to the side to see Manuel calling out to Ada before he goes to a broken fire hydrant to help put out the fires. Izuku immediately thinks, "You went after the hero killer, didn't you, Ada?" Izuku then says loudly so Mirio can hear him, "Lemillion, one of my classmates who's interning in Hosu is missing. I need to go find them." Mirio replies as he holds back the Nomu, "All right, we'll hold these guys off. Go find your friend." Izuku goes to leave, but just before he does, Mirio says, "You have my permission to use your quirk." Izuku turns back to look at Mirio before he nods gratefully and Sanitos away. In a dark alleyway in Hosu City, Stain points his blade at Ada as he comments, "A child wearing a suit of armor. Who are you?" Ada answers as he stands up with hatred clear in his expression, "I am the brother of an incredible hero who you attacked. He's the best older brother anyone could have asked for. I have come to stop you, because he can't anymore." Ada glares at Stain as he says, "You're going to remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium and I will defeat you. That, I promise." Stain replies, "Then so be it, die." Ada goes to attack Stain with a kick as he yells out for Tensei. However, Stain jumps over Ida's attack before delivering his own kick to Ida's shoulder with his spiked boot and uses his leverage to stomp down on Ida's back with his other foot. Stain stands on Ida's body as he has his blade pointed downward as he says, "You're a weakling, just like he was." Stain then proceeds to stab Ida in the shoulder with his sword before he continues, "You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes." Ida replies through gritted teeth, "Shut up, villain. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He's never going to be able to work as a pro hero ever again. My brother was incredible, caring person who saved many lives, someone people looked up to. You had no right to take that all away from him." Ida continues, "He was my hero. My older brother inspired my dream that one day I could be a pro too. I won't forgive you." Ida clenches his fist, "I'll kill you." Stain points to the fallen hero just behind him as he counters, "Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy?" Stain comments as Ida looks at Native, "So busy with your grudge, you forgot about him. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself. Completely blinded by a selfish desire for revenge. You're about as far away from being a hero as I can imagine." Stain pulls out his blade from Ida's shoulder, "That's why you'll die tonight." Stain licks the blade, causing Ida to become completely paralyzed. Stain raises his sword with the blade pointing down at Ida as he says, "Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world." Ada says to himself with frustration, "No, please, not like this." Ada yells out, "Say whatever you want to about me. You're still just a criminal who hurt my brother." Stain brings his sword down, but just before the blade can pierce Ada's armor, Stain notices that the blade is broken, leaving only the handle in his hand. Stain looks at the handle with the broken blade in confusion as he thinks to himself, "What the hell happened to my sword?" They're both surprised when they hear a voice say at the entrance of the alleyway, "Say, I was under the impression that you would have heeded my warning." Ada looks up at the entrance as Stain turns around to see Izuku standing at the entrance as he says, "I guess I was wrong." Stain comments to himself, "Another child interrupting my work. Leave, this doesn't concern you." Izuku replies, "That's where you're wrong. You see, I'm a class representative, so I can't very well leave a classmate behind. Of course, I still wouldn't do that even if I wasn't a class rep." Stain fully turns towards Izuku as he asks as he narrows his eyes, "Who are you, boy?" Izuku counters as he tosses Stain's blade to the ground in front of him, "That doesn't concern you." Stain looks down at the broken part of his sword lying on the ground in front of him with shock as he thinks this kid. He somehow managed to not only be fast enough, but also be strong enough in order to break my sword without me even realizing it until the last second. Stain looks back up at the expressionless Izuku as he thinks, just who the hell is this kid? Ada yells out, Midoriya, leave, this is my fight. Izuku glares down at Ada before he asks, how do you plan on fighting him when he's already beaten you? Ada begins to tear up as he looks away before Izuku states, if you didn't act so reckless, you wouldn't be in this situation. However, Izuku levels his glare at Stain. I understand why you'd do what you did. After all, if anyone came after my mom, I'd kill them. Stain's body freezes up as his arms and legs start trembling. Stain thinks to himself, what's going on? Why am I shaking? Izuku then says, breaking Stain out of his thoughts, I'm going to have to ask you to surrender now, Stain. I'd rather avoid doing any irreparable damage to you or the surrounding areas despite how much you may deserve it. Stain replies as he steels himself, I'm doing this for the good of this society. The title of hero has lost all its meaning, leaving nothing but fakes. This society is oversaturated to the brim with false heroes and it's my job to purge them. Izuku then asks, and who gave you this job exactly? Stain looks at Izuku in confusion. What? Izuku replies, you weren't able to understand me. Fine, I'll say it slower for you. Who gave you this job? Exact lie. Is that slow enough for you? Stains asks angrily, are you mocking me? Izuku deadpans, no. Yes. Stain rushes towards Izuku as he unsheathes his second sword before swinging down at Izuku. But Izuku blocks the blade with his left index finger, stopping it in place. Izuku asks, clearly unimpressed, is that all you've got, hero killer? I expected you to be stronger than this, but then all you've done so far is attack low-ranked heroes and children apparently. So, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Izuku then breaks the blade of Stain's second sword, causing his eyes widen in shock at just how easily Izuku broke it. Stain's body starts to tremble in fear before Izuku says coldly, I won't repeat myself a third time. Izuku's eyes pierce through Stain's body. Surrender now, Stain. Stain asks as fear begins to grip his heart, what the hell are you? Izuku replies, you want to know what I am? Izuku answers, I am hollow. Stain steps back as he feels an overwhelming pressure coming from Izuku. This kid, he's a monster. His eyes, his expression, they're empty. It's like he doesn't feel anything at all. Overcome by fear, Stain turns around to run away. But just as he gets close to the exit, Izuku Sunitos in front of him before kicking him in the stomach, sending him skipping across the ground and hit the wall of the building across the street. Izuku comments as he exits the alleyway, you just couldn't make this easy, could you? But then again, ignorant villains like you do tend to make stupid mistakes like that. Izuku says as he stands before Stain, you're not wrong about there being fake heroes in this society. But I don't think you know what a fake hero actually is. Stain replies stubbornly, a fake hero is someone who pretends to be a hero simply for fame and fortune. Izuku tilts his head in mocking curiosity as he asks, so you believe that heroes shouldn't be compensated for their actions? Stain's eyes widen in shock and revelation from Izuku's question before Izuku says, that wasn't a rhetorical question. I want an answer. Stain quietly answers no. Izuku orders, speak up. Stain repeats louder, no, I don't. Izuku then asks, then how should these so-called fake heroes be compensated? After all, they put their lives on the line in order to save and protect innocent bystanders from homicidal villains like you. Stain looks down in defeat before Izuku says no answer. Why am I not surprised? Izuku then comments, villains like you are so predictable. You talk about ideals, but when they're finally called into question, they just fall apart like a sand castle. Izuku then says, however, there are indeed fake heroes in this world, but your definition is far different from mine. Stain looks up at Izuku, who's glaring down at him as he continues, a fake hero is someone who uses their position in order to take advantage of the system or those around them. A fake hero is someone who uses their title in order to take what they want from those around them. Those are the ones who should be routed out of the system and treated like villains. Izuku continues, however, in order to truly destroy a fake hero, you need to show evidence of their atrocities to the world. If you simply kill a hero without any reason or evidence, then you'll only be making them into a martyr. If you simply label all but a few heroes as fake heroes, then you'll be allowing villains to take over and win, thus causing the deaths of hundreds if not thousands. Your thoughtless actions have permanently changed the world around you, and not for the better. But then you never truly care about bettering the world, did you? Stain looks up in shock as he counters, yes, I did. I wanted. Izuku interrupts, to kill anyone you deemed unworthy of the title of hero. You believe that you have the right to be the judge, jury, and executioner despite having no rhyme or reason for committing the crimes you've committed. You didn't attack those heroes for any sort of ideal or moral. You attacked and killed them because you wanted to. You've been hiding behind your so-called ideals in order to justify your actions. But the truth of the matter is that you're just like every other villain in this world. You wanted to assert your dominance over others because you felt as though it was your right to do so. Izuku states as his glare sharpens, don't you dare try to excuse your actions with ideals you don't even believe in. Stain's whole world comes crashing down around him as he is unable to argue against Izuku's points. Stain realizes that he had become a part of the problem that he despised so many years ago. Izuku then says as he turns around and walks back towards the alleyway, "Now, stay where you are or the next time I kick you will break your spine." As Izuku enters the alleyway, he looks at Native as he asks, "Are you alright?" Native answers, "Why yeah, I'm fine, it's just a small scratch. Still can't move though." Izuku hums in response before he looks down at Ada. "What about you, Ada?" Ada is crying on the ground as he answers, "This was supposed to be my fight. I was supposed to be the one to avenge my brother." Izuku crouches down in front of Ada so that they can look each other in the eyes. "Let me ask you something. How would your brother feel if he were to find out that you were killed by the villain who paralyzed him?" Ada's eyes go wide in response to Izuku's question before Izuku continues, "I doubt he would be too happy about it. I also doubt that he would approve of you going after Stain all for the sake of vengeance either. So, tell me, how would he feel?" Ada looks down in shame as he continues crying. Native interjects, "Hey, don't be so hard on him." Izuku counters without looking at Native, "Ada needs to learn this lesson. I'm not going to coddle him and let him think that his actions are justified." Izuku comments as he looks down at Ada, "Stain hurt your brother. I can understand your anger and frustration, but you also need to take into consideration of how it would make him feel. I told you not to be reckless because I knew you were considering of going after Stain. But I suppose I was being naive in believing that you would heed my warning." Izuku then stands up and goes to the dumpster. He comments as he pulls out a rope and walks towards the exit of the alleyway, "I may not feel emotions very often, but I do remember what pain feels like. I still remember drowning in it, in despair, loneliness, and so on. So, I can understand how you can become blinded by those emotions. But unlike me," Izuku looks back at Ada with a soft and sympathetic expression, "you have people who are there for you." Ada's eyes widen as continues to cry. He thinks back to the first day of school where Izuku had revealed that he had spent 10 years of his life quirkless. How he was abused and neglected by almost everyone around him except his mother. How he only gained his quirk after his dreams were crushed by a hero and he tried to kill himself. Ada continues to cry. But now he's crying for a different reason. He's crying because he now understands the depth of Izuku's despair. Shortly after, Izuku has tied Stain up and sent a text to Nighteye and Mirio. Ada and Native are released from their paralysis just as heroes are starting to arrive on the scene. One of the heroes from before says, "Holy crap, is that the hero killer?" Stain, who is sitting on the ground tied up beside Izuku, looks down in shame before Izuku answers, "That's right." Another hero asks who defeated him. Ada answers as he's holding his injured shoulder. "Midoriya was the one who defeated him." Izuku replies as he looks at Ada while the heroes stare at him in shock. "In the field you need to call me by my hero name." Native then counters, "Aren't you calling Ingenium by his real name too?" Izuku answers as he looks at Native, "When we were picking out our hero names, Ada decided to go with his real name." Ada nods in affirmation, "It's true. At the time I didn't believe I was worthy of the name Ingenium." Ada looks down as he says, "It appears that I'm still not worthy of that name." Native goes to comfort Ada, but stops when Izuku replies, "You will." Everyone looks at Izuku with Native and Ada looking at him in surprise. "You've fallen, but that just means you have to get back up and keep moving forward." Ada tears up before he bows to Izuku. "Thank you, Hollow. I'll make sure to do my best." Izuku looks away, uncertain as to how he should react. Nighteye suddenly arrives on the scene as he comments, "So this is where you were, Hollow?" Izuku asks as he looks at Nighteye while the surrounding heroes look between them in shock at who he's interning with. "Did you not already know my location from before?" Nighteye shakes his head as he answers, "Unfortunately, I didn't get that much detail, just a sort of general time and area." Izuku replies in understanding, "I see." They then hear Mirio off in the distance yell, "Watch out." Just as they turn to look at Mirio, the flying Nomu swoops down and picks up a female hero in a green jumpsuit with a red scarf. Blood splatters onto the ground from the Nomu's wound as it proceeds to fly higher into the sky with the hero screaming in fear. Mirio says in frustration as he stands beside Nighteye and the rest of the heroes, "We need to save her." But the Nomu has already so far away now. The Nomu's wings suddenly freeze and lets the hero go. Everyone appears stunned for a moment before they hear Stain say, "Go Hollow." Izuku glances to the side to see where Stain is lying down next to the Nomu's blood. Izuku nods and Sanitos away. Izuku appears in the air just in time to catch the hero and lands onto the pavement, causing it to crack under the force. Native looks between Stain and Izuku before he asks in bewilderment, "Did Stain just help save a hero?" Everyone else then looks down to also see Stain lying next to the Nomu's blood. Nighteye thinks to himself, so Stain's quirk allows him to paralyze anyone whose blood he tastes. If he had gone to UA, he would have made an exceptional underground hero. Such wasted potential. Izuku asks as he looks at the female hero whom he's holding bridal style, "Are you alright?" The hero looks up at Izuku before she starts blushing, realizing how it must look before she answers with a hesitant nod, "I'm fine. Can you put me down now?" Izuku sets the hero on her feet before he hears off in the distance a familiar voice. Where did that monster go? Izuku turns to the side to see Endeavor with the rest of the heroes. Izuku's expression immediately becomes distasteful as he comments to himself of course he would be here. The hero then suggests nervously we should probably apprehend the monster and get back with the others. Huh. Izuku nods in agreement. The hero then pulls out a pair of Quirk suppression cuffs and puts them around the Nomu's wrists before Izuku senitos back to the other heroes. Izuku comments as he reappears beside the heroes looking at Endeavor. Why am I not surprised to see you here? Endeavor's entire body stiffens at the sound of Izuku's voice before he slowly looks over to see Izuku looking at him with an unimpressed expression. Ada immediately jumps in. Midoriya, you need to show more respect. Endeavor is the number 2 hero. Izuku counters without looking away from Endeavor. I know who he is and his rank. That doesn't change the fact that I don't find him as impressive as everyone else. Ada goes to argue, but Todoroki interrupts. It's alright, Ada. My old man needs a good thrashing every now and then. Izuku and Ada look over to see Todoroki standing off to the side with a small smirk of amusement from Endeavor being afraid of Izuku. The female hero interjects while Endeavor is trembling under Izuku's gaze. With the flying Nomu in tow, we should probably get these villains taken away before any more decide to show up. The rest of the heroes nod in agreement. Endeavor immediately takes this opportunity to take his leave, but Izuku continues to stare at him. Todoroki comments as he walks up to Izuku. I don't know what you did to my father, but I've got to say, seeing him freeze up at the sight of you was pretty funny. Izuku replies with a shrug. I honestly don't know why he's so afraid of me. All I did was point my finger to his chest back during the sports festival. Todoroki thinks back to the sports festival and remembers how Izuku had fired off his zeros one after another. Todoroki thinks to himself with a smile. Midoriya managed to put the fear of God in my father. I am not going to let him live this down. Todoroki then asks as he looks at Izuku. Say Midoriya. Izuku looks at Todoroki. Can I get your number? Izuku replies as he pulls out his phone. Sure. As Todoroki is putting Izuku's number in his phone, Izuku turns to Mirio, who's talking with Nighteye Lemillion. Mirio looks at Izuku curiously. Whatever happened to that other Nomu? Mirio answers brightly. Oh. Well, you see, that Nomu was super strong. See, the other heroes and I were having trouble with it, but then Endeavor showed up and used so much power that his flames turned blue. Izuku comments, so Endeavor actually made himself useful. I suppose that's an improvement. Nighteye asks as he looks at Izuku with confusion. Why do you hate Endeavor so much? Izuku answers as he looks at Nighteye. He reminds me of my former bullies back in middle school. Nighteye comments in understanding. I can see how his behavior might remind you of some kids who thought they were above everyone else. Todoroki quietly says to himself, you have no idea. Ada then interjects with his now bandaged shoulder. Even so, you should still show more respect to him. I mean, it's not as though he's done anything to you. Izuku thinks to himself as he looks at Ada. Looks like he's already starting to recover. Izuku then answers, just because he hasn't done anything to me personally doesn't mean he hasn't hurt people needlessly, not to mention the amount of property damage he has caused during his time as a hero. Nighteye interrupts. We'll discuss more about Endeavor's behavior later. Right now we need to get Native and your classmate admitted to the hospital. Izuku and Ada both reply with a nod, but Ada's is more shamefully right. Nighteye, Mirio, and Izuku escort Native and Ada to Hosu General Hospital before heading back to their hero agency. After they return, Nighteye has Izuku help him with filling out the paperwork required for their work in Hosu. The following day, Nighteye, Mirio, and Izuku open the door to Ada's hospital room to see him still in his hospital gown lying in bed. Nighteye nods in greeting. Good morning. Ada returns the nod. Good morning, sir. Nighteye asks with Izuku standing on his right, closest to Ada, while Mirio stands on his left. How are your injuries? Ada answers as he puts his hand over his right shoulder. They're going to finish up healing me today. Last night they said that they wanted to treat my wound to prevent any infection as well as test my blood for any possible pathogens that may have gotten into my bloodstream due to Stain's sword. Nighteye replies, that's good to hear. Hollow wanted to pay you a visit before we went to the police station. Ada looks at Izuku in bewilderment as he asks, you did? But why? Izuku answers with his usual emotionless expression, since I'm a class representative, it is my duty to look after my fellow classmate. Ada smiles softly before he replies, thank you, Midoriya. I'm sorry that I ended up causing you so much trouble. Izuku says with a nod, see to it that it doesn't happen again. Despite the seemingly harsh words, everyone in the room can tell there's an underlying amount of care in Izuku's words. Suddenly the door behind them opens. Everyone turns to see Manuel, Native, and the Hosu City Chief of Police, Tsurigami. Tsurigami comments, you're all here. Good, that makes things a lot easier, woof. Izuku asks as he fully faces the chief, what are you doing here, if you don't mind me asking? Tsurigami answers, I wish to speak with Manuel's intern about what he had done last night. However, I also wanted to speak with you as well. Ada looks down in shame while Izuku narrows his eyes slightly. Surigami says so. You're the UA students who brought down the hero killer? Huh. Stain only has a few minor injuries and seemed to be subdued when we took him in. Right now he's in a jail cell under strict guard. Here's a lesson you two should have already learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. We decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in to do what we couldn't. If they were licensed, of course. Surigami continues it would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of the strict code of ethics the early era chose to abide by. That's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury. Whether if you were up against the hero killer or not, neither of you had the authority to harm the villain. That means the two of you and your supervisors, Manuel and Sir Nighteye, are sure to receive harsh punishments for the abuse of your powers. Izuku immediately counters with a cold expression. I suppose you would have preferred if Ada had simply let Native die then, or at the very least be horribly injured. Native swallows at the thought of being injured or even killed as Surigami asks, so it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way. Izuku's eyes take on a sharp glint as he says, so you would put the law over the lives of a hero and a child then? Surigami tries to reply, that's not what I. However, Izuku cuts him off. Then what did you mean? If Ada hadn't intervened when he did, then there's a good change Native would be dead right now and Stain would still be on the loose. If I hadn't intervened when I did, then Native and Ada would be dead right now and Stain would still be on the loose. From what you're telling me, you'd prefer it if I simply stood by and did nothing while two people are being murdered. Surigami's eyes widen with fear as Izuku continues while glaring at him. The fact that you believe that the law is of greater importance than human lives just goes to show that you have no right to have your position, much less work in the police force. When a person dies, that's it. They don't just magically come back to life just because their murderer was arrested. Would you tell the family of the victims that the only reason they died was simply because no hero was on the scene to save them, regardless of how many people were there? Are you ready and willing to accept the responsibility that their deaths are on your hands just as much as it's on the murderers? Surigami, Native, and Manuel all feel a cold chill go down their spines from Izuku's words. The fact that you're defending a villain just goes to show that you two are villain. The only difference is that you haven't broken the law, or at least not that we're aware of. The laws are put in place to protect the people, but why should that mean that I and everyone else have to stand by while someone's being murdered right in front of us? Izuku then explains, plus, majority of the heroes in the area were already dealing with the Nomu that were attacking the city, far away from where Stain was. Sure, I could have gone and told a hero where Stain was, but how long would it take for them to get there? Would Native and Ida even still be alive by the time they'd get there? What if they aren't strong enough to beat Stain and just wind up being another victim? How many more bodies need to pile up before you realize that your law won't save you when it's your life on the line? Surigami stares at Izuku in both shock and fear just from his words alone. Izuku then adds, however, if you're so keen on the idea of us not using our quirks without a license, then I suppose when it's your wife and children's lives on the line, I'll just stand back and do nothing. Surigami growls out, are you threatening my family? Izuku counters, of course not, but your law says I shouldn't use my quirk without a license, so if I don't have a license and a villain is in the process of killing your family, then by your logic I shouldn't interfere. Surigami realizes what Izuku is saying before Izuku finishes, people like you are always ready and willing to preach about your law until it no longer works to your advantage, so you have no right to complain when it's your or your family's lives on the line. Surigami looks down as Nighteye places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to look back at Nighteye. I think that's enough, Midori. Nighteye steps forward as he says, regardless of how harsh Midoriya's words were, he does have a point. If we put the law over the lives of innocent people, then we're no better than the villains we are supposed to be fighting against. The law isn't perfect, but that's why we need to change it so that no one has to suffer needlessly because of our negligence. Nighteye continues, however, I would like to inform you that last night I gave Lemillion Mirio raises his head authority to give Hollow permission to use his quirk if I wasn't around. When the Nomu started attacking, I sent Lemillion and Hollow out to help protect the civilians. Some time later, Lemillion gave Hollow permission to use his quirk when Manuel wasn't able to locate his intern. So, given the nature of the situation, Hollow was working within the law when he used his quirk to fight Stain. Surigami looks at Nighteye, still frightened from Izuku's verbal thrashing. I see, my apologies. Lemillion then jumps in, since that's the case, couldn't we also say that Native gave Ida permission to use his quirk since he was unable to defend himself? I mean, given the situation, I doubt any hero would want to be killed by a villain even if it meant asking for help from an intern. Besides, with Native not knowing who Ada was prior, he could argue that it was in the heat of the moment if he ever got called into questioning. Surigami replies after regaining his composure, I suppose that could work as long as everyone's in agreement on the matter. Native says with a nod, hey, if it weren't for him, I'd likely be dead right now, so I'm completely fine with it. Manuel adds, not that I'm condoning it, but if it keeps Ada from getting a blemish on his record, then I'm okay with it too. Ada looks down, still in shame. I realize that I shouldn't have gone after the hero killer like I did. However, I am glad that Midoriya saved myself and Native when he did. I'm also grateful that you all are willing to protect me as well. Ada gets off of his bed as he bows deeply. Thank you for taking care of me. Manuel laughs good-naturedly as he scratches the back of his head. It's fine. Besides, it helps me out too. Native adds with a smile, yeah. Besides, I'd hate to be the reason for you to get a mark on your record. Tsurigami coughs into his hand. Yes, well, now that that's settled, I suppose everything is in order. As Tsurigami walks away, Izuku says, don't forget what I said, Tsurigami. Tsurigami freezes in his tracks before he looks over his shoulder to see Izuku still glaring at him. The law should never be held above human lives. I hope you've learned that lesson. Tsurigami swallows fearfully as he walks away with his tail tucked between his legs. Mirio then asks as he looks at Izuku with a concerned expression, was it really necessary for you to chew the chief of police out? Izuku answers as he looks at Mirio, it's a lesson that he needed to learn, and since no one else was going to teach it to him, I decided I should. Izuku looks back at the door as he continues, besides, if the law isn't suited to protect the people, then it's high time for the law to be changed. Manuel asks as he looks at Izuku, okay, but what would you do about the whole vigilante issue? Izuku places a hand on his chin thoughtfully before he answers, I would make it so that the vigilantes would be able to apply for a hero license. That way they could become heroes. Of course, they would still have to learn everything about being a hero, but at least at that point it would all be done legally. As for regular civilians, I believe we should have something like the Good Samaritan Act, where if a person uses their quirk in order to save another person's life, then they shouldn't be punished for it. Nighteye comments thoughtfully, that would essentially nullify the vigilante issue, and it would help the police as well as heroes to focus solely on the villains. Of course, it still needs work since it's just a rough idea, but it would certainly change how our society works. Nighteye then says as he turns to look at Ida, well, we should get going. We just came by to check up on you. Mirio waves as he says, see you later. Izuku nods to Ida, see you in school. Ida waves back goodbye. Manuel and Native let out the breath they've been holding in since Izuku and Tsurigami's conversation. Manuel comments, man, your friend is scary. Native adds, seriously. Ada replies with a small smile, that's just how he is, since he doesn't feel his emotions very often. He tends to cut right to the issue regardless of how it may make him appear, but he does it because deep down he does care about people. A female reporter states on a news broadcast as of yesterday, the villain known as the hero killer, Stain, has been apprehended. It shows a picture of Stain beside the reporter in cuffs according to reports, while the villain was in the processing of harming the pro-hero, Native, and an intern of the pro-hero, Manuel. The picture of Stain is replaced by the pictures of both heroes. He was stopped by one of Sir Nightaye's most recent interns who goes by the name Hollow. The intern was given permission to use his quirk during the attack on Hosu by what we are now calling Nomu. A picture of one of the Nomu and Hosu replaces the pictures of the heroes. Hollow managed to not only apprehend the villain, but also managed to keep the damage to the villain to a minimum. Not only that, but there was absolutely no property damage at the scene of the crime either. The reporter continues, however, Hollow didn't stop at just apprehending the hero killer. When a female pro-hero was captured by one of the Nomu, he also managed to rescue her as well as detain the Nomu. Hollow informed the police shortly after Stain's arrest that he did not wish for his identity to be revealed. But I believe that we can all agree that Hollow is well on his way of becoming one of the top heroes in the country. Nighteye comments with a smirk as he stands behind Izuku as they are all watching the news in the break room. Seems like you're famous. Izuku replies distastefully, I would prefer it if they didn't use my hero name, but I suppose it would be better than to give credit to Endeavor. Mirio then says as he looks at Izuku, okay, we seriously need to talk about your problem with Endeavor. Izuku simply states, I have my reasons. But if you must know, it's mostly because of his rather unsavory and arrogant attitude. Mirio sighs in disappointment before Centipter comments, while Bubble Girl is giggling as Nighteye nods in agreement. Well, he's not wrong. Suddenly Izuku's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. He pulls out his phone to see who's calling him. Achako. Wonder why she's calling? Bubble Girl asks with a teasing grin as she leans over to Izuku. Is she your girlfriend? Izuku answers without looking no. Izuku answers his phone, hey Achako. Achako replies, oh, hey Izuku. I just heard what happened with you on the news. I can't believe that you actually managed to beat Stain. Or well, I guess I can believe it considering how strong you are, but still, it's surprising. Izuku says, yeah, I suppose it would be surprising for a first year to defeat a strong and well-known villain. However, he wasn't too difficult to fight, especially with how my quirk works. Honestly though, I barely had to do anything. I only kicked him once and more or less explained why he was an idiot. Then he just gave up. Achako asks incredulously, seriously? Izuku answers with a hum, yeah. Apparently he wanted to purge the fake heroes of society, but he decided to label every hero as a fake hero simply because of their fame and fortune. He really had a stupid reason for his actions. Heroes put their lives on the line every day, so it's only fair for them to be compensated for their actions. There are certainly fake heroes in society, but not every hero is a fake hero. Most of them are just trying to do good. Stain's actions were counterproductive to his goal. It was so ludicrous I doubt he realized it until I explained it to him. Ochako then asks, so you basically just gave him a "this is why you suck" speech? Izuku nods his head, yeah, pretty much. Ochako starts laughing on the other line, which causes Izuku to smile slightly. Only you could do something like that, Izuku. After Ochako is done laughing, she says, well, I was just calling to see if you were okay. Izuku replies, yeah, I'm fine. Ochako says, alright, just making sure, I better get off here. Gunhead has probably got some more training for me. Izuku ends the call with alright, good luck. Izuku looks up to see Nighteye, Mirio, Centipter, and Bubble Girl all staring at him with a strange look in their eyes before he asks what. Bubble Girl is the first to speak with a smirk. Not your girlfriend? Huh. Izuku replies as he looks at Bubble Girl, she's not my girlfriend. She's a friend who happens to be a girl. Bubble Girl starts laughing as the others shake their heads while Izuku looks at them with confusion. Suddenly they hear a commotion coming from the hall. Where is he? I sent that little runt an internship offer so that I can spar with him. So where is he? Maruko appears in the break room door with the receptionist chasing after her. Ma'am, please, if you would just wait, I could call him for you. Maruko scans the break room before she finally sees Izuku, who's looking at her with a blank expression. There you are. Maruko stomps angrily towards Izuku as she asks, why the hell didn't you accept my internship offer? Do you know how often I do things like that? Never. I sent you that request to see how strong you really were and you just decide to join up with his agency instead. Maruko points at Nighteye, who looks unimpressed. Izuku answers as he looks up at Maruko from his seat. There was a question that I wanted to ask him. Maruko's right eye twitches. It had better be a damn good question or else I'm taking it out on you. Izuku sighs before he stands up and looks Maruko in the eyes before he asks, do you think I could become a hero without a quirk? Maruko's eyes widen in shock as she wasn't prepared for the question and immediately recognizes it from Izuku's speech in the sports festival. All the anger and frustration drains out of Maruko as she says, I guess that is a pretty important question. Maruko then replies, but you could have just asked me that question if you accepted my internship offer. Izuku replies with a nod, you're right, I could. But considering Nighteye is the former sidekick of All Might, I believe he would give me some insight. Which he did. Maruko huffs with a pout as she looks away. Yeah, well, I could have done that too. I mean, it's not like there aren't plenty of heroes who have quirks that aren't flashy or powerful. Bubble Girl comments as she and everyone else is surprised by Maruko's demeanor. Wow, I wasn't expecting you to say that, Maruko. I would have thought that you'd say that you couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Maruko glares at Bubble Girl as she yells, I may have a temper, but I'm not heartless. Izuku then asks, are you saying that because it's nice or because it's actually what you believe? Maruko looks at Izuku with certainty in her eyes as she answers, it doesn't matter what I believe. Because what I said is the truth. I don't say things just to try and be nice. I say things because they're true. Izuku's eyes widen slightly in surprise from Maruko's answer as he wasn't expecting her to say something like that. Maruko then puts her left hand on her hip as she points at Izuku with her right hand. Now, I didn't come all this way to have some philosophical talk. I came here because I want to have a match against you and I'm going to get it. Izuku blinks in surprise before a small smile graces his features. Very well then, I suppose that would make this a fair trade. Meanwhile, everyone is staring at Izuku in shock as they think to themselves, did he just smile? Izuku leads Maruko to the gymnasium with Nighteye, Mirio, and Bubble Girl following after them. Shortly after they enter the gym, Izuku and Maruko both start doing their stretches. Izuku asks from across Maruko, so, is there going to be any sort of rules for this match? Maruko looks at Izuku with a quirked eyebrow. Rules? Izuku answers, Lemillion and I have been sparring with each other for the past couple of days. But considering the nature of our quirks, we decided to add a rule. The rule was that whoever could land the first hit would be considered the winner. But I doubt that would be satisfying for you. Maruko hums for a moment before she says, no, I don't have any ideas in mind. Izuku replies as they're both finished with their stretches. Very well then. But it would probably be best to have a referee so that way we don't accidentally destroy the place. Maruko chuckles as she comments, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Bubble Girl, acting as the referee for their match, calls out, begin. Maruko and Izuku both rush towards each other as the both send a kick to the other, effectively countering their attacks, sending out a gust of wind. Maruko smirks as she comments, you are strong, but the sports festival is proof of that. The two lower their legs before they jump away. Maruko adds as Izuku watches her with a critical eye, I can't wait to see how well you stack against me when I go all out. Maruko rushes towards Izuku before jumping into the air, doing a cartwheel before she delivers an axe kick. Luna fall. Izuku doesn't try blocking the kick as it lands on his left shoulder. The attack causes the floor to crack, but Izuku is unfazed. Maruko looks at Izuku in surprise before he says, I must admit, your strength is impressive, but ultimately it isn't enough to beat me. Izuku attacks Maruko with an open palm to her abdomen, causing her to skid back. Maruko smiles through the pain as she replies, not bad. But now you've gotten me more riled up. Maruko races towards Izuku at an impressive speed, which causes his eyes to widen slightly in surprise before she kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying and hitting the wall. Maruko asks, you're not done yet, are you? Izuku stands back up as he brushes off the dust from his costume before he answers, no. I was just surprised at how quickly you came at me with your counterattack. Aside from Mirio, there aren't very many people who have been able to surprise me with their speed. Maruko then says with an excited grin, then let's see what you can do. Bubble Girl comments as she stands next to Nighteye and Mirio, sir. I think we're going to need to hire a repairman before the day is over. Nighteye pushes up his glasses. I figured that would be the case. Mirio adds as he watches Izuku and Maruko fight against each other, causing the gym to shake with their attacks. Man, they're really going at it. Meanwhile, at Gunhead's agency, Gunhead asks as he and Ochako are taking a break from her training session, so, that person you were talking to earlier, was it your boyfriend? Ochako spits out the water she had been drinking as she blushes furiously. What? No. He's not my boyfriend. He's just my friend. Gunhead sits down beside her as he replies, you know it's alright to be in relationships, right? Ochako looks away while scratching her cheek. Why, yeah, I know, it's just, I don't really know what to do. Gunhead looks at Ochako as he asks, what do you mean? Ochako sighs before she looks up at the ceiling. I guess I do have a crush on him. But the problem is that he doesn't feel his emotions. We've talked about it a bit and we think it might be tied to how his quirk works or how it manifested. That isn't to say he doesn't feel anything at all. He does seem to show a few emotions from time to time, but not very often. Ochako looks back down at her water bottle as she grips it tightly. I don't want him to feel obligated to go out with me just because I asked. But I'm also afraid that he'd just reject me outright as well. Plus, I'm not even sure if he's decided that he wants his emotions back or not, or how that might affect him and his quirk. I just don't know what to do. I want to help him, but I don't know how to go about doing it. Gunhead hums in response before he asks, do you mind if I ask why you like him? Ochako looks at Gunhead before she looks back down. I'm not really sure if I'm being honest. It's kind of hard to explain. During the entrance exam, I was in danger while all the other examinees were running away from the zero-pointer. I honestly thought I was going to die. But then he swooped in and saved me. Ochako looks up at the ceiling. I wouldn't say that it was love at first sight or anything as cheesy as that. But that's just how we met. I met him again on the first day of school. He seemed off, like he wasn't really there. The way he looked and acted, it was almost as if he was some sort of emotionless doll or something. He said a few things that made me upset during the quirk apprehension test. But it made sense. It wasn't until later that day when our teacher called him out that he revealed his past to us. Ochako continues up until over a year ago. He was quirkless. It wasn't until Ochako chokes up, he did something horrible that his quirk manifested. When it manifested, he apparently lost all of his emotions. He couldn't feel anything, and from the way he acted and talked, as if he were stating facts rather than telling us all of the traumatic things he went through, I knew he was telling the truth. It was on that day that I decided to be his friend. I wanted to make sure that he didn't feel like an outcast or a freak like he did during middle school. It wasn't until a few days later that I finally saw him show some emotion. Ochako recounts UA kept it private, but not too long after the school year started, we were attacked by a group called the League of Villains. The reason it never got out was because of the fact that no one was injured and most of the villains went quietly. Even though he had no emotions, he told us to evacuate the building without him so that way we would be safe. At the time I was worried that he might be getting in over his head, but he still didn't show any emotion. He didn't show any hesitation or fear of the situation. He was as calm as always, which I guess helped us since we have seen what he was capable of in those few days. Ochako continues, it didn't take long for him to defeat the villains and walk out of the building. But when he did, the entire class and I ran to him to see if he was okay. It was at that moment that he showed emotion. He looked surprised and confused, like he wasn't sure as to why we were worried about him. Even though none of us said anything about it, it really made me sad to think that he wouldn't understand why his classmates would worry about him, but I also understood why he would think that too. Ochako then says as time went on, there would be very few and rare times where he'd show some emotion, but it usually wasn't much. A twitch of an eyebrow, deepened frown, narrowing eyes. He didn't seem to express emotions that were positive until the sports festival. I'm not sure why, but for some reason after I lost my match to Bakugo he came to see me to make sure I was okay. I was surprised that he would show up like he did. I tried to play it off as nothing, but he saw through me. Even though he couldn't feel emotions, I knew that deep down he genuinely cared about me. Ochako sighs as she leans back. I don't know if this is just hormones acting up, if I really feel this way about him. I know I want to help him, but I don't know what to do and I'm scared that he might reject me or just go out with me simply because I asked. I don't want him to do something just because I asked him to. I want him to be with me because he wants to be with me. Gunhead chuckles, drawing Ochako's attention before he says with a smile in his voice, I think you already have your answer, Uraraka. Ochako looks at Gunhead in confusion. Emotions are weird, especially during your teenage years, but from what you've told me it honestly sounds like you really care about this boy. However, Gunhead's voice takes on a serious yet gentle tone. Waiting around isn't going to help anyone. You're going to have to tell him how you feel eventually, whether if he has his emotions or not. I'm not saying that you need to ask him out right away, but if what you told me is true then it's likely that he hasn't experienced much love or affection in his life. Ochako then asks, what should I do? Gunhead hums before he answers honestly. For now I think just being there for him would help him more than anything. You'd be surprised at how much a person's presence can help someone, letting them know that you're there for them and that you care. For now, I think that's all you got to do, and then when you've got the strength and courage, tell him how you feel. Ochako wipes the tears from her eyes that had been forming from Gunhead's advice. Thanks, Gunhead. Gunhead pats Ochako on the head. You're welcome, Uraraka. Gunhead then stands up. Now, let's get back to training. The rest of the week of internships goes by in a flash, mostly with Nighteye showing the ropes of what hero work is like along with more sparring with Mirio and Maruko. Izuku gets surrounded by his classmates as soon as they see him walk into homeroom. Dude, did you seriously beat Stain? What was it like? That's super manly. Did you get hurt? Ida yells out with his usual chopping hands to calm down his fellow classmates. Everyone, please don't crowd around Midoriya all at once. Their classmates quiet down as they step away before Izuku nods towards Ida with gratitude. Thank you. Kirishima then asks calmly, so what was it like fighting against Stain? Izuku answers nonchalantly, he honestly wasn't that impressive. He's actually very straightforward in terms of fighting style. As long as he doesn't taste your blood then he can't paralyze you. In all honesty he wasn't as threatening as the news made him out to be. Kaminari then comments, yeah, but didn't he take down like a bunch of heroes before? Izuku answers as he looks at Kaminari, from what I understand, it doesn't matter how much blood he gets. As long as he can get a taste then you're paralyzed for a certain amount of time. I've got 3 theories as to the duration of his quirk though. It may be dependent upon how much blood he ingests, if his quirk gets weaker the more he uses it, or it's based on blood type. The reason why I have these theories is because between Native and Ida was the first to recover from Stain's quirk while Native remained paralyzed for about another minute. Izuku continues, I had no way of testing or confirming these theories, but if I had to choose one of them, I'd say the blood type. Asui asks with a finger on her chin, why that one if you don't mind me asking? Izuku answers as he looks at her, considering that Stain's quirk is a blood-based quirk. It stands to reason that his quirk's most likely effectiveness would also be based on the type of blood he ingests. Shinsou replies with a thoughtful nod, yeah, that makes sense. Jiru adds with a shiver, yeah, but it's kind of gross that he has to drink blood in order for his quirk to work. Kaminari comments with disappointment, you know, when I saw that video last night, I thought Stain was pretty cool, but now he just sounds lame. Jiru looks at Kaminari as she says Kaminari. Kaminari instantly realizes what he said before he looks at Ida. Sorry bro. I didn't mean. Ida raises his hand as he replies, it's fine Kaminari. While I may feel differently about Stain, I also understand why his conviction would seem charismatic to others. Izuku looks over at Ochako as he asks, so how was your internship? Did you do any weight training? Ochako nods with a smile as she answers, yeah. Gunhead let me do some physical training and he sparred with me too in order to teach me how to properly fight. Izuku nods as he replies, that's good. You'll need it once you become a hero. During hero training, All Might stands before the class at one of the many training grounds at UA as he says, I am here. Hope you are ready to return to our lessons. Today is hero basic training. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while. All Might then begins to explain the day's lesson. Now then, listen carefully for what's in store. We're going to be conducting a little race. You'll be competing in groups of 5. I will be somewhere within the training ground. Whoever is able to find me first wins. The class goes by relatively fast, especially since Izuku was able to find All Might in less than 10 seconds due to the use of his Sunito. However, before they leave, All Might whispers to Ochako, find me after school. We need to talk and make sure to bring Midoriya with you. Ochako nods in understanding as she leaves with the rest of the class walking beside Izuku with Yaoyorozu, Jiru, Shinsou, Todoroki, and Ida walking with them. Izuku and Ochako both sit across from Toshinori in the teacher's lounge. Ochako asks curiously, so what is it that you wanted to talk to us about, All Might? I imagine that it has something to do with One for All, right? Toshinori answers with a nod, that's right, young Uraraka. It has to do with the origin of One for All. Both Izuku and Ochako wait patiently as Toshinori explains One for All was derived from another odd quirk. The name of that quirk is All for One. It allowed its user to take and give quirks just by touching a person with his hand. Ochako asks in quiet shock, "You mean he can steal powers?" Toshinori continues, "This was back when quirks were just starting to show up, before society figured out how to deal with the newly powered among them. When quirks first appeared, it was suddenly impossible to tell what it meant to be a normal person." Ochako thinks about how Izuku told their class that he was previously quirkless. Laws and human rights were highly debated, civilization progress stalled, society decayed. Izuku comments, "If quirks never appeared, then we would be capable of interstellar travel by this point. The reason why we haven't made any technological advances in the past 300 years is because research has gone more into quirks than anything else. People wanted to understand where they were coming from, what was causing them, and why they were only appearing now. Since all interests went into the nature of quirks, we never advanced beyond our current technological capabilities." Toshinori then says during that chaotic period of change was a person who managed to rally many people together. He went by the name of his quirk, All for One. He stole quirks from others, then with his overwhelming abilities, he spread his influence across the country. He manipulated people to serve his purposes and committed evil acts with little resistance. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of villains and ruled over Japan. Ochako comments with a worried expression, "I've heard rumors of this online. But isn't that all just made up? It's not mentioned in our textbooks." Toshinori replies, "It's the kind of shameful history people would rather ignore. When a person gains true power, they enjoy showing it off to others." Ochako then asks, "How does this all tie together though? And what about One for All?" All Might answers with a grim expression, "I said All for One could give quirks to others, remember? He made people trust him or submit to his will by altering their abilities. Apparently there were many poor souls who couldn't bear the burden of the quirks they were given. They became like mindless living dolls incapable of speaking, just like the Nomus are." Ochako gasps in horror as her eyes widen and she covers her mouth with her hands. "You mean like those things that Izuku fought during the USJ and attacked Hosu City?" Toshinori nods in affirmation. "That's correct." Toshinori continues, "Meanwhile, some quirks actually evolved as they were passed on, some even combined with other quirks. This evil man had a quirkless younger brother. He was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. He couldn't have been more different. It pained the brother to see All for One's deeds. So, he kept resisting, and then All for One transferred a quirk to his sibling, one that would allow him to stockpile power. I don't know if it was a gift he was giving his brother or if he just wanted to force him to submit." Ochako says with wide eyes in realization, "Don't tell me." Before she could finish her statement, Toshinori interrupts, "Yes, even though everyone thought he was quirkless. Turns out the brother did have a quirk, though even he didn't realize this to be the case. He had a useless power that only allowed him to pass on quirks, and so, the stockpiling ability merged with the younger brother's power, and that is how One for All came to be." Ochako stares at Toshinori in shock while Izuku remains emotionless through Toshinori's entire explanation. Toshinori comments, "I always found it ironic. Justice often spawns from evil." Ochako says, "Wait, hold on. I understand how One for All came to be, but this bad guy must be long dead by this point. So why are you bringing him up?" Toshinori answers as he looks at Ochako, "One who is able to steal quirks has no limits. Anything is possible. There are quirks that halt aging. He probably has something like that. The symbol of evil seemed pretty much immortal. The state of the world at the time made a huge difference in their combat abilities. The younger brother decided to entrust this new quirk to future generations. Even though he couldn't defeat All for One, he hoped One for All would continue to grow in power until it was strong enough to stop his older brother. Eventually it was my turn and I managed to defeat All for One, at least that's what I thought. But he survived and is now back in action as the mastermind behind the League of Villains." Toshinori walks to the window as the sun continues to set. "So now you know. The entire purpose of One for All is to defeat All for One. As a future holder yourself, you may one day have to fight against this great evil yourself, because I failed." Toshinori looks down as he says, "I know you didn't expect this," but he's interrupted when Ochako says with a determined expression, "I'll do my best." Toshinori turns to look at Ochako as she stands up facing Toshinori. "I'll do whatever it takes. As long as I have my teachers, my friends, and Izuku with me, I can do anything. I know you all will have my back." Izuku stands up beside Ochako as he says she's right. "Even if no one else is able to fight beside her, I will. All for One may seem immortal or invulnerable, but the truth of the matter is that immortality and invulnerability are nothing more than ideas. If a person can bleed, then they can be killed, and if they exist, then they can be destroyed. Nothing in this world is perfect. Even the strongest of people have a weakness." Toshinori looks towards Ochako and Izuku as he smiles softly. "Thank you, you two. I know you'll both grow into fine heroes someday. Anyways, that's all I wanted to tell you too." Ochako and Izuku both grab their bags as they leave, with Ochako saying with a wave over her shoulder, "We'll see you tomorrow, Toshinori." Toshinori waves weakly in return as they disappear from view. Ochako asks as she and Izuku walk side by side, "So Izuku, Izuku hums as he looks at her. Did you really mean what you said earlier? About how you would fight beside me even if no one else would? Izuku answers with a nod. Of course. If All for One is as powerful as All Might said he was, then you'll need all the help you can get. Which reminds me, we're going to have to train you even harder if he's going to be able to pass One for All onto you. Ochako pumps her fists with determination as she says yeah. Izuku comments, I'll see if I can work out an arrangement with the teachers to schedule some after-school training. We'll have to work on building your strength, stamina, and fighting capabilities. That's one of the reasons why I thought you interning with Gunhead was a good idea, so that way you could build a good foundation for when it's time for you to receive One for All. Ochako smiles as she replies, right, with you by my side, Izuku, there's no way I can fail. Izuku looks over at Ochako as his eyes soften and he smiles slightly. I know you won't. The following day, Aizawa stands before the class. Well, it's almost time for summer vacation, but don't get too excited. You can't just relax for an entire month. Kaminari asks, does that mean? Aizawa answers before Kaminari can finish, you'll be training while you're camping in the woods. The class cheers in excitement except for a select few, those being Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shinsou. Aizawa then says as his eyes flashes red, however, those who do not pass the end-of-term exams will have summer school. After homeroom is over, Ochako walks over to Izuku as she says with a smile, say, Izuku, what do you think about studying with me after we get done training? Izuku nods in agreement. That sounds like a good idea. Ida asks as he walks up to Izuku's desk while chopping his hands, you two are training together. Ochako explains, oh yeah. Izuku was going to see if we could set up a schedule to do some after-school training. I figured that once we're done with that, we could also do some studying. Shinsou comments from behind Izuku, that actually sounds like a pretty good idea. Ida adds, I agree. It is an excellent idea for us to train ourselves physically and mentally. Yaoyorozu asks as Jiru walks over to the group, do you mind if we join you too? Izuku answers with a shrug, I don't see why not. Ochako adds with an infectious smile, yeah, the more the merrier. Ada comments, we'll have to speak with the principal in order to get permission and have at least 1 or 2 teachers to supervise us to make sure no one gets hurt. Kirishima asks as he and the rest of the class start surrounding the group, do you mind if we join in too? Izuku looks up at Ochako as if asking her if she was okay with it, to which she replies as she turns towards everyone, I don't mind at all. It'd be nice for us to get all the training we can get. The rest of the class yells out in excitement, yeah. Ochako smiles happily as she thinks back to the conversation she and Izuku had with Toshinori yesterday. Ochako thinks to herself, no matter what evil we may face, my friends will always have my back. After getting permission from Principal Netsu, Izuku and Yaoyorozu set up a schedule for both training and study days. On Mondays, they do physical training such as push-ups, sit-ups, squats, etc. with Aizawa supervising. Then they start training their quirks with Izuku and Aizawa giving helpful advice due to their analytical nature. Izuku says at one point during their first training session, Kaminari, instead of firing your electricity all at once like you've been doing, it might be better to use a weapon to channel your electricity through in order to minimize the amount of strain you put on yourself. Kaminari grins with a thumbs up, thanks man. Izuku, not really knowing how to respond, simply nods before looking over everyone else. Aizawa generally helps where he can, but mainly helps Shinsou with his capture weapon. Most of everyone in Wano has a general idea on how to use their quirks effectively and what they need to improve upon. The reason why Izuku isn't training alongside them is because his quirk is too powerful to use in such a populated area. Not only that, but in order for him to properly train his quirk, he would have to go into his second transformation. So instead he decides to use his experience from analyzing quirks in order to help his fellow classmates progress further. He also pays closer attention to the classmates who seem to be struggling with their quirks like Kaminari and Aoyama. On Tuesdays, they all go to Yaoyorozu's house to study. It takes most everyone a while to get over the fact that Yaoyorozu's rich except for Izuku, who only seems mildly impressed. However, Yaoyorozu is just happy to have friends over and tutor them, with Izuku helping them as well. Izuku and Yaoyorozu end up working well together and teaching their classmates. Yaoyorozu teaches what it is that they're supposed to be learning, while Izuku provides context to the subjects or explaining it in ways most of them can understand. On Wednesdays, they get into groups of 2 and spar against each other while rotating out every 10 minutes. They then study again on Thursdays, spar again on Fridays, train by themselves on Saturday, and study again on Sundays. The reason the schedule is like this is to maximize efficiency while also going for convenience and allowing them to rest in between training days. During one of their sparring sessions, Izuku is sparring against Ochako, neither of whom are using their quirks. The reason the two of them are sparring is both because everyone else already has a partner and it is more for Ochako's benefit than Izuku's, especially since she is the chosen successor for One for All. Izuku comments as he and Ochako trade blows while blocking and dodging. You've gotten quite a bit stronger since the sports festival. Ochako replies with a determined smile as she tries to punch Izuku. Thanks. Gunhead trained me and taught me a few tricks in fighting. Izuku asks as he blocks her punch, have you thought about incorporating your quirk into your fighting style? Ochako answers as she dodges out of the way of one of Izuku's punches. I have, but I'm not sure what kind of fighting style I want to go into. Izuku replies as he and Ochako continue sparring personally. If I had your quirk, I'd focus on judo. Ochako asks curiously, isn't that kind of like throwing and grappling? Izuku answers with a nod, that's right. I also think it would benefit you to use a weapon as well. Like a staff. Ochako comments, you mean like how Momo fights? Izuku replies, precisely. Aizawa calls out, time's up. Izuku and Ochako stop with their fists mere centimeters away from each other. Aizawa then says time to rotate out. Ochako states as she and Izuku stand up straight, I'll ask Aizawa if he can teach me some judo moves or at least point me to someone who can help me. Ochako puts her finger on her chin thoughtfully. I'll probably ask Momo if she can teach me how to use a staff and see if Hatsune can make me one. Izuku replies, sounds like you've already got it worked out. Ochako smiles brightly at Izuku before they switch partners. The class continues this schedule until the day of the end of term exams. Thanks to Izuku and Yaoyorozu's tutoring, most of the class are confident in the written portion of the exams. After the written portion is over, they're all told to change into their hero uniforms and gather their support items. Most of them haven't changed their costumes or equipment much since the beginning of the year, however a few of them have. Ochako got a collapsible staff from Hatsune along with some soundproof boots in order to help her sneak around. Yaoyorozu got a costume change. Now instead of an open midsection, most of her front is covered with her sides, back, and arms exposed. However, she's also wearing a black cloak which helps with creating things without telegraphing what it is that she's creating. The cloak is also bulletproof, water-resistant, fireproof, cold-resistant, and insulated to prevent electricity from passing through. Jiru has one addition to her costume, and that is her pair of gauntlet speakers with aux ports at the top to provide quick ease for her quirk. She also has 2 knives with aux ports in the hilts which vibrate the blade, thus making it easier for them to cut through almost anything. Kaminari also got 2 eskrima that he can channel his electricity into, thus acting like a sort of taser when he uses them. Hiroshima now wears a bulletproof vest as well as bulletproof pants in order to reduce the amount of area that he has to harden in order to protect himself. Bakugo is also wearing a black long-sleeved shirt that helps in creating and absorbing his sweat in order to transfer it into his gauntlets as well as the grenades on his belt. Shinsou is wearing a black jumpsuit with a black mask that covers the lower half of his face that acts as both a voice modulator as well as a filtration system, along with a capture scarf. Aside from them, no one else had any costume changes or any support upgrades. Todoroki is of course wearing the costume he wore during the Hosu incident, but nothing of note has changed other than that. The students stand before UA without their teachers in front of them. Aizawa explains, in most years of UA, the physical portion of the end of term exams would pit you all against a bunch of robots like in the entrance exam. Kaminari and Ashido pumps their fists in excitement. Oh yeah, we get to take out some robots. Aizawa uses his quirk as he glares at them, causing them to stop cheering before he continues. However, due to the USJ incident as well as the recent activity of the League of Villains, we've decided to change things this year by splitting you all into groups of 2, and instead of fighting against robots, you'll be fighting against us. Kaminari and Ashido let out cries of anguish over the prospect of having to fight their teachers. At this point, Nedzu pops out of Aizawa's scarf before he hops down and explains the reason we're doing this is because we believe that we may get into more contact with the League of Villains and possibly more villains as well. Since the League are using Stain's ideologies, they'll more than likely try to use that in order to recruit people to their side. Yaoyorozu raises her hand before Nedzu calls on her. But sir, didn't Midoriya also give a speech during the sports festival following similarly to Stain? Wouldn't that de-escalate villain activity? Nedzu answers, you are correct, Yaoyorozu. In fact, if Midoriya hadn't given that speech as he did, I'm sure that villains would start behaving a lot worse. However, since Midoriya gave that speech before Stain's video came out onto the internet, it reduced the impact that it had on Stain's message. So, while Midoriya's speech would mitigate some of the damage, there will still be those who would choose to side with the League simply because they supposedly follow similar ideals. That is why we are testing you this way, to speed up your progression as heroes in order to better prepare you all for the real world. Everyone nods in understanding of Nedzu's speech. Aizawa then says, I'll now be explaining the goal of this exam. In order to pass, you need to either escape the areas you'll be in or subdue your opponents all before time runs out. If time runs out or you are unable to continue, then you'll have failed the exam. In order to properly subdue your opponents, you'll need to handcuff them with these cuffs that will be provided to you. Aizawa holds up a pair of cuffs for the students to see as he continues. Also, to make this relatively fair, we'll be wearing these suppressing bracers in order to give you all a fighting chance. Aizawa continues, these tests are designed to gauge your abilities, your teamwork, your adaptability, and your critical thinking. These are all important qualities for any good hero to have, and so that is what you'll be graded on. Any questions? Nobody raises their hands as they're determined to face the challenges ahead of them. Aizawa then takes out a piece of paper as he reads off Kirishima, Sato, you two will be fighting against Cementos. Kirishima knocks his fists together as he hardens his fists while Sato flexes, excited at the challenge. Asui, Takoyami, you will be facing off against Ectoplasm. Asui croaks while Takoyami simply nods. Ida, Ajiro, you two will be fighting against Power Loader. Ida is as rigid as ever while Ajiro merely looks towards his teacher Yaoyorozu. Todoroki, Aizawa glances up at them. You two will be fighting against me. Yaoyorozu swallows nervously as she tries to put on a brave face while Todoroki remains as stoic as ever. Aizawa continues as he looks back down at the paper. Aoyama, Uraraka, you two will be facing off against 13. Aoyama twirls as he looks at his costume while Uraraka pumps her fists with a determined smile. Kaminari, Ashido, you two will be going against Principal Nedzu. Both Kaminari and Ashido fall to their knees as they cry out in despair while Nedzu merely smiles sinisterly. Jiru, Koda, you two will be fighting against Present Mike. Jiru groans in annoyance since she'll have to listen to Present Mike's yells while Koda pokes his fingers together nervously. Aizawa continues to list off the names. Shoji, Hagakure, you two will be facing Snipe. Shoji merely nods in understanding while Hagakure cheers in excitement. Shinsou, Siro, you two will be paired against Midnight. Midnight cracks her whip as she licks her lips with a sadistic smile as Shinsou and Siro gulp in fear as Aizawa comments, you have my sincerest condolences. Aizawa continues from where he left off. Finally, we have Midoriya and Bakugo versus everyone hears a booming laugh from the roof, causing the students to look up and see All Might jump down before them. All Might then says with a sinister voice and his glowing blue eyes, you two will be fighting me. Bakugo swallows in slight nervousness over the idea of facing off against All Might before he grins with determination of winning. Izuku, on the other hand, doesn't seem the least bit surprised, but not because he lacks the emotion, but because no one else could have possibly challenged him like All Might. Nedzu then claps his paws together. I wish you all the best of luck, and remember to go beyond. Majority of the class cheers plus Ultra. Kirishima and Sato head to their testing area while everyone else waits in the observation room with Recovery Girl. As the round begins, the class commentates over the fight between their classmates and Cementos. Due to studying under Yaoyorozu and Izuku, most of them have developed their analysis abilities. The general consensus of the fight is that Kirishima and Sato will lose. The reason being is that they are fighting against Cementos head-on while Cementos sends out wave after wave of cement walls with seemingly no drawbacks. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Sato are exhausting themselves by constantly and repeatedly using their quirks without thinking of any other way of beating Cementos. Kaminari comments, man, it seems like they can't even get close to Cementos. Ashido adds, how are they supposed to beat him if they can't even get near him? Izuku answers without taking his eyes away from the screen, Cementos' quirk requires him to be in direct contact with the ground, which means that in his current position, he has the range and defense to prevent either of them from getting close. However, if they were to go over the walls rather than through them, they'd be able to reach Cementos much quicker, at which point Cementos would have to evade and defend against them, thus putting him at a disadvantage since their barrage of attacks would put him on the defensive rather than his current offense. Asui comments thoughtfully, so it's like they're working harder rather than smarter. Yaoyorozu replies, correct. They aren't thinking through their attacks, nor are they coming up with a plan to beat Cementos. Instead, they're just attacking blindly, hoping to get through to him, which as you can see is completely ineffective. The round soon ends with Kirishima and Sato both experiencing quirk exhaustion as they are captured by Cementos. Up next is of course Asui and Takoyami. Overall, their teamwork is what impresses their classmates. They essentially stick together and take out a lot of clones. However, they still have to worry about either catching Ectoplasm or find the exit. Eventually, though, they are caught when Ectoplasm summons a giant clone that captures them. But with Asui's help, Dark Shadow is able to cuff Ectoplasm, thus passing the exam. After that, it is Ida and Ajiro's turn. Throughout the fight, Powerloader makes pitfalls in the entire area. Siro asks in confusion why isn't Powerloader attacking them. Shinsou answers it's probably because he's making traps for Ida and Ajiro since Ida's quirk is based on speed and Ajiro can use his tail in order to jump. So, by creating those holes and pitfalls, Powerloader is essentially limiting their movements. Despite this though, Ida and Ajiro manage to pass by using Ida's speed and Ajiro's jump ability in order to escape. After Ida and Ajiro's match ends, Yaoyorozu takes a few deep breaths to calm her nerves. Achako says it's okay, yeah Momo, you and Todoroki got this. Jiru adds, yeah, you two can totally beat Aizawa. Yaoyorozu smiles nervously at Achako and Jiru thanks you too. Yaoyorozu then starts to walk out of the observation room with Todoroki before she hears Izuku's voice from behind her. Yaoyorozu, Yaoyorozu turns to look at Izuku before he says, "Remember your training." Yaoyorozu seems to calm down a little bit more before she nods with a nervous yet determined smile. Yaoyorozu thinks to herself as she walks behind Todoroki, "We can do this. As long as we work together, we can beat Aizawa-sensei." Meanwhile, Ochako asks as she looks at Izuku, "Do you really think they can beat Aizawa? I mean, I believe in them as much as the rest of our friends, but they tend to rely on their quirks." Izuku answers with a nod. That's exactly why they're paired with Aizawa, to see what they do when fighting against someone who can cancel their quirks. To answer your question though, I do believe they can beat Aizawa. It all comes down to their training and cooperation. Ochako nods with a smile as everyone turns their attention to the screen ready for the match to begin. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.